The day the system successfully bonded was also the first day after the military training at Wuxiang University. Ding. Helpfulness system successfully bonded. Current level 1. Can bond with one person only. Target must be weaker than the host. Countdown 10 minutes. The system was finally here. Over the years, I've done countless good deeds, freeing fish from their misery, giving student practice workbooks to those who perform good acts, helping elderly men with their park chess games, rescuing stray cats and dogs. Anyone would praise me as a good person. A helpfulness system? Of course, it's only right that it's mine. I looked at the internal panel. Helpfulness level 1. Host, Jiangbai. Bonding effect. Permanently a higher cultivation realm than the bonded target. Permanently one major realm higher. This is a world of spiritual revival, where cultivation has 9 stages. Body tempering, vital energy, spirit sea, heavenly strength, divine ability, bitter thought, domain, heaven and earth, and godhood. With this system, I'd start a whole stage above anyone else. A head start no one could beat. But what was with the countdown? What happens if I don't choose in time? I didn't know, but it surely wouldn't be good. System, how do I bond? I asked. Face-to-face interaction is sufficient. Really? Couldn't you at least provide a QR code for convenience? The first person who popped into my mind was Lu Jinjin, my high school classmate. We agreed that if we got into the same university, we'd give dating a try. Not that it was a big deal if we didn't, but at least I knew her well enough. It was better than picking a random stranger. I called her via video, busy line. Called again, still busy. I switched to a phone call and even sent her a message. Jinjin, where are you? It's urgent. The only response I got was her cold, busy signal. Later, I would learn that at the time, she was on a video call with a handsome senior, laughing sweetly and thanking him profusely for securing her position in the student council. Meanwhile, she ignored my desperate calls. I raced to her dormitory and coincidentally ran into her roommate, Chen Jing, whom I'd treated to a meal before. Chen Jing, can you help me tell Jinjin to come down? It's urgent. Only need 5 minutes, I pleaded. She nodded and went upstairs. By then, there were 5 minutes and 15 seconds left on the countdown. Chen Jing conveyed my message, but Jinjin frowned when she saw it. What could possibly be so important right after college started? Enough to warrant rushing her. Reluctantly, she ended her video call, glanced in a mirror to admire her makeup, and scoffed. The more anxious he is, the less I care. Men should be trained for patience. If you're too eager, they'll walk all over you. You wanted me down in 5 minutes? I'll come in 6. 4 minutes left on the timer. That's it. I wasn't waiting anymore. If she ignored my calls, dismissed my video attempts, and avoided showing her face even after Chen Jing informed her of my arrival, it was clear, whatever video call she was on, she didn't want me nearby while she was having it. Screw her arrogant games. I turned around and began searching for another target to bond with. Criteria: attractive, kind-looking, preferably not well off. Good looks often mean higher spiritual potential. Kindness ensures gratitude, and someone struggling financially will better appreciate what little I can offer. The system, after all, is labeled helpfulness and marked as level 1. Upgrades likely depend on fulfilling this theme. Clever me. I scanned around, moving from dorm buildings to the central plaza to the cafeteria entrance. Then I saw her and hit the jackpot. It was 2:30 p.m., a quiet time in the cafeteria. At a corner table sat a girl in the most ordinary outfit, simple long sleeves and pants. Her long hair concealed much of her face as she silently ate a bowl of salty broth-soaked bread dumplings. Despite the modest look, something told me. She was a beauty, a stunning one at that. Her serene aura stood out, unmissable even in such a simple act of eating. You can't fake such grace. 1 minute remaining. It had to be her. I strode over and sat across from her boldly. Hi there, fellow student. Nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Bai. Jiang as in river, Bai as in morning white. Ding. Bonding successful. Target, and Hehe. The host is advised to assist in Hehe in all aspects. Completing assistance tasks earns points. Collect 10,000 points to upgrade the system. Hell yes. I'm the king of the world. Still chewing on a mouthful of dumpling. The girl's cheeks puffed out as she blinked at me with her doe-like eyes, alarmed and confused. Bathed in dim cafeteria light, there was no hiding her delicate cherry lips, high-bridged nose, and ethereal beauty. And then, the change hit me. A rush of energy surged through my body. My bones cracked, my muscles firmed, and I could hear my blood rushing through my veins. Pain seared through my body, accompanied by a faintly unpleasant smell. Oh no, I was undergoing a physical transformation, moving up to the body tempering stage. I couldn't let this happen in the cafeteria. It'd reek and embarrass me to death. Without hesitation, I shoved my phone, ID card, and meal card across the table to her. Hold these for me. I've got an emergency. Call me later if needed. I bolted out of the cafeteria, sprinting back to the dormitory like a cheetah. With the foul smell I left in my wake, People could have mistaken me for a mobile disaster zone. Bang! I kicked open the dorm room door. Jesus, Jeongbai? Did you crap yourself? I darted into the bathroom as water gushed from the faucet. My 3 roommates pinched their noses, standing near the door, horrified. The sour stench was unbearable, like the grime between overworked toes. Hey, are you okay? Need us to call 911? Nope, I grunted, just going through a transformation. But the revival ceremony hasn't even started. How are you converting your bones already? I must be naturally gifted, bleg. I barely managed to reply. The 3 of them exchanged looks, envy written all over their faces. Normally, people only break into the body tempering stage after the official revival ceremony. For me to do so ahead of time meant I was either a rare prodigy or from a wealthy family drenching me in resources. Either way, people would resent me for it. Back at the cafeteria, and Hee nervously stared at the belongings I'd left behind. Her grandmother had warned her to be wary of city people. They were full of tricks. What should she do now? She couldn't just throw these away, but she also couldn't afford to replace them if something went wrong. As she hesitated, my phone buzzed. It was a call from someone named Lu Jinjin. Excited that the owner's contact was returning so quickly, and Hee eagerly answered, ready to return the items. But on the other end was an angry, sharp-toned female voice. Who are you? And why do you have Jiangbai's phone? Jinjin had finally descended from her loft of indifference, looking for me after not finding me outside. But receiving my phone in another girl's hands? That only fanned her mounting rage. Startled and flustered by Jinjin's hostility, and Hee stammered before quickly retorting, I'm not telling you. Then she promptly hung up, stuffing the items into her canvas bag with a look of guilt as though she'd committed a crime. She briskly left the cafeteria. But even anxious, she didn't forget to responsibly return her food tray. Back in her dorm, Jinjin stood frozen. That soft, sweet voice had resembled a timid little bunny bouncing straight into her fiery chest. Her rage ignited. You better answer me next time, she fumed while redialing. There was no response. Struggled to answer the call, and Hee stared at her endlessly buzzing phone. Bitter-faced, she couldn't bring herself to answer. She knew she'd get scolded, and she wasn't the type to talk back. Her only option? Don't answer. No matter what, just don't answer. She let the phone ring until it powered off by itself. On my end, I had just emerged from an hour-long transformation ritual, completely refreshed, as if reborn. The smell of exhaustion had faded, and I stepped out feeling rejuvenated. 3 simultaneous exclamations of "holy crap" echoed around me. I'd grown from 6 feet 0 inches to 6 feet 1 inch. My skin was fair and smooth, my abs had returned, and my eyes, sharp and spirited, reflected the renewed power coursing through me. After washing my hair, my appearance even leveled up. Energy rippled within me like an electric current. Damn, it felt good. Tomorrow was the revival ceremony. If Hee succeeded, I'd skyrocket instantly to a blood energy cultivator. What insane progress. Absolutely unbelievable. I borrowed my roommate's phone to call my own number, calculating how I could best support her in the future. Sorry, the phone you are calling is currently powered off. Wait a second. With her innocent-looking, thick eyebrows and bright eyes, she wouldn't keep my phone, would she? I scratched my head in disbelief. 8 p.m. rolled around, and amidst the closing cleanup at the cafeteria, and Hee walked in with her faded canvas bag in tow, her head aching from the endless calls earlier. That Luz Hensen had blasted her phone until it shut off. She didn't dare answer, didn't dare decline the calls, and felt too embarrassed to ask anyone for a charger. So, she came to return the phone instead. As soon as she stepped in, she saw the guy from earlier in the day, sitting in her usual spot, nose buried in a book. Me? I've always loved reading. Without a phone, I once spent 10 minutes analyzing shampoo bottle ingredients. She approached cautiously, holding her ID up to match it with my face. Don't give the wrong person your stuff, or you'll regret it forever. It's me, I said dryly. Stop comparing. Want to hear me recite my ID number? She nodded. Fine, suit yourself. I chuckled. Come on, this face of mine. No way you're finding another one like it in the entire country. But sure, play along if it helps. She handed everything back. I grabbed a portable charger to power up my phone. You know, I mused. If my phone hadn't died, I'd already have eaten dinner by now. How are you going to make it up to me? She scrambled for an explanation, but I cut her off. This is all on you. You owe me dinner. Her lips twitched. Money was tight for her. Paying for dinner might leave her questioning whether she could survive till the end of the month. Looks like she'd have to find a part-time gig, pronto. All right, she relented. No takebacks, I teased. Come with me to the second floor. The second floor of the cafeteria was reserved for practitioners, a place serving lavish, expensive meals. She had no idea just how expensive. Hand over your meal card. I smirked, so you don't run out on the bill. With a deep breath, bracing herself, she handed it over. I need a part-time job, she whispered to herself. Immediately, the aroma of meat filled the air upstairs. With my new body, plain meals wouldn't cut it anymore. I needed meat, a lot of it. At the counter, I pointed and ordered like I was building an army. 1 pound of braised pork, 1 pound of cumin beef, 3 pounds of stir-fried chicken, 3 pounds of exotic beast meat. Oh, and about 10 pounds of rice. Coming right up, the vendor responded. Behind me, her jaw practically hit the ground. What is he, a bottomless pit? She muttered, despair washing over her. My savings. She grabbed my arm, almost begging. Stop, stop, that's enough. But I could have eaten a whole cow and still asked for seconds. You carry the food while I go charge the meal card, I said over my shoulder. Her heart sank. Oh no, she thought. He's going to add money to my card, isn't he? No way, I don't want his charity. Grandma always said when someone helps without a reason, they probably have a hidden agenda. You're not charging my card, she blurted out. I laughed. Girl, calm down. You honestly think I know your meal card password? At that, she froze, her cheeks flushing red. Truthfully, I already knew her password. And he, 18, from Qing Province, first-year student at the Medical Academy's Greenwood Division, student ID number 2026-081-4002. Her password? The last 6 digits, 814002. How did I find this out? Please. You've got hands. You can figure it out, too. I topped up 10,000 credits. My family's not exactly rolling in it. Both my parents are regular office workers. This money was pooled together during my graduation banquet as a token of encouragement from relatives. Charging the account. Done. Giving a struggling girl the equivalent of a fine dining monthly allowance. 10,000 credits. Isn't that an act of charity bold enough to make headlines? Except, the notification system stayed silent. No, Good Samaritan points. Nothing. Deposit rejected? No, the money went through. Weird. Whatever. Time to eat. Total is 371 credits. Seriously that much? I muttered. Those exotic meats, the vendor explained, come from Blackwater stallions, a second-tier creature. Normally priced at 200 per pound off campus, but here we provide a subsidy. Swipe, balance remaining, 9,866 credits. And he froze at the sight of the balance. Anxiety, confusion, and terror flooded her all at once. How could she have this much money on her card? With a trembling voice, she found herself asking internally, when did this happen? How the hell does he know my password? And why me? And then, I feigned a gasp. Oh no, I must have accidentally added it to the wrong card. It was supposed to go to mine. What a disaster. She rolled her eyes, a tiny one, but it was there. Passwords being accidentally identical? Your acting couldn't be more pathetic. Of course, I knew she'd pick up on it. Anyone who gets into Wuxiang University isn't a fool. But do you think I cared? My skin's thicker than most castle walls. So, I chuckled, leaning in. If I transferred it to the wrong account, how are we going to fix this? She opened her mouth, likely to suggest going to finance to fix the mishap, so I cut her off. No need. I've thought of a perfect solution. From now on, I'll eat with you. You swipe? I chowed down. And he. By the time we sat down, I was chowing through my food heartily. She just sat there, staring. Something wrong with the food? Don't like what I ordered? Should we get you something else? No, no need. I'm not hungry, she said, her voice soft. I laughed again. Not eating, huh? Fine then. Plopping a mountain of rice with a hefty slab of meat onto her plate, I shoved it towards her. Eat. I've ordered enough for 2. If you don't eat it, I'm throwing it out. Tomorrow's the revival. If you don't eat up today, the energy deficit won't be something you can recover from in just one meal. Still refusing to move, her posture stiffened. Don't underestimate me. I stood, taking her plate in hand, heading straight for the scrap drop-off station. What are you doing? She yelped, panic in her voice. Eat or waste. Your choice, I said over my shoulder. She stared in disbelief. No way he'd actually toss food this pricey, right? The staff lady at the recycling counter chuckled, entertained by the squabble. Poor girl ran into a chaotic kingpin, she whispered under her breath. I tilted the plate dramatically, acting as if I'd dump it all. That's when her hand, the kind with subtle calluses from years of working, though still delicate, gripped my wrist. Cool to the touch and firm with determination. Stop, don't waste food. Who's wasting it? You or me? I asked, eyebrow cocked. Eat already. Or are you waiting for me to beg? Realizing I wasn't bluffing, she mumbled. Fine, I'll eat. I can't really afford to splurge, but what's more direct help than a good meal? Thanks to me, she finally had some meat, lots of it. 10 points per meal, 3 meals a day, that's 30 points daily. In 333 days, I'll have earned enough to hit the 10,000 point upgrade. Slow? Maybe, but I can always help her out in other ways too. For now, points seem to only be good for leveling up. Whether or not they'll be convertible to something else later remains to be seen. As I calculated, my hands and mouth didn't stop moving. The more she watched, the wider her eyes got. Boy, can I eat. If she were born into my family, she'd bankrupt my grandmother in 2 days. I cleaned my plate, soup and rice polished off without a drop left, wiped my mouth with a napkin, and leaned back. Ah, satisfying. Do you think I'm handsome? I suddenly asked. She froze. If not, then why are you so entranced staring at me? Her face instantly flushed, and she dropped her eyes in a panic. It's okay, I added. You aren't the only one who thinks so. What can I say? I've got thick skin. Add me on WeChat, I said. I'm broke right now, so I'll need to rely on your meal card for food. I don't use WeChat. Phone number, then? She gave me her number. I noted it down and had her save mine too. Call me tomorrow when it's time to eat. But I got up and left. Walk her back? Nah, it's just a short way. She can make it back herself. I'm helping people, not chasing a girl. She stared after me, befuddled by my nonchalant departure. Just like that? Although, come to think of it, it wasn't really a big deal. For some reason, she felt relief. Smiling faintly with her stuffed belly, she cleaned up and thought, that was so good. I'm so full. Strutting back to my dorm with a swagger in my step, my phone wouldn't stop buzzing. 99 missed calls from Lu Jinjin. All from her. I didn't answer. You see, earlier, when she ignored my 11 calls, 2 video chats, and 15 texts, I tallied them all. Until she makes up for them one by one, I don't plan to answer hers. I'm not one to take a loss. Kids, your king is back. Our dorm, 213, housed 4 students from the close-quarter combat class of the Cultivation Academy. Our dorm leader Qin Chengfeng, Chicken brother Su Kuan, me, and our 4th roommate, Li Tianji. With the revival ceremony tomorrow, the 3 of them were so anxious they even stopped playing cards. I threw my phone on silent, plopped down, and started bragging about how awesome my transformation had been, even offering to help them sleep if they were too nervous. What kind of help? A quick KO punch, of course. Half an hour later, curious, I glanced at my phone again. Holy crap, 99 plus messages, 50 missed calls, and still going strong. I finally picked up. Hello? Why so many calls? Something urgent. Over in the girls' dorm, Lu Jinjin was losing it, furiously dialing my number over and over. Her roommates tried to calm her down. Only Chen Jing remained unfazed, calmly applying a face mask. She had to. Getting upset would cause bubbles, and no one wanted a wasted mask. When I finally picked up, her voice exploded. Jiang Bai, do you have a death wish? I called you a million times, and you're only just picking up now. I held the phone away from my ear. I get that you're mad, but calm down and hear my excuse first. Go ahead, make your case. I didn't answer earlier on purpose because, well, I'm petty. You ignored me, so I ignored you. Jiang Bai, what? That doesn't sit well with you. Okay, another reason. I was busy hanging out with a beautiful girl and couldn't take your calls. She nearly crushed her phone in rage. Fine, terrific. From now on, we don't even know each other. All right, works for me. Goodbye. I hung up. Who's afraid of who? If she wants to act like we're strangers, so be it. I know plenty of people. Why should I care about losing her? Back in high school, she used to butter me up for help with her grades. All sweet talk and promises of being together in college. But once she got into Wuxian University during summer break, everything changed. She doesn't even bring it up anymore, treating me like a joke. And me? I'm no pushover. During those calls I made back then, if she'd cared even an ounce about me, she'd have responded, even sent a quick message. But she didn't, and that told me everything I needed to know. I mean nothing to her. And if that's the case, why should we waste time? Love isn't a one-sided effort, and it's not like Lu Jinjin's the last girl in the world. And hey, even if I end up single, that's fine too. I'm a cultivator. There's always booze and park benches for me to crash on. Back in her dorm, Lu Jinjin froze at the sound of the disconnected line. No longing or hesitation from me. Nothing. She stared at her phone in disbelief. Her 3 roommates exchanged looks. What an unbelievably dense man. Doesn't he know girls need to be coaxed? In the end, she couldn't hold back a sob, burying her face against her pillow. 2 roommates rushed to comfort her and curse me out. Meanwhile, Chen Jing peeled off her face mask. It was time. That night, and he slept deeply, warm and content inside and out. She even dreamt I was forcing her to eat endless delicious meals. Even after she was full, I still piled plates in front of her, so much that in the dream, she ended up eating more than I did. It left me completely dumbfounded. She grinned triumphantly in the dream. Huh. Shocked, aren't you? I'm a big eater, after all. The next day marked the start of something life-changing, the revival ceremony. For those under 18, no matter the training, cultivation couldn't begin. Forcing it would scatter their innate qi and destroy their future potential. But after 18 years, their foundational qi solidifies, readying the body for cultivation. However, those years of modern food and a polluted environment mean the body's filled with stubborn impurities. The ceremony's purpose was to shatter those impurities completely, clearing the meridians, and setting individuals on their cultivation path. As impurities are expelled, the body undergoes profound transformation. Blood thickens, skin toughens to leather, bones turn iron-like, and organs take on the luster of jade, creating a physique fit for true cultivation. My alarm jolted me awake at 6:40 a.m. Jiangbai, breakfast, came a soft, sugary voice. Stretching, I asked, where are you? Second dining hall. How long will you be? I tensed. Wait, hold up, was she already eating? Wait outside. I'll be there in 3 minutes. No rush, it's fine if you're later. Too late. I ended the call, springing out of bed. In a flash, I threw on my clothes, brushed my teeth and hair, and leaped out of our second-floor balcony directly. At the dining hall, and he nibbled on pickled vegetables and dry flatbread. 3 minutes? How's he gonna wake? Wash up and get here that fast. Never mind, I'll just focus. She took a giant bite, swallowing down warm water and bread with difficulty, determined not to rely on his food again today. Thud. A tray full of steaming, juicy pork buns slammed down in front of her. She blinked up at me, dumbfounded. Made it in 1 minute and 41 seconds. Not bad, huh? Waking up, dressing, washing up, putting on shoes, grabbing my stuff, sprinting to the hall, buying buns. 1 minute and 41 seconds total? She was still zoning out. Yo, and the campus beauty. Eating the pancake that aggressively? Must have been starving, huh? Her mouth was so full with the pancake, she looked panicked, unable to swallow it down smoothly. Fine, I'm happy you're eating, but eating behind my back? Now I'm not happy. As punishment, you're eating 4 big meat buns today. No, wait, make it 5. And you, Javito, finish them. MMPH, she whimpered, almost choking. I swiftly snatched her cup before she could grab it. What's with this cup? It's green, like one of those old-school 90s middle school mugs. Hello, it's 2026 now. Here's the deal. Agree to eat 5 of those meat buns and drink a bowl of porridge, and your cup's yours again. She nodded reluctantly. Bro, I'm dying here. Give me the cup already. Only then did I hand it back, and she glugged water down like her life depended on it. Finally catching her breath, her cheeks were flushed red, and she looked a mix of bashful and cute. Without hesitation, I grabbed a bun myself. Eat. She looked at the half-eaten pancake, then at the meat bun, and finally at my unhappy glare. Yeah, she knew. Not finishing wasn't an option. Defiantly, she bit into her food. Fine, I'll eat. Ding. Helped and Hee have a proper meal. Plus 10 points for good deeds. Another 10 points gained. I was grinning ear to ear. Look at that. I just scored another 10 buns worth of credit. Wallen was hiccuping and teary-eyed, probably regretting every bite of that pancake earlier. All right, time for me to grab some extra sleep. Lunch today. You're eating with him, you hear? Together. Got it. She nodded weakly. But wait. Eat lunch after all this. And it's already 7:10 a.m. Assembly's at 8. When is there even time to sleep? She truly couldn't figure out my train of thought. And to be fair, I wasn't going to sleep. I strolled over into the campus convenience store to buy her a proper water bottle. Maybe getting her something new and cute would qualify as improving quality of life and earn me some more points. I eventually picked one with a rainbow-colored unicorn design. Now that's what a college girl would carry around. Once bought and stashed, I met up with my roommates, and we headed for the sports field. At its center was an elevated stage with a mysterious bronze sphere engraved in strange runes. The incoming freshmen were gathering, and the student council was busy maintaining order. There she was, Lu Jinjin, standing by an imposing male student, mingling with the council members, all smiles. She had her sweet, polished demeanor turned up to full blast. Everyone seemed eager to impress her, but let's be real, that was mainly because of the guy beside her, Tan Xingfeng. Tan Xingfeng was a second-year student at the pinnacle of the body strengthening state, level 9, a prodigy, and head of the competition division of the student council. Lu Jinjin loved this kind of spotlight. All the uniformed student council members were there to work, but she stood out in a beautiful little dress, garnering curious, and likely jealous, gazes from freshmen. Well, all right, let's be honest. Most of the jealousy might just be in her own head. Then, there was me with my dorm mates. When Lu saw me, her expression instantly turned icy, but also somewhat uneasy. It was like she couldn't decide whether to avoid meeting my eyes. Not like it mattered. I didn't even glance her way, instead marching straight into Class 1's melee category lineup. Her brows furrowed. Did he not see me? Or is he deliberately ignoring me? Humph. Jiangbai, let's see what you gain from acting like this. Oh, I saw her all right. Saw her, noted her presence, moved on. What? Was I supposed to bow or something? And the guy next to her, I figured, must have been the one I'd seen in those videos yesterday. Not even that good looking, less attractive than me for sure. Confusing, but curse him anyway. Yo, Kuan bro, why are you trembling? Jiang bro, I'm nervous. You need a quick psychology pep talk? Su Kuan shook his head frantically. Nah, your pep talks are more like verbal punches. Me too, Zhang bro. Li Tianji chimed in. Boost me up. I pointed in one direction. Tianji, just look over there. He followed my gaze and immediately froze. His eyes were glued to legs. Long, fair, slender legs. A group of girls, all sporting identical short skirts, lined up in a mesmerizing parade of, well, distraction. Both of the others followed suit, their eyes following mine and going wide. An audible wave of awe. Oh, which class is that? Qin Qingfeng asked. Hehuan class. Special recruit students. Figures. The distraction didn't last long, though, because here came the swordsmanship class. Their presence alone managed to wedge themselves between the Melee and Hehuan students like they owned the place, leaving a bad taste in everyone's mouth. Still, I couldn't really fault them. They earned their swagger. Swordsmanship and arcane classes were the school's elite divisions, with terrifyingly talented students. Soon, it was time. The figure of the university president appeared, hovering midair. No Phase University's legendary headmaster, a world-renowned powerhouse of the heaven and earth state, began speaking. With the crisp air of autumn and the fragrant osmanthus blossoms in bloom, we welcome this promising season full of hope. That opening sentence alone already felt like a marathon. His long speech dragged on for 20 minutes before the revival ceremony finally began. Up first was the swordsmanship class. A tall, imposing boy strode to the stage, catching everyone's attention. Even as an ordinary human, he stepped like a peerless blade being slowly unsheathed. A biting, frosty energy radiated from him, making him the undeniable focus of the crowd. What's that? Why's my vision almost stinging? Asked one of my roommates. It's Chu Rueji, Qin explained. Top scorer across the entire entrance exam. He's a freak, managed to comprehend sword energy even before awakening. I let out a low whistle. Impressive. Chu Rueji stood center stage as the bronze sphere cast its beam directly over him. A sharp sword hum resounded, followed by countless other sword cries. The light beam fragmented into thousands of tiny sword-like streams, piercing into him. With a loud roar, he let the sword energy dance wildly through his body. Thick, dark mist condensed out from within and dissipated into the wind. That amount of impurities released, wow. Chu Rueji's talent is without a doubt in the god-tier level. Qin gasped. Wait, explain the ranking system for me, I asked. It's simple. During awakening, the impurities that pour out, mist types, can roughly measure talent. Black mist? At the very least, it's grade A standard. The denser the mist, the higher you go from low grade A, then mid, then high, and beyond that is god tier. Gray mist? That's below A, worse the thinner it is. Got it. How do you even know all this? Googled it. Duh. Don't you guys do any research? Qin snorted. The other three of us earnestly shook our heads. One after another, the swordsmanship students went up, their talents overwhelmingly consistent. Barely any gray mist appeared among them. Imagine excelling in everything, honestly. Finally, our batch was up, the healing school, Qingmu Class 1. My heart tightened. And Hehe, you've got this. And Hehe was smart. Her ID number, 2026-081-4002, meant she placed second during our class's qualifier exam. The top-ranked student went first, Black Mist, nice. Now it was Hehe's turn to step forward. She walked with visible hesitation, head hanging low. But even before she got firmly into the spotlight, the general chatter softened. People didn't even need to see her face to know. She had presence. Oh, and when her face did come into clear view, heads turned. An egg-shaped face just lightly blushed, faintly pale but delicate and serene. Slender and tall, she moved gracefully but looked fragile. A campus belle. Absolutely belle material. Qin Qingfeng assessed. She's a little slight, though. If she gained some weight, first place belle locked in. I thought about it, agreeing. Yeah, guess I hadn't fed her enough yet. No way, keep it coming. The cheers from the F4 kept echoing, praising her gentle, serene, and slightly endearing demeanor, expressing how she embodied every man's dream wife. They said a girl like her wouldn't even mind you taking her on a bike ride to nowhere. Just a glance into her eyes was enough to ignite the fire to strive tirelessly for a better life. College students daydreaming about their future wives now. Don't you need to at least have a girlfriend first? I muttered to myself. The sunlight bathed in Hehe, turning white into a lush green glow, radiating endless vitality. She stood illuminated, her every strand of hair now tinged with emerald, like a goddess presiding over the forest of life. No mist or fog surrounded her. Under the green light, impurities within her body were directly dissolved and absorbed into her being. I took a sharp breath. At that very moment, a thread of chi and blood emerged within me, then a second and a third. I had officially become a cultivator in the chi and blood realm. Such euphoria. On the stage, Leaders nodded approvingly while the principal murmured instructions to someone. The field was buzzing, excitement written on every face. Their gazes toward her burned hot with anticipation. Unexpectedly, the revival light turned emerald green. Already adored for her gentleness and adorableness, she now added the super healing, motherly aura to her resume, making her irresistibly coveted. And he felt the changes within her, as light as though she could take off at any moment. Everything now seemed brimming with vitality in her eyes. Out of nowhere, she felt a strong urge to find me in the crowd. She glanced around and soon locked eyes with me. I was staring back at her, surrounded by other men hyped up with excitement. Is she looking at me? Bro, this is my chance. Nonsense. She must be staring at me. With a girlfriend like her, I'd trade my sports car or mansion any day. I sighed silently. Does she even notice you all? My own reflection was like the radiant sun among mere mortals. Their presence was barely relevant. But since her admiration for my looks was evident, I figured I might as well play along. Mimicking the way she hiccuped, I reenacted her little stumble from before. When Inhihi saw me copy her hiccup, she was suddenly reminded of being so full yesterday that it nearly crushed her spirit. Unable to help herself, she laughed out loud. That single laugh sent audible gasps rippling through the crowd, so intense the oxygen felt depleted. Realizing what she'd done, her face turned beet red, and she quickly darted off the stage. Zhang Bai, you're the worst. You knew I was on stage, and you still teased me like that. I chuckled smugly. Zhang, you overate or something? Li Tianji asked. I shook my head. Nah, I just feel amazing right now. Su Kuan gave me a thumbs up. Classic Zhang, you bounce back quick. Get lost, moron. It was well past 11 before it was our turn for the close combat class students to awaken. While my roommate started showing signs of nervousness, I stayed perfectly composed. Why worry when Inhihi was the absolute prodigy of her kind? Yet I'd always be one major boundary ahead of her in cultivation. The system guaranteed it. The performances from those before us were pretty solid. Most managed to awaken to beta levels, and 6 even hit alpha. Finally, it was my turn. Taking bold strides to the stage, I kept my composure, though admittedly, I felt uncertain deep down. Having already reached the Qi blood realm, what on earth would happen if I awakened further? On the podium, the principal, Wang Qixiong, frowned slightly. This student already exhibits Qi blood within him? Is he a freshman? Yes, a new student, someone confirmed. Premature cultivation under 18? Odd. We do enforce strict testing protocols. Any student showing signs of instability or collapsed innate energy is never allowed enrollment. Wang nodded. Well then, let's ensure this kid doesn't walk away empty-handed. I stepped onto the stage, looking up at the floating bronze sphere awaiting my moment. The white light flashed, striking down toward me. The instant it hit, it transformed into a crimson glow. Immense vitality burst forth, coursing into my body and rapidly enhancing my qi and blood levels. At this pace, I'd hit level 2, then level 3, in no time. But none of that even mattered to me. Rising through the levels was meaningless when maintaining superiority was already ensured. What mattered was not rushing this growth. My true goal lay in fortifying my physical body instead. I focused intensely, redirecting the energy across my limbs and deep into every muscle fiber. Qi blood surged, condensed, dissipated, then surged again, continuously refining my strength. My organs began to faintly glow, and even my marrow felt as though it were transforming. On stage, the observing officials began to smile approvingly. Now this is interesting, resisting the temptation to chase swift growth only to focus on solid foundations? Quite ambitious. The crimson energy was unbelievably pure, perfect for absorption. If only I could drain the entire bronze sphere of its energy. Imagine the potential for physical strength. But of course, such dreams were unrealistic. The crimson glow lasted barely a minute before extinguishing. Even so, that short dose was enough to double my physical fortitude. Using Qi blood to refine the body was, without a doubt, the best decision ever. Descending from the stage leisurely, I could feel the envious stares from all around. Though no mist had surrounded me during the awakening, the transformation of the energy beam's color alone certified my superior aptitude. Let them revel in their envy. It's not like I didn't envy my own awesomeness at times. My roommates soon took their turns awakening. Qin Xingfeng and Li Tianji both achieved beta upper, while Su Kuan proved to show stealer, landing in alpha lower. Room 213 was collectively crushing it. The awakenings continued until well past 2 in the afternoon before wrapping up. My stomach growled ferociously by then. I was starving. Thankfully, even the principal realized the kids couldn't endure more speeches, so he dismissed us quickly. Jiang, let's go grab lunch. I'm starving, they shouted. But I waved them off dramatically. You kids go ahead. I've got a lunch date. Their jaws dropped. With who? Lu Zhenjin. Isn't she always refusing your food invitations? Not her, bro. I've got new options after yesterday's little showdown. Well, fine. More for us, then. Meanwhile, and he had gone from a quiet nobody to the hottest topic on campus. Students swarmed in hopes of getting her contact info, with several outright inviting her to lunch. The Greenwood class students weren't about to let such a shining talent get poached, tightly surrounding her like guardians. Hee, let's go eat together. You don't need to respond to these people, her roommate, Tang Qingqing, declared firmly. A Greenwood class alpha leader with short hair and a confident stride, she wasted no time asserting control. But in Hee, unaccustomed to being the center of attention, was completely dazed and unsure how to respond. And Hee, I'm Wang Tianyin from the sword practitioner class. Just hit alpha upper 2. Care to exchange contacts? My family business runs a chain of hospitals, and you'd have a guaranteed job post-graduation. And Hee, I'm Ling Yin from the supernatural class. Add me. Your Greenwood class deals with magic and superpowers, so maybe we could collaborate. And classmate, I'm. What followed was utter chaos. Everyone quiet. A sharp, cold voice ripped through the crowd, carrying an icy chill that seemed to cut like a blade. Students turned instinctively toward the voice, and those closest froze under its menacing pressure. All eyes fixed on the figure approaching briskly. Chu Ruizhi, face taut with intensity, making his way toward Hee. Even Tang Qingqing's pupils dilated in alarm. And Hee's charm had drawn even Chu Ruizhi's interest? And Hee looked at him, feeling flustered. What's he doing? Why is he acting so scary? What should she do? Chu Ruizhi stepped up to face Ling Yan. Ling Yan didn't back down, steadfastly meeting his gaze. Suddenly, Chu struck, gripping Ling Yan's neck and throwing him aside, commanding and domineering. Ling Yan stumbled hard, his face red, blood vessels visible in his eyes. You dare lay a hand on someone? Li spat. Chu scoffed. Lay a hand? Do you believe I could ruin you right here, right now, with no consequences? Oh really? Someone from the divine aptitude class isn't that easy to ruin. Go ahead, try it while I'm right here. A gentle voice sounded from behind. Ling Yan, internally frazzled, was over this entire situation. He didn't particularly want to be ruined. Thank you very much. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. A young man with gold-rimmed glasses stood there, his white shirt crisp and spotless, projecting an air of calm purity. It's Jiang Huayan, the top talent in the divine aptitude class. Looks like things just got more interesting. Some students murmured as they made way. The tension in the air was palpable as Jiang and Chu squared off, locking eyes. One man exuded towering pride and dominance. The other, unflappable composure and elegance. Jiang Huayan, if you're here, then why waste time on that loser? I'll take you down instead, Chu said, ice in his voice. What big talk? Jiang responded, adjusting his glasses. It reeks so much I can barely see. Want to try me then? Go for it. The situation couldn't have been more intense. An ominous stillness settled. To be fair, taking on Chu Ruizhi didn't favor Jiang at this moment. Aptitudinal students hadn't fully mastered their abilities yet, making them weaker in combat than their sword-wielding classmates. Meanwhile, another group speculated this all started because of an Hee. Was she really that much of a beauty trap? Even Tang Qingqing, watching nearby, was getting a headache from the absurdity of it all. All right then, let's see, Chu said, about to take his first step forward. But then, breaking through the tension, and Hee's voice rang out. I'm on the east side, near the southeast gate. I think. I can't quite get out. The collective gaze fell back on her, stunned to see that she was talking on her phone, looking pitifully dejected. Who on earth had made an Hee so upset? Tang Qingqing, standing close enough, overheard the male voice on the other end of the line. Guy. And Hee, where on the field are you? And I'm on the east side, near the southeast gate. Guy. I'm starving out here. Why haven't you come to take me to eat? And I know, but I feel like I can't get out right now. Guy. Can't get out? How's that possible? You've got legs, don't you? Just walk. And Hee pouted, looking more pitiful by the minute. She had legs, sure, but they weren't solving her predicament. Guy, fine. I'm coming to get you. Food is a priority, and I'm going to find out who's delaying my meal. As in Hee hung up, her small mouth trembled, and she scanned the area, searching for someone she instinctively knew would solve this problem. Jiangbai. Jiangbai was cunning, but unlike Chu Ruizhi, he wasn't intimidating. Before anyone could catch sight of him, his voice echoed through the crowd. What's this, eh? Why's everyone gathered here? Blocking the path. Don't you guys know how sidewalks work? Break it up right now. Which class are you all from? Who's your advisor? Who's running this place? Arrogant. Absolutely brazen. Clearly annoyed, Jiangbai marched into the center, frustrated that this nonsense was holding him up from his meal. And Hee, where are you? Speak up already. And Hee quickly threw up her hand nervously. H here. Next time, grow taller, will you? With all these towering bodies around, it's a pain trying to find you. He locked eyes on her position and headed straight toward her. His reputation preceded him, and given how the energy around him practically screamed, combat mode activated, even the toughest students shifted aside to make way. Except for Chu Rueji, who stepped firmly into his path. This dude was built like a 6 feet 3 inches doorframe, all muscle. Add that to Jiang Bai's fiery entrance, and the anticipation among onlookers hit an all-time high. Even Zhang Huayan, who had so far passively observed, pushed his glasses up, intrigued by this new development. This was less about an hee-hee at this point. Between all the ego and class rivalries, it was clear battles like these were long overdue. Oh, real smart, blocking my way like some oversized door. What are you, blind? Couldn't you tell I'm trying to move past? Jiang Bai asked with zero tact, casually branding Chu Rueji doorframe guy. The crowd collectively guffawed and gasped. He came in hot with insults, completely unfiltered. Chu Rueji froze, speechless at first. Doorframe. He thought the guy would yell something cliché like, step aside. But no. Instead, he was hit with door metaphors and vulgarity. Who talks like this in college? Without skipping a beat, his fury turned physical, sword energy spiraling palpably. You must have a death wish. Chu growled, launching a punch imbued with sharp martial force. There it was. Action. The crowd's excitement skyrocketed, and he was no longer the focus. Entertainment was what they all lived for now. The punch was swift, full of brute energy, and utterly useless. Too slow. Jiang Bai nonchalantly raised a hand, catching Chu's fist like snapping up a small, harmless ball. The force fizzled out, ineffective. Chu's eyes widened in shock, and just as he tried pivoting for a knee strike, Jiang Bai's grip intensified. Ah! Chu yelped involuntarily, cold sweat dripping. His broken posture revealed who had the upper hand. You call this strength? Thought you were a big, scary king of campus, huh? Jiang sneered. He yanked Chu forward like he was weightless, executing a shoulder check that sent Chu flying. Simple, but brutally effective. It wasn't even about flash. Masterful control. Landing with a thud, Chu skidded meters across the grass, utterly defeated. What? The onlookers were equally floored. Did Jiang Bai seriously just dismissively KO the infamous Chu Rueji like a bored senior taking out a middle schooler? How could he? So easily. Ignoring the whispers, Jiang Bai waved dismissively and strolled toward Anhihi again. All right, all of you, clear out already. Eating is important business, got it? Even as the crowd parted, Tang Qingqing, the student leader from Greenwood class, stepped forward to challenge Jiang Bai. I'm Tang Qingqing, Greenwood class rep and Hehe storm leader. Obviously, you two know each other, but as her peer I still have to ask. Hehe, are you comfortable leaving with him? Blushing, and Hehe tugged at Qingqing's sleeve. What are you doing? Oh, for crying out loud. Jiang Bai sighed dramatically, stopping to rub his temples. Why is everyone trying to starve me today? Yes, I'm dangerous. I'll choke her with bread, drown her with soup, overload her plate until she dies of sheer fullness. Come on already. Summoning all my courage, I stepped in front of Tang Qingqing. Qingqing was looking out for me. You are not allowed to treat her this way. I let out a sigh. Let's go. Oh. She hesitated for a moment, then turned back and whispered. Qingqing, I'm sorry. Tang Qingqing gave a slight smile. It's nothing. This is my responsibility. I had already turned around, and Anhihi quickly followed. Her little face tense as she hurried to keep up. Stop. A furious roar exploded behind us. My fists clenched immediately, and my eyes turned sharp as I directed my gaze toward Chu Rueji, who had somehow picked himself up off the ground. In his hands, now firmly gripped, was a massive broadsword. You still want to fight? I marched toward him. He froze for a second. With the heavy sword in his hands, his confidence should have surged. But when he saw my menacing approach, he unconsciously stepped back. That single step made him feel utterly humiliated. Scared? He was scared. Unforgivable. Completely enraged, he roared and swung his sword at me. Bang! I slapped the broadsword out of his hands with a single palm, and before he could react, my size 10 boot left a firm imprint on his chest. As soon as he hit the ground, I was on him, raining punches until his face looked more pig-like than human. If you're unhappy about this, go train harder. Come find me anytime. But remember, every time you come, you'll leave looking like this. Let's see how strong your resolve really is. I got up, exuding a dominating aura. And let's go. Finally, we made it to the cafeteria. The cafeteria staff had clearly anticipated the awakening ceremony and had prepared well. The portions and quality of food were exceptional. Here, with everyone focused on grabbing their food, there were fewer eyes on Anhihi. This girl always kept her head down, hair covering her face. If you didn't look carefully, you'd never catch a proper glimpse of her. We each grabbed a big plate of food and found somewhere to sit. You performed well during the awakening ceremony, but don't get complacent. Talent is just the first step. You'll need to train hard to rise quickly and change your fate. She nodded lightly, determination in her eyes. She would work hard. The first step to diligent training starts with eating well. Eat properly, and eat a lot. Your lunch portions have to increase. 3 pounds of rice and 3 pounds of meat for you today. Sound doable? Her eyes went wide in shock. That's a lot. All right, your silence means agreement. Dig in. I can't. Look at you, just like a little foodie. Can't even get the words out, huh? Don't worry, eat all you can. If it's not enough, we can get more. But I can't finish this. Can't finish it? You'll have to learn. You're just at the body tempering stage. If your nutrition isn't enough, you'll train yourself skinny, ending up looking like skin and bones. Now quit talking and eat up. There's a reward waiting for you if you do. Okay. She never expected rewards. Honestly, as long as I wasn't bullying her, it was already a good day. I, on the other hand, was starving. The stronger the body, the more food it demands. After advancing so much in a single breath during the ceremony, my body was desperately in need of replenishment. We both dove into our meals, heads face down and focused. Eat. I kept going. I even went back for seconds, and as I finally leaned back with satisfaction, and he was already full, rubbing her stomach with furrowed brows, seemingly about to burst. Too weak. You couldn't even finish 3 pounds of rice. Never mind. Since you tried hard enough, you'll still get a reward. I reached into my bag, pulling out the rainbow unicorn-themed thermos and placed it in front of her. Here, your reward. She stared at the thermos, looking dumbfounded. It wasn't very big, about 8 inches tall, in a soft pink color with unicorns, stars, and moons printed all over it. As far as my fairly average taste goes, it seemed perfectly suited for a girl. Never mind whether she liked it or not. I liked it. And a real man isn't afraid to enjoy something pink. She hesitated, feeling that she shouldn't accept it. Jiang Bai had already treated her to so many meals, and now he was gifting her a thermos. How could she repay him? But it really was so pretty. If you dare say no, I'll buy a rainbow unicorn straight up tomorrow and have it roasted into meat. I snarled, throwing in a dramatic threat. In the end, she carefully picked up the thermos, as if it were fragile, and tucked it into her tote bag. Then she looked up at me, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Bai, thank you. I'll repay you someday. I didn't answer her or even look at her. Instead, I focused intently on her tote bag. Ding. Helped and Hee have a proper meal. Kindness score plus 10. Ding. Helped and Hee improve her life quality. Kindness score plus 10. It's settled. Improving someone's quality of life counts too. Perfect. I was delighted. There's no way and Hee can leave now. Next, we'll head out for some serious shopping. Full yet. She nodded quickly, her sparkling eyes still full of gratitude. That's when I noticed something. Hey, are you wearing contact lenses? Contact lenses? What's that? I didn't even know what they were until Zhang mentioned them. But she seemed genuinely confused, so what was up with her shiny eyes? Suddenly flustered, her face turned beet red as she rushed to lower her gaze. Did her eyes always sparkle like that? I didn't get it, but I stopped caring. All right, now that we've eaten, let's walk it off a bit. Come on, let's go browse. Where to? Outside the East Gate. But the East Gate is always crowded. Maybe we should walk off the meal on the campus track instead. You'll go where I say we'll go. Okay. The two of us walked one behind the other through campus. As I walked, I started planning out ways to raise her quality of life. With her personality, she'd definitely refuse anything too expensive. Even if I forced it on her, she might not accept it. I'd have to come up with the right excuse. What's a good excuse though? As I thought, inspiration struck. Got it. Listen, once we're outside, I'm going to pick up something for a good friend from high school. You'll help me decide if it looks good or not, all right? Not if it's good. Shake your head if it's not. Got it? She asked curiously. Then why don't you just bring your good friend along? This girl is sharper than she looks. Why ask so many questions? Just follow me. Oh, okay. No way was I explaining this. The area outside the East Gate was a bustling hub of food stalls and shops, popular among both students and nearby residents. We didn't need food anymore, so I headed straight toward one of the bag stores. Let's see which one looks good. A nice bag can fix everything. My friend is upset, so I need to get them a new bag to smooth things over. And he frowned, her confusion still not resolved. But then she remembered the girl who had called me before. That must be the friend, right? In that case, it made sense I'd want to fix things. It might have even been her fault, thinking about the voice call incident. Finally, she started focusing on the bag selection. What kind of bags does your friend like? How would I know? But aren't you good friends? We're good friends, but do you know what I like? She paused for a moment, then said, you like food. Well, she wasn't wrong. You pick something out. If I knew what my friend liked, I wouldn't have brought you along, would I? She realized I had a point and focused back on the bags, eventually picking out a simple canvas bag. Hanging off. A gray bunny plush charm. Scan it. I announced as I checked out. And he suddenly remembered something. Didn't you say you were out of money? Have you ever heard a saying? I put on a melancholic expression as if I was lamenting the sorrows of humanity. What saying? She tilted her head upwards to look at me. At 5 feet 6 inches, she still had to look up at my 6 feet 1 inch frame. The world says this. The more handsome a man is, the better he is at lying. My lies could even deceive the heavens, so just imagine how handsome I am. Wait, is the point here whether you're handsome or not? Shouldn't the point be that you're supposedly broke? Let's go check out another store for shoes. What size does your friend wear? What size do girls usually wear? Around 6, 7, or 8 in the US. Simple. Buy one pair in each size. This guy's thought process is seriously off. Shoes that are too big or too small are uncomfortable. You can't shop like that. Then what's your size? Your build is similar to hers, just a tiny bit slimmer. I'm a 6. Then we'll buy 6. But, stop overthinking it. Hurry up. My advisor messaged me. We've got class at 4. Let's move. Knowing her feet are a bit on the smaller side, and he chose a size 7 to play it safe. There's clothing to look at too. Let's go. Let's go. No time left. Quick decisions. I urged her nonstop, having no space to think thoroughly, and he just picked things based on her own taste. She knows not everyone is as broke as she is, so she leaned a bit flashier than usual. Patterns on tees she'd typically leave plain, or a skirt she doesn't usually wear but still decided on because it was strikingly pretty. All right, done. Let's go. Following behind me carrying bags of stuff, and he saw me set a timer on my phone. Right outside the girls' dormitory, the alarm rang. Hello? What? You want to cut ties with me? I just bought you a ton of gifts. Don't do this. What? You insist? All right. Well, you said it first. If I talk to you again after this, then I'm your dad. I fumed, hanging up. She's infuriating. I've always been the one cutting people off, and today, someone actually cut me off instead. Fine. So be it. And everything we just bought is yours now. Don't want it. Throw it out then. I don't care, but I refuse to chase after that girl. With that, I stormed off without looking back. And he stood there, staring at my retreating figure, utterly confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I even doing? It all happened so fast. Before she could process it, I was already 200 meters away. She looked down at the bags in her hands and fell silent. Panic flashed in her eyes before softening into a faint tenderness, her cheeks slowly starting to flush. She wasn't an idiot. My awful acting wouldn't fool her. Looking back up, she noticed I had stopped walking. Another girl had blocked my path. The girl wore a trendy blazer and short skirt, with long, slender, fair legs. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, perfectly youthful and vibrant. A gold necklace around her neck gleamed against her fair skin. Facing each other, the two seemed like a match made in heaven. It made the sunlight suddenly feel glaring to Anhee. Then she heard me yell, "Didn't I just cut you off? Stop talking to me." I barked before completely ignoring the girl and walking around her. And he was stunned. What? That wasn't just an act? He really cut ties with her? Lu Xinjin was fuming. Had Jiangbai lost his mind? They had argued just yesterday, but she had already taken the initiative to mend things today, only to be met with his outburst. She had even watched the video going around in their group chat, the one of Jiangbai beating up Chu Ruizhi. She hadn't expected him to be that skilled and had started seeing him in a slightly better light. She planned to patch things up with him and persuade him to apologize to Chu Ruizhi since Chu's sister, Chu Xiao, was the student council president. If Chu Xiao decided to step in and make things difficult for Jiangbai, he'd definitely be in for a rough time at Wuxian University. But her intentions were immediately derailed by that loud outburst. Psychopath. Bastard. You deserve to get beaten up. She stomped upstairs, swearing not to spare him another thought, completely unaware of Anhee standing at a distance loaded with bags. Everything was a mess, completely scrambled. Anhee ruffled her hair. So the falling out was real? And that short-skirt girl was Jiangbai's good friend from high school? She happened to call while Jiangbai's phone was in her hands, so after she answered, the girl got upset. Jiangbai asked her to buy gifts to smooth things over, but the result was her cutting him off, and Jiangbai's fiery personality wasn't having it. If she says, done, he's done. So now all these things are hers. Is that how this all went? But wait, something still didn't add up. That girl was clearly shorter than her, and Jiangbai said his high school friend's height and build were similar to hers. The pieces didn't fit. Should she apologize to that girl? As the idea formed, Anhee quickly shook it off. No way, she didn't dare. Then what was she supposed to do with all this stuff? Just as the thought arose, Jiangbai's call came through. Anhee, throw out everything you bought. Burn it. I'm so pissed off, someone actually dared to cut me off. Her lips moved slightly. Everything was brand new. Of course she couldn't throw it out. How about I hand deliver it to her for you? She mustered up some courage. You? Are you dumb? She cut me off. If you go give it to her, You'll just make us a pair of pathetic simps. What's next, if we end up as a couple and kiss? Will you kneel on the ground like a footstool so she can reach me? Offended, she blurted out. That's not happening. Now you get it? So throw it all out. But it's all brand new. Not tossing it. Fine. Then it's yours now. Tonight. With the new clothes, shoes, and bag when we meet for dinner. Otherwise, return it all to me, and I'll set the whole pile on fire. Got it. Holding the phone slightly away, she winced at his tantrum. That's your option. Wear it or bring it back to me to burn. Either way, you're not giving it to that girl. Decide now, he growled before slamming the call off. I thought my acting this time around was decent enough. It's just funny that amidst the performance, Lu Jinjin happened to show up for her impromptu cameo. The reason for that second call, the lifestyle improvement points hadn't been credited yet. I couldn't let Anhihi give the stuff to anyone else. She probably wouldn't keep any of it for herself, either. Heck, as timid as she is, she might really try delivering everything to Lu Jinjin instead. It's unlikely, but still, what if? What if she showed up weakly holding all those bags? Just imagining Lu Jinjin's reaction, finding none of it her style and mismatched sizes, seething rage in a dorm room showdown. Honestly, the mental image was, excitedly, I made this call. Ding. Helping Anhihi improve her life. Good deed points plus 60. She accepted. That works. At least it wasn't all for nothing. Sometimes, it's actually harder to help someone who has too much of a conscience. They always hesitate to accept help. Honestly, I've been considering that when the system upgrades to level 2 and allows me to bond with another person, I'll pick someone greedy. They'll take anything without worrying about gratitude or morality. That way, I can rack up points without a problem. Anhihi did accept the help, though. Right now, she's probably stressing about how to repay me. In her mind, she owes me. Over in the girls' dorm, she walked in carrying an armful of items. Her roommates were stunned and envious as they gawked. After all, everyone knew Anhihi was poor. She had good looks and talent, and now, those traits seemed to be paying off pretty fast. Tang Qingqing chuckled and asked, Hihi, did some guy buy you all this stuff? She hesitated. Explaining felt like too much work, so she simply admitted, yeah. Her roommate Zhengku, feeling slightly jealous, teased, did you return the favor and buy him something? She knew Anhihi didn't have the money and asked on purpose. Tang Qingqing shot Zhengku a sharp glance, annoyed. These days, it's perfectly normal for guys to give gifts to girls. They don't really expect anything back. But Anhihi didn't think that way. What do you think I could give back as a thank you? She asked. Zhengku smirked and quipped, why not just offer yourself to him? Anhihi froze, her face turning red as she quickly stammered. We're not in that kind of relationship. Obviously, Zhengku retorted. Still, that guy, ugh, none of what he gave you is branded. Let me tell you something. When a guy gives gifts, it reflects how much he values you. If he gives gold, you're worth gold. Diamonds mean you're as eternal as diamonds. Branded items mean you're as special as a brand. But those cheap clothes and bags he gave you, where are they from? The corner discount shop? Does that mean, in his eyes, you're as cheap as those bags? Zhengku, stop talking nonsense. Tang Qingqing interjected sharply. You think I'm wrong? Zhengku snapped. You are wrong. The response was firm, resolute, and, surprisingly, not from Tang Qingqing. It was Anhihi. Zhengku froze, and even Tang Qingqing looked stunned. Anhihi had always been the soft-spoken, easygoing type. No one had ever seen her react this strongly. What part of what I said is wrong? Zhengku challenged. Anhihi replied seriously. The value of a gift, expensive or cheap, doesn't change the fact that it's someone else's kindness. But what if there's an ulterior motive behind it? Zhengku pressed. That's still kindness, Anhihi insisted. As a child, Anhihi constantly received hand-me-downs. Notebooks, clothing, textbooks, and even desks. Some people would sneer and say these donors were only helping for appearances or personal gain. But her grandmother had once said, it doesn't matter what they're after. Thanks to people like them, you have decent clothes, enough school supplies, and a clean classroom to learn in. To you, they're good people. You can stay cautious of others, but never deny their kindness. And while others can criticize them, you can't. Such goodwill. Cheap and meaningless, Zhengku scoffed. Anhihi's lips twitched as if she wanted to say more, but remained quiet in the end. If she were bolder, she might have asked, if you consider their kindness worthless, why don't you buy me clothes and shoes instead? But she wasn't the type to pick fights. Tang Qingqing shot Zhengku a glare. Pure and innocent as Anhihi was, Zhengku filling her head with this negativity was infuriating. Turning to her, Tang Qingqing said, you really want to return the favor? Anhihi nodded lightly. Then just focus on improving yourself. You have immense natural talent. Someday, when you become a healer, Jiang Bai, being in the close combat class, will probably get injured a lot. You can treat him then. That's repayment enough. Anhihi nodded thoughtfully. That did seem like a good idea. But isn't that a bit far off? Nothing sooner. Tang Qingqing paused to think. Honestly, aside from getting into a relationship with him, what could he possibly offer as repayment now when she didn't even have a single penny to her name? If you want something quicker, you'll just have to observe or ask him what he needs. By the way, is he trying to pursue you? Blushing a little, and he thought about it seriously. I don't think so. She wasn't lying. There had been others who chased after her before, and Jiang Bai's behavior didn't resemble theirs in the slightest. He didn't have that kind of look in his eyes either. Well, to be fair, his eyes did light up with intensity sometimes, like when she was eating. The more she ate, the happier he seemed to get. If he's not pursuing you, then what's his motive? Tang Qingqing was confused. He keeps telling me to eat more, and he answered earnestly. Tang Qingqing froze. What the heck? Was this some bizarre fetish? You're eating together tonight too, right? And he nodded. All right then, I'll tag along. You don't mind, do you? I don't mind, and he replied. But I'm not sure if he will. PSH, so what? If I'm eating with my bestie, he's got control over that too? I'll just come, Tang Qingqing declared. Okay, and he agreed. She just hoped Jiang Bai wouldn't go crazy and pick a fight with Tang Qingqing later. When I transferred into the close combat class, I was a bit late. My new roommate had already claimed me a seat. As soon as I stepped in, the entire class turned, staring at me in unison. I guess that video of me wrecking Chu Ruizhi had already made its rounds. Even the swordsmanship class hotshot had been floored by me. Word had definitely spread. Internally, I sighed. So, this is what it feels like to have my charisma finally acknowledged by the masses. Respect. At least they're perceptive. Smirking, I swaggered over to my seat as if I owned the place. Yo, old Jiang, did you really beat up Chu Ruizhi? Qin Shengfeng quickly asked. Yeah, I did. I replied nonchalantly. Why? Nothing really. You're famous now. The video's gone viral. Everyone's calling you the most arrogant freshman. Anger surged in my chest. What? How dare they? Shouldn't I be called the most handsome freshman? My classmates fell into stunned silence. You're not worried Chu Ruizhi will try to get back at you? Qin Shengfeng prodded. If he wants revenge, he can get another beating. I don't care if he's a genius. Geniuses are exactly the kind of people I'm here to put in their place. So bold. The surrounding students silently gave me a thumbs up. But Chu Ruizhi's got connections, Qin warned. I raised an eyebrow. Connections? What kind of connections? His sister, Chu Xiao, is our student council president, Qin explained. Oh, please. I rolled my eyes. Geez. I thought you were about to tell me the principal was his dad or something. Turns out it's just a student council president. Getting stronger and stronger. Freshman year, she competed against other freshmen. Sophomore year, she faced off against under-20s nationwide. Junior year, it was all university students nationwide, including seniors. Now as a senior herself, she's probably going to win first place this year. #1 in the nation among all college students. Just imagine how terrifying that is. My head started to ache from all this chatter. Where are you getting all this info anyway? The internet. Haven't you seen it? She looked around, but everyone nearby shook their heads. As we were chatting, the counselor and a teacher walked into the room. The counselor was a young-looking female, probably in her 20s, though cultivators always looked youthful, and introduced herself as Wu Wanru. Everyone, the revival ceremony has concluded, so now you can begin cultivation. First, let me introduce the teacher responsible for guiding your cultivation, Professor Zheng Wuliang from Wuxiang University. He's the creator of the 18 Forms of Body Forging, which is listed as a mandatory course for freshmen in 32 universities across the country. He's also a high-level master in the domain stage. Let's give him a warm welcome. Applause erupted in the classroom. One more thing. We haven't assigned a class monitor until now, so I'm officially announcing. Our class monitor will be Jiang Bai. More applause. Wait, me? Class monitor? I was mildly surprised. Well, it's fine. I'll give it a go, and if it gets too bothersome, I'll just quit. The academic representative will be Tan Xingyu, she continued. More applause followed as Tan Xingyu, the stunning beauty of our melee combat class, stood up and bowed in gratitude. That's all for now. Class monitor and academic representative, come see me after class. The class session is now Professor Zheng's responsibility, the counselor said, turning and leaving without a moment's hesitation. Professor Zheng Wuliang stepped forward, a middle-aged man with a moderate build, short hair, and a somewhat scholarly demeanor rather than a rugged one. Hello, everyone. I am Zheng Wuliang, your body forging instructor. You should have learned some basics of body forging in high school, so I'll keep it brief. Body forging has 9 levels. First is refining the skin. Second is refining the flesh. Third is tempering the bones. Fourth is nurturing the organs. Fifth is outright rebirth. Sixth is connecting the meridians. Seventh is purifying the blood. Eighth is refining the marrow. And ninth is complete unity. The sole purpose of body forging is to make one's physical body capable of condensing blood energy. Our Wuxiang approach to cultivation includes the 18 forms of body forging, which I created. It incorporates ancient techniques from boxing, palm strikes, and legwork. It strengthens the body while also preparing it for explosive combat power. Now, the most important part of body forging is neither the techniques nor diligence, it's eating. Starting today, while practicing the 18 forms, each of you must consume at least 10,000 calories a day. As your cultivation deepens, you'll need more and more. If you want to speed things up, you can either purchase potions or use traditional nutrient-rich broths. The choice is yours. Now, let's begin learning the 18 forms. Professor Zeng explained everything patiently and methodically, exuding the confidence of a seasoned educator. We moved on to the classroom's training area, custom-built to accommodate both theory lessons and physical practice. Zhang Bai, you've already generated blood energy, haven't you? He asked. Yes, sir. I replied, earning surprised gasps from everyone who overheard. Blood energy? That would make me a blood energy warrior already. Pretty impressive, right? And what body forging method have you been practicing so far? To be honest, sir, I haven't practiced any. I was born naturally gifted. My nonchalant response made Professor Zeng chuckle. He probably wasn't used to people praising themselves like that. Well, if you've got no prior training, then follow along with the rest of the class. Once you've mastered the 18 forms, come see me, and I'll teach you the techniques for circulating blood energy. Even if you're already at the blood energy stage, you must never neglect body forging at any level. The body is the root of all cultivation, he emphasized. Understood, sir. I replied, keeping myself humble before such an experienced teacher. After all, where else could you find such an expert for just a few $1,000 in tuition? The 18 forms weren't hard to learn. What's difficult is sticking to it and having the resources to train. For example, during the skin refinement stage, you need to apply medicinal ointments to your body to assist with training. I didn't personally need them, but he did, so I bought 10 bottles of the ointment from Professor Zeng. That should be enough for her to finish the first stage. As class ended and I was about to slip away, Tan Xingyu called out. Damn it, I'd almost forgotten I had to meet the counselor. Guess I was too preoccupied thinking about food. Just as I stepped out of the classroom, 2 imposing students were already waiting at the door. Zhang Bai, we're from the student council. We need you to come with us to assist in an investigation, one said. Ah, payback already, huh? I raised an eyebrow. The student council, huh? You think you're so powerful? Even the disciplinary team needs official documentation to detain someone, and you think a few words are enough to make me go? They flinched, their expressions hardening. We're with the student council. Oh no, I'm so scared. You're not special. You've got 1 head and 2 eyes, just like anyone else. Show me some documents, and I'll go. No documents? Not happening. Zhang Bai, do you even realize what you're doing right now? I smirked, dismissing them completely. Qin Shengfeng chimed in. Well, senior brothers, as far as I know, the student council needs a legitimate reason and written proof from the academy to summon a student. Do you have that? Of course they don't. I crossed my arms. I haven't done anything wrong. If you want to take me in, you'd better beat me first. Drag my unconscious body out of here. Qin continued. Also, you two look like sophomores. As per campus rules, higher grade students cannot attack low grade students first. The punishments are harsh. The one called Li Mingyang looked visibly distressed. A hothead and a rulebook lawyer? Tough combo. Shouldn't most freshmen be trembling in fear when they see someone from the council? Zhang Bai, Li Mingyang finally said. The council is looking into you because you attacked a fellow student. The video is spreading everywhere, causing quite an uproar. While we don't have formal authorization, it's in your best interest to cooperate. Maybe make a public apology to clear this up. It'll help you in the long run. Was this Chu Xiao who sent you? You know the council president, so you must realize how serious this is. Oh, then it wasn't her. So what? Just some lackeys acting on their own to score points with her. What's the saying again? Su Kuan piped up. The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuchs are scrambling? Exactly. That's the one. I burst out laughing. By now, a group of melee combat students had gathered around us. Unsurprisingly, my dorm mates were front and center, standing their ground without hesitation. Gotta love those guys who've seen me at my most vulnerable. Li Mingyang and his buddy looked miserable. The unity within our melee class? Overpowered. And damn, Qin was spot on. Their boss probably wanted to curry favor with Chu Xiao. Fine, very fine. Melee class, dorm 213. You've made quite an impression, Li Mingyang said coldly. Oh, yes, being impressive is our specialty. Got a problem? Go ahead, fight me. If you can't, don't buzz around like flies. Otherwise, I'll walk over to the sword training class and beat the crap out of Chu Ruizhi again. Realizing they couldn't win here, the two stormed off in frustration. I let out a long exhale. Forget them. There are more important things to deal with, like meeting the counselor. Let's go, and thanks guys, I said to my dorm mates. walking off with Tan Qingyu toward the office building. But our steps slowed down as we went, and eventually, she softly asked me, 失落了就是失落了，班长，你怎么了? Ugh, the more I think, the angrier I get. You go find the counselor. I'm going to beat the crap out of Chu Rueji. With that, I turned and stormed off towards the sword hall. Sometimes the more you try to calm down, the angrier you get. People always say be patient, let it go, but what does that even achieve? Nothing but frustration. All of this, this, is because of Chu Rueji. Yeah, I can't take on a sophomore at the blood energy stage, and I sure can't defeat the overly cocky Chu Xiaoyao, but Chu Rueji? Oh, I can definitely handle him. Screw it. Class rep, come back. We should handle this properly and talk to the counselor. You go? Tell the counselor. I went to the bathroom. Class rep. Tan Qingyu stomped her foot in frustration, her face filled with exasperation. His temper is insane. I sprinted to the neighboring sword cultivation class. They had just finished their foundational training, and some of the students were still practicing diligently. I peeked into every classroom until I finally spotted him. Chu Rueji, get out here. I need to talk to you. The sword cultivation freshman turned to look at me, recognizing who I was, amusement flickering in their eyes. Came to apologize, huh? They probably thought he picked a fight with Chu Rueji before formally starting training and now regrets it. Too bad, no amount of apologizing will save him. Chu Rueji will make sure he pays for it. Chu Rueji, however, furrowed his brows. Had his older sister interfered? He felt annoyed. This was supposed to be between freshmen. Having his senior sister intervene felt humiliating. Hopefully, Jiang Bai wasn't here to apologize. That would only disappoint him further. He strode out of the classroom, stopping at the doorway as we faced off. His tone was flat. What do you want? I stretched and loosened up my limbs. Grab your sword. You here to spar? I said, grab your sword. He reluctantly pulled out his heavy blade from his spatial ring. I let out a growl. I'm here to kick your ass. With a yell, he swung his blade, noticeably faster than he had been that afternoon, but still too slow. One punch sent his weapon vibrating off course. The sheer force of my attack threw him completely off balance. Within a split second, I closed the distance and swept his legs out from under him. He went crashing to the ground. Fast. Too fast. The heavy blade clattered away as I kicked it aside, then dropped my full weight onto his stomach, almost making his eyes bulge out. My fists came down like hailstones. You were gonna go run to the student council? Huh. I'll make you think twice about that. Your sister thinks she's all that? I'll show you who's all that. Blocking me in front of my class? Oh, I'll remember that. Hearing the commotion, a mob of swordsmanship freshmen burst out of their classroom. They were met with the sight of me pummeling Chu Rueji, though it looked more like a scene out of Kung Fu Hustle. The sword cultivation class was furious. They're used to being the bullies. Nobody comes to their turf to start fights, much less beat up their class leader. Sword fighters don't lack guts. The first shouted, "Stop it," and rushed at me. When there's one, there's always a second. I leapt to my feet and dropped the first with a punch. Come on, all of you. Let's go. The melee began. I was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, knocking them out one by one. By now, wailing echoed across the first floor of the sword hall. Hearing the racket, students from sword class 2 and 3 rushed in to help. Bring it on. One by one, I took them all down. Fight. Fight them all. Meanwhile, Tan Qingyu was meeting nervously with our counselor. Wu Wanru glanced at her curiously. Where's Jiang Bai? Tan Qingyu's lips trembled. Surely Jiang Bai wouldn't cause too much trouble just dealing with Chu Rueji, right? Might as well cover for him. Class rep said he had to, use the bathroom. He'll be here soon. All right then, let's focus. Have you ever been a class secretary before? I haven't, but I was class rep in high school. Well, let me tell you, being a college class secretary is very different. It involves more responsibilities like coordinating with professors for every course. Wu Wanru started explaining the duties step by step. After over 10 minutes, she checked the time. Where's Jiang Bai? Tan Qingyu hesitated. Good question, where Wash? Why don't you give him a call? Okay. She asked for my number. She already wanted to run for class rep, so she planned to collect everyone's contact information anyhow. She never expected a random transfer like Jiang Bai to come out of nowhere. Hello? Who is this? My voice was slightly muffled by background noise. Was that groaning? Tan Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Bai, are you done in the bathroom? Counselor is waiting for you. Almost done, just finishing up. Just need a bit longer. Well, hurry up. Got it, busy now, gotta go. I hung up. Wu Wanru's face darkened. Being more than just a counselor, but also a powerful cultivator herself, to teach at Wuxiang, her strength was at least at the divine ability stage. She could hear the groans and cries clearly. Tan, what is Jiang Bai really doing? What are those sounds in the background? Tan Qingyu froze, biting her lip tightly. I really don't know. He told me he was going to the bathroom, and Wu Wanru's phone interrupted. Her expression turned serious after seeing the caller ID. Professor Wong, what's the matter? The voice on the other end belonged to one of the sword cultivation professors, who chuckled dryly. Ah, nothing major, really. Just wanted to ask you to come grab your student from the sword hall. Well, all four of my class's freshmen are on the floor. Wu Wanru shot up from her chair so hard it slammed into the wall behind her. What did you say? Isn't Zhang Bai from your close combat class 1? The sky was falling. Wu Wanru could practically see her bright future in education being shredded by an enormous figurative sword. You said went to the bathroom, she hissed at Tan Qingyu. Tan Qingyu clenched her jaw. He told me he was going to the bathroom. Sure, he went to the bathroom. Professor Wong's voice sounded again, his sarcastic amusement not hidden. He just decided to use the sword class as his toilet and is currently relieving himself on their freshmen's heads. Back at the sword hall, I had flattened every single sword cultivation freshman, leaving none standing. Hell, even Chu Rueji had tried to power up again for a comeback, but I smashed him back down. Now I was literally on top of him, training my blows like a boxer working out on a sandbag. Groans and cries filled the hall. Some people were still standing, quite a few actually. They were the sword cultivation professors. A refined, bearded professor approached me, smiling faintly. I offered him a polite nod. Sir, would you like me to stop? Wong Wudi, literally Invincible Wong, casually waved his hand, smiling even wider. No need, carry on. I'm just curious. How did you reach the blood energy stage so quickly? Maybe because I'm gifted, I replied confidently. Sir, you're young and hold high status. I imagine you understand the kind of struggle us geniuses face. Always being unable to stop improving. Can't even eat a meal without getting stronger. The struggle is real. Wong Wudi. Oh, for crying out loud. This kid's more pretentious than I am. Don't you feel even the slightest bit ashamed? As a blood energy stage fighter, beating up freshmen barely starting at body tempering level 1. Don't you think that's a bit much? Not at all, sir. After all, we're all freshmen, I said with a grin. If I can reach the blood energy stage, why can't they? If I'm this S, if you dare to mess with me, isn't it right for me to fight back? Waiting until they surpass me in skill? At that point, even if I didn't provoke them and they came at me just because they didn't like me, I wouldn't say a word about it. What if a sophomore student hit you? That won't do. The school rules clearly state that senior students cannot hit juniors. Wong Wudi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, well said. Kid, do you want to transfer? Come join my swordsmanship class and train with me. He found the boy too intriguing to pass up and unhesitatingly extended an olive branch. Professor Wong, now that's not fair. Wu Wanru, who had just arrived, caught wind of him trying to poach and immediately chimed in. Your swordsmanship class is filled with prodigies. Our combat class rarely produces a gem, and if you poach this one, our dean might just throw a fit. She surveyed the scattered and unconscious swordsmanship students on the ground, utterly shocked. This Zhang Bai, could he really be this monstrous? But the moment she heard Wong Wudi trying to poach him, she was immediately displeased. The swordsmanship class already hogs all the top talent, while combat only gets the leftovers. They finally get someone this ferocious, and now he wants to take him too? She wouldn't have it. I landed another punch on Chu Rueji. Sorry, Professor, my advisor's here. I appreciate the offer, but I'm the class leader of the combat class. Running off would undoubtedly tarnish our name. I can't do that. Wong Wudi sighed regretfully. Well then, you better brace yourself for the swordsmanship class's relentless retaliation. I grinned brightly, showing a full set of teeth. Nope, you guys should be the ones preparing for my relentless beatdowns. With one final punch, all the pent-up energy in my chest dissipated. I stood up, addressing the so-called prodigies of the swordsmanship class. Folks, today's fight was passable. You better train hard so that next time, you won't collapse before I really start trying. See you the next time I'm pissed. With that, I strolled casually to Wu Wanru and said, Advisor, what brings you here? I was just about to come find you. Wu Wanru took a deep breath, giving me a long look. Apologies, everyone. I'll be taking Zhang Bai back for a thorough reprimand. Let's go. I followed her away, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos across the 4 swordsmanship class groups. Chu Rueji, lying flat on the ground, removed his hands from shielding his swollen face, his eyes barely open, staring at the ceiling as the flames of vengeance roared in his chest. Zhang Bai, Zhang Bai. Tan Qingyu looked at the sea of swordsmanship students sprawled across the ground, her heart pounding in disbelief. Did he single-handedly take out over 200 of them? How would the advisor deal with this? What would the academy do about it? Anxiety ate at her, while all the while I was idly checking out the long legs of a passing beauty. Zhang Bai. Yes, advisor? Have you thought about how to handle this situation? I blinked. Handle what? I didn't break any school rules. What do you need me for? Let me know quickly. I'm starving and still need to grab dinner. You took down all those from the swordsmanship class, yet you think you didn't break any rules. Wu Wanru was struggling to hold it together. Dinner. Yeah, the school clearly states that if the weaker party provokes the stronger is allowed to engage in appropriate non-lasting disciplinary actions. So you're telling me, all 200 plus students provoked you? I nodded earnestly. Initially, it was just Chu Rueji who started it, so I only hit him. But then, as I was at it, the rest of them jumped in unprovoked. They attacked me first. Naturally, I had to defend myself. All 200 of them rushed at you. Not all of them. Some were too scared to join. But hey, the swordsmanship class instructors are nice folks. They encouraged the hesitant ones to give it a go since I wasn't having enough fun yet. Only then did I finally get to enjoy myself. Wu Wanru. Advisor, please, don't worry. I held back. Sure, it might look bad, and yeah, they're in pain, but no one's bones are broken. If the school thinks I was in the wrong, just give me a good enough reason, and I'll take whatever punishment they throw my way. Worst case, I get a disciplinary warning. It's not like that's worse than failing to turn in homework. You're so carefree about it. Fine. Let me call the dean. This one's above me. Wu Wanru dialed the combat class dean. Dean, this is Wu Wanru. Just giving you a quick update. Nothing too serious, just a minor student scuffle. Our freshman Jiang Bai got into it, with Chu Rueji from the swordsmanship class. Yes, that's right, the Chu Rueji with god-tier talent. Typical student conflicts, but Chu Rueji escalated it by apparently rallying a bunch of sophomore student council members to cause trouble for Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai got fed up and went over to the swordsmanship class himself. Naturally, he beat up Chu Rueji again. No real injuries, just external bruises. You know how young men are, hot-blooded. Of course, the swordsmanship class got riled up and jumped him to defend Chu Rueji. Our Jiang Bai was forced to fight back. Yes, literally had to fight all 4 swordsmanship class groups. Completely took them down. Every single one of them. Yes, sir, that's the situation, though Jiang Bai really was just acting in self-defense. I was slightly impressed. This advisor sure could shield her students. Not bad. Suddenly, a resounding laugh rang out like a thunderclap across the entire Wuxiang University, shaking the heavens and earth. Ha ha ha. Why are you laughing, Li Tianhai? Duel me in the skies, now, came a sharp female voice moments after. In an instant, the skies were illuminated by countless streaks of unparalleled sword energy, casting the entire university into a dazzling glow. Ha ha ha, like I'd be scared? Let's go. 2 beams of light shot skyward, while laughter echoed faintly from the stratosphere. I stared dumbfounded. Advisor, what the hell was that? Wu Wanru chuckled. Ah, that's just our dean and the dean of the Swordsmanship Academy duking it out. Relax. You're off the hook now. I thought to myself, not like I was ever worried to begin with. Combat Academy's dean. Now there's a character I'd like to know better. Back in the office, Wu Wanru began briefing me on the duties of a class leader. Handle matters within the class and act as a liaison with other class leaders and the student council for external affairs and events. At the same time, a video clip was pinned to the university forum's homepage. The title read, Shocking. Wuxiang University's weakest swordsmanship class yet. The view count skyrocketed immediately. Who was bold enough to diss the notoriously arrogant swordsmanship class? Weren't they afraid of retribution? But then they checked the uploader's ID. Wang Wudi, certified vice dean of the Swordsmanship Academy, professor, PhD advisor, half-step towards the heavenly realm, and the head of the invincible sword sect. Say no more. Carry on, professor. Some students clicked on the video, and all hell broke loose in the comments. Top comment by Wang Wudi. This is truly the weakest swordsmanship class I've ever taught. Disgraceful. The second, third, and fourth comments were all variations of, what the heck? The video showed me decimating all 4 swordsmanship classes, the footage displayed plainly for the whole school to see. Chu Rueji, beaten so badly he was barely recognizable. The sight of more than 200 people collapsing together was quite something. App download numbers started skyrocketing. I left the instructor's office, and on my way back, I noticed something was off. Some students were already giving me weird looks. What's going on? Soon, I got my answer. In our dorm group chat, Qin Shengfeng had shared a video and even tagged me. This guy is always at the forefront of gossip, a true internet sleuth. I checked it out and felt a bit disappointed. Thought maybe I had magically become more handsome. Turns out, nope, it was just this again. Class rep, want to grab lunch together? Tan Qingyu asked with a smile. She's a textbook beauty, graceful figure, stunning facial features, definitely the star of the close combat class, even qualified to contend for the title of overall campus beauty. But for me, that doesn't do much. No thanks, I already have a lunch buddy. Her expression immediately filled with faux sadness. Wow, class rep, how heartless of you. Turning down such a beautiful lady so ruthlessly. I shrugged. Tan Qingyu, fine, I won't eat with you either, humph. Once she left, I called and hee. Let's grab lunch. She hesitated. Spit it out already. Ching Ching wants to join us for lunch. She finally mustered the courage. Fine, but she's paying for herself. Oh, where are you? Second floor dining hall. I already ordered. Come by and settle the bill. Don't order too much. Don't even think about it. I had ordered enough food to fill the whole table. Not unusual. Many students eat a lot after cultivating. And Hee approached, wearing fresh clothes with a new canvas bag slung over her shoulder, her hair freshly washed, attracting stares from both guys and girls along the way. I spotted her from afar, slim-fitting graphic tee on top, white pleated skirt on the bottom, her waist narrow as could be, walking with an elegant sway. Her silky long hair was tied up simply, her soft, delicate beauty radiating as if a goddess had stepped out of a painting. I'll admit, dressed like this, and he barely posed a threat to my looks. Of course, that's only when I haven't washed my hair. Once I do, game over. Window 3 for payment. I shouted at Anhihi, who was looking around for me. Hurrying over, she scanned the bill, $500. She was speechless. How are we eating so much these days? Everything I ate converted into energy to enhance my physical strength, so naturally, I ate a lot. Probably needed $10,000 worth of food to hit the next stage before my body reached its limit. Jiang, you're trending again. Tang Ching chimed in from across the table. Normal. Gold shines no matter what, and I'm basically a mountain of it, I replied. Taking on 4 swordsmanship students alone. That's incredible, she exclaimed. I nodded smugly. Compliments fuel me. How'd you get so strong? You wouldn't understand. It's a genius thing. She pouted. Big shot genius. Care to treat me to lunch today? No can do. This is barely enough for me and Hee. But I'm her bestie. Even if you were her child, the answer's still no. And Hee just pouted back without any objection. Fine, I'll treat myself then. Tang Ching conceded. By the time she'd returned with her food, I was already devouring mine, while Hee waited patiently. Hurry up and eat. Has your Aoki class not started cultivation yet? Our instructor suggested we start in the mornings. We'll begin tomorrow. Then you should eat more today, I encouraged her. She nodded and started digging in. Tang Ching, ever the chatterbox, yapped away and carefully observed the two of us. Initially, she thought I was pursuing Hee, but after watching us for a bit, something didn't sit right. There wasn't an ounce of affection in the way I looked at her. If there was any emotional fluctuation, it was only when she said she was full, and then I made her eat more until her face turned red with embarrassment. What a peculiar dynamic. By the way, I got tricked by our instructor into buying 10 bottles of physique-enhancing serum today. I don't need them, so here. I pushed the bottles across the table toward her. She quickly waved it off. I can't. They're way too expensive. Stop arguing. Take them, or I'll force it down your throat tomorrow in front of your entire class. Believe me. Her eyes widened in alarm. She seemed to believe I'd actually do it. Taking them or not. Drinking obediently? Finally, she nodded. Good enough. I let her go, noting to myself how soft her cheeks felt. Take them all. I pushed all 10 bottles to her. She lowered her head, face flush, looking like a little ostrich. All right, I'm full. Time to leave. Ding. Bonus. Help feed Hee to a full meal. Plus 10 kindness points. Ding. Bonus. Encourage cultivation by giving Hee resources. Plus 100 kindness points. I could barely contain my excitement. 10 bottles got me 100 points. 1,000 bottles would mean 10,000. Well, okay, and Hee probably wouldn't drink that much. But still, this score system opens up new opportunities. Eating with friends, improving lives, helping with cultivation. I bet there's more ways to milk points. I'll get Qin Cheng Feng to dig into it. He always manages to find stuff no one else can. Tang Ching gawked as I simply got up and left without hesitation. No walk back to the dorm. No post-meal stroll. Just gone. And Hee acted like this was nothing new, quietly packing up the leftover serums and food scraps. Something's off. Hee, I don't think Jiang Bai likes you. More like he's, Tang Ching's words stalled. Moments later, her eyes lit up. He's raising you. Oh my god. Could Jiang Bai have some kind of weird fetish? He's treating you like some farm animal, isn't he? Don't talk nonsense. And Hee muttered, her cheeks ablaze. I'm a person, not a pig. You don't get it. Think about it. A guy who doesn't demand anything from you, just feeds you, provides for you, helps you cultivate. Isn't that the ultimate dream? Having a Jiang Bai in your life is basically a blessing earned in a past life. And Hee dared not ask, would Tang Ching want such a blessing for herself? She probably would. Ching, how should I repay him? She asked sincerely. Tang Ching sighed at her naivety. Do you like Jiang Bai? I don't know. Would you dream about him? And Hee nodded. Twice, in fact. What kind of dreams? Looking aggrieved, she whispered. He keeps forcing me to eat. Tang Ching smacked her forehead. What kind of new age relationship is this? All right, if you want to repay him, try to help him out in his life. Do his laundry, take him for walks after meals, wake him up in the morning, help him with homework. There's plenty of ways to help that don't involve money. And Hee Sai's lit up. I'll give it a try. Without hesitation, she whipped out her phone and dialed me. I had just settled back into my dorm when I saw the caller ID. My brow furrowed. Not full yet. What is it? You. She stammered. Spit it out, or I'm hanging up. Do you have any dirty laundry? Seriously? Just as I said it, an idea struck me. Maybe she felt guilty for always accepting my help and wanted to do something for me, like washing my clothes. Sure, why not let her? After she does the laundry, I could buy her something to thank her, and she wouldn't be able to refuse. Yeah, I do. Can I help wash them for you? Of course. Come grab him. And he took my dirty laundry, except for the socks and underwear. You know, just in case she's some closet weirdo who might sneak away to sniff them or something. These are the burdens that come with being so ridiculously good-looking. Meanwhile, my budget is nearing its limit. 10 potions for 5,000. Another 10K loaded onto the campus meal card. The funds I saved up from cramming for the college entrance exam are almost gone. And since the money on the meal card can't be spent outside campus, looks like it's time to figure out a way to earn some cash. I decided to consult Chin Lauda, Big Bro Chin. At our dorm in 213, I addressed the crew. Guys, as men of the world, there's one thing that matters above all else. Making money. Big Bro Chin, you know the ropes. Any idea how I can make some serious, fast cash? Chin Chengfeng pondered for a moment. Scholarships, financial aid, and competition prizes can be lucrative, but it's just the start of the semester, so none of those options are on the table yet. If you need fast money, either become a sparring partner or take an off-campus part-time job, delivering packages, or even butchering beasts. With your skill set, you'd absolutely kill at sorting express deliveries. Super quick, super efficient. And what about beast butchering? Beasts have insanely tough flesh and even tougher bones. Butchering them demands a lot of strength. Plus, they carry an aura of hostility that can harm ordinary people. Best case, giving them chronic issues. Worst case, killing them. Folks at the chi and blood level can counter the aura with their vitality. It's a way to toughen the body while making solid cash. Sparring partners, then? Rich students treat potions like food supplements. But to actually absorb the potion's effects, they need intense physical activity to push their limits, which is why the demand for sparring partners is booming. In fact, the swordsmanship class is scouting for tons of them. Hearing swordsmanship class sent a chill down my spine. They're hiring sparring partners? After your one-man beatdown embarrassed their entire freshman contingent beyond words, and with Professor Wong essentially making fun of them nonstop, they've all gone completely nuts trying to train. They'd love nothing more than to grind you into the dirt. I saw a golden opportunity and felt a spark of interest. Think I should apply to be a sparring partner for the swordsmanship class? Su Kuan couldn't hold it in. Zhang Bai, are you seriously planning to annihilate swordsmanship class? I waved him off dramatically. Hey, come on now, swordsmanship class and we're like family. Why would I annihilate them? Everything I'm doing is just to help them grow stronger. For the school, for the nation. I'm ready to sacrifice my own reputation for the greater good. At the swordsmanship class counselor's office, Instructor Li Liang was in charge of hiring sparring partners. Scanning through the applications, he noted the pay rate, 2,000 per hour. Swordsmanship students weren't lacking money, that was for sure. Professor Wong had gone all out, determined to sculpt this year's freshmen into the strongest cohort in unparalleled university's history, no matter the cost. Huh. Li Liang raised an eyebrow upon noticing a freshman application. He opened it. Freshman. Close combat class. Zhang Bai. Li Liang froze momentarily. Dude, are you serious? The application only listed 2 achievements. 1. Beat Chu Rueji into submission on the training field. 2. Took on and defeated all 4 sections of swordsmanship class simultaneously. And the listed advantage? High aggro levels. Excellent for motivating swordsmanship class students to train harder. Li Liang couldn't help but laugh. He was about to click reject, but decided to give Professor Wong a quick call first. Take him. Zhang Bai is a must. Li Liang hesitated. Holy cow. The mental image of the students' reactions was already hilarious. Meanwhile, I dragged Chin Chengfeng off campus to check out the local beast butchering scene. Each beast you slaughter could earn between 100 and 300 bucks. For skilled folks, 1 hour could rack up a tidy sum. The downside? It's time-consuming. And with a packed schedule of classes from morning till evening, beast butchering would have to happen at night. Ding! Congratulations, Zhang Bai. Your application for swordsmanship class sparring partner has been approved. Well, looks like I got the job. A wicked grin spread across my face. Swordsmanship students, ready to greet your king? At 4 a.m., my phone buzzed with a message. Zhang Bai, I ate a proper meal like you told me. Ate a lot. I won't disturb your sleep, just letting you know. Ding, helped and Hee eat her fill. Good deeds points plus 10. Still half asleep, I felt a surge of fresh, pristine vitality coursing through my body. Turns out, and he had started cultivating and directly feeding back to my strength. By 7-ish, when I fully woke up, I felt unstoppable, like my body had leveled up overnight. My strength doubled, my mind was clearer than ever. That's some god-tier aptitude for you. I jumped out of bed, ready to conquer my classes. For freshmen, the schedule was packed, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., with evening classes on top of that. Fortunately, I could squeeze in lunch and dinner breaks with Hihi. By the end of my classes that day, I'd learned my first combat technique with real lethality. Mixed element fist, highly destructive and versatile, it combined offense and defense seamlessly. Like most techniques, it had 5 levels: novice, proficient, adept, mastery, and perfection, with greater power unlocked as you progressed. Finally, it was time to cut loose. It was my sparring session day. It was Friday, the week's toughest stretch. But if you thought we freshmen had it bad, swordsmanship and mystic arts students had it worse. The former trained nonstop till midnight, starting over at 6 a.m. The latter cultivated such competitive energy that they ended up mimicking the swordsmanship crew's brutal schedules. Between the two, the school's overall pace became an endless spiral of grind. After dinner with Hihi, I swaggered into Swordsmanship Class 4's oversized training room. Sliding the door open like I was cooler than anyone in existence, I surveyed the room. Over 200 students, and at least 150 of them turned to stare. They recognized the figure they couldn't stop thinking about. Jiangbai? The reaction was immediate. The swordsmanship student's pupils constricted. "What are you doing here?" A girl called out sharply, gripping her sword tightly, her soaked shirt clinging to her skin, and greasy hair plastered to her scalp. I glanced at her. Last time I saw her, she was all smiles and dimples, rocking a high ponytail. She had tried to break up my onslaught of punches outside, but ended up with 2 panda eyes for her trouble. Back then, her attempt to mediate felt more like taking sides. Now, the once vibrant youth was gone. The entire swordsmanship class looked like they'd been through a war, their desperate eyes glaring at me. That grim state? It was mostly my doing. I couldn't help myself. I started laughing uncontrollably. Huh. They lost it. Swords were pointed in my direction. What the hell are you here for? I kept laughing, watching their miserable state and imagining what I would put them through next. Suddenly, Chu Rueji hefted his heavy sword and charged at me, roaring before leaping into an overhead strike. Before the blade could reach me, my foot shot out, slamming into his chest and sending him flying, sword and all. "Greetings, everyone. I'm your sparring partner for today, Jiangbai. My past accomplishments include single-handedly trashing 4 sections of swordsmanship class, and my specialty? Beating swordsmanship students into shape. I'm making 2K an hour, so feel free to attack me." The room erupted. "He's getting paid to beat us?" "Of course," I teased. "If you're too scared to fight, I still get paid for just standing here." "Get him." Everyone lunged at me, swords ready. Perfect. This is what I wanted. One step forward, dodging a swipe of light. I snatched someone's wrist, knocking them down with a clean hook punch. I plunged into their ranks like a tiger among lambs, carefully controlling my strength. Because, after all, I was here to train. Work requires professionalism, and an hour flies by in the blink of an eye. Sword training classes fall and rise and fall again. How exhilarating. The strongest among them, Chu Ruizui, and that girl have reached Tier 3 body training, but it's still far from enough. In the face of sheer brute strength, they can't hurt me and end up accidentally hurting each other. I wiped my sweat with a tissue, saying, "Be ready, I'm coming back tomorrow." Then I leisurely walked away. In front of the surveillance monitors, Wang Wudi had a sinister smile. "Yes, go harder. It's just like that. You're all freshmen, and yet one person can take on your entire group? Look in the mirror and reflect on yourselves." As I exited the training room, I fell into thought. This could be a business opportunity. The sword training class was being pushed too hard. Everyone looked exhausted and worn out. If someone could help them relieve their fatigue, perhaps they'd be willing to pay. I logged onto the school's website, navigating to the section for cultivation techniques from the Healing Academy. I had plans to get Hihi a job. Not entirely understanding the material, I roped Hihi in to help me. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Training." "Step out. Let's meet at the second cafeteria." But I just ate." "Does that tiny brain of yours think about anything besides eating? This is important. Come out." Her face turned slightly red. Jiangbai only ever called her for meals, and it wasn't like he'd contact her otherwise. She got out of bed instantly. Over at the Aoki class, the others were meditating to boost their spiritual energy, which also explained why she often felt energized. Little did I know that as she cultivated, my spiritual strength also increased significantly, even though I hadn't noticed it yet. Tang Qingqing opened her eyes and asked, "Jiangbai called you?" And he nodded. "Oh, is that the iron tree blooming at last?" Aside from feeding you, he's actually asking you to go out now. Her cheeks turned faintly red. Zhang Ke chimed in. The fox reveals its tail. Hee hee, be careful not to let him take advantage of you. Her cheeks turned an even deeper red. Jiang Bai wasn't that kind of person. Her spirits inexplicably lifted as she grabbed her canvas bag, poured warm water into her thermos, and cheerfully headed out. It was nearing 8 p.m., with couples holding hands, whispering sweet nothings, and even a few sharing kisses. Was Jiang Bai about to make her stroll around with him? Pondering over this, she finally reached the second cafeteria and immediately spotted me playing on my phone. She approached and stood shyly before me. Come sit next to me, I said, and Hee's heart inexplicably began to race. Normally, when eating together, they'd sit across from one another. Why the sudden change? I can just sit across. Stop talking. I told you to sit here, so sit here. Reluctantly, she sat beside me. And Hee, do you want to earn some money? My question hit her right in her soft spot. She had already been looking for part-time jobs. She nodded enthusiastically. I was a sparring partner for the sword class today and saw how beat up those students are. Exhausted, completely drained. They're wealthy and tired. If someone could help them recover from the day's fatigue, wouldn't they pay for it? She hesitated. Having grown up poor, she herself wouldn't spend money on such things, no matter how worn out she was. They definitely would, I assured her. So, you can give them massages every night. Use your Aoki abilities to relieve their fatigue, and they'll pay you. Do you think they will actually pay me? They will. If they don't, I'll make sure they can't even stand. I brought you along so you can pick a skill that helps people recover from fatigue and regain their stamina. Look here and choose one you like. I placed my phone between us, catching a whiff of a faint fragrance near her. Before she could protest, I preemptively warned. If you dare say these skills are too expensive, I'll buy 5 of them just to watch you practice, even if it wastes all your money. Besides, don't you want to earn your own living? That last question hit her like a devil's whisper, igniting her ambition in an instant. She desperately wanted to make money, to escape poverty, to give her grandmother a good life, without relying on anyone. I do. I want to make money. All right then, clench your fist, put it to your chest, and say it loud with me. I want to make money. My booming voice turned many heads in the cafeteria. Her face flushed bright red, and she wanted nothing more than to shrink into a tiny hole. What's there to be embarrassed about? Say it with me. Meeting the encouraging look in my eyes, for the first time, she ignored the stares of others. She clenched her fists tightly. I want to make money, she declared, her voice soft yet surprisingly firm. Good. Her face was now tomato red, almost like steam was about to blow out from her ears. Enough of that. Stop being shy. Let's look at the skills you can learn. We analyzed the options together, me periodically texting Qin Chengfeng to have him research online as well. Before long, for security guards silently surrounded us. Do not make any sudden moves. Hands in the air. Wait, officer. There's a misunderstanding. We're both good students. We obediently raised our hands. You're both from the Wuxiang Academy? The guard asked. Yes. Here's our student IDs. We were just talking about making honest money. She's from the Healing Academy, and I'm from the Combat Academy. I'm trying to help her learn a skill to help other students relieve fatigue from their training. That's all. The guards checked our IDs and phones, finding us indeed researching Healing Academy techniques. The lead guard cleared his throat. All right, don't shout things randomly. Someone called in thinking you were trying to lure this girl into something. Well, they need to get their eyes checked. Look at me, with my face. Do I even need to lure anyone? The guards gave me a once-over before sighing in agreement. Heh, fair enough. Heh, what does that even mean? Once the guards left, and Hee wanted to bury herself in a hole from sheer embarrassment. Her inner squirrel practically screamed. So humiliating. Meanwhile, I had regained my composure entirely. Back to searching, I said calmly. Her lips pursed tightly in frustration. Jiang Bai's thick skin was something to envy. Eventually, the two of us were satisfied with one particular skill, the 79-point rejuvenation technique, which cost 2,400 credits. Too expensive. She opened her mouth to protest, but before she could say anything, I had already hit purchase on my phone. Switch phones. You'll use mine to study. I'll take yours. What will you do at night without your phone? Good point. Give me a moment. After tinkering with my phone for a bit, I made a call. Mom? I'm out of money. What? How'd you run out already? My mom, Li Yumei, had a voice louder than mine, as if she hadn't already doled out over 10,000 credits during my graduation banquet. Mom, I've been promoted to class leader in the Combat Academy, #1 rank in the entire class. Don't lie to me. You seriously think I believe that? Mom, have I ever lied to you in my life? Should I answer that honestly, or? I mean at this time. Look, every last credit was spent on serious, proper things. If I'm lying, I swear I'll be single for life. Jiang Bai, another word out of you, and I'll buy a train ticket and come slap some sense into you myself. My bad, my bad. Please don't come. Just transfer the money. I'll even film myself slapping my own face to make you feel better. That way, I've got my money, and you're no longer mad. Win-win. After some smooth talking, my life-saving 2,000 credits arrived, which I immediately transferred to my bank card. Where's your phone? I asked her. She sheepishly pulled out an ancient device, probably only good for playing Snake. Give it here, I said. Obediently, she handed it over. Take my phone, head back to your dorm, and get started on studying that skill immediately. I strolled leisurely, casually fiddling with her phone as I walked away. Jiangbai, she suddenly mustered the courage to call out to me. What's up? I asked, turning around. Her cheeks were flushed a deep red. Her gaze lowered, yet she still managed to stammer. Do you want to take a walk? I cut in. I froze for a moment. Didn't she just get a new cultivation method? Why wasn't she rushing back to train, but instead asking to take a walk? At this age, if you don't hustle, where do you find the mood to stroll? I walked back to her, standing directly in front of her. She seemed to summon an immense amount of courage, looking up at me with her small face, her cheeks burning, her bright eyes glimmering as though containing 1,000 stars. I initially wanted to flick her forehead, but seeing her expression, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. So, I punched my own chest to keep it from stopping and then gently flicked her forehead. Go back and focus on your training. A walk? Seriously? She held her head in her hands, pouting in frustration. Fine then. Walk away. I turned and left immediately. She covered her overheated face, muttering to herself in embarrassment. And hee, are you crazy? You actually had the nerve to ask a guy to take a walk. You must be insane. But earlier, she couldn't resist the strong impulse to ask. Once I was out of her sight, I clutched my chest and gave it a few firm punches. Calm down, you fool. I'm not interested in romance. This life is about climbing to the peak of cultivation and protecting humankind. Besides, the system might upgrade. If it reaches level 2, maybe I can bind a second person to it. What if I start dating now, and the second bond ends up being another girl? That'd just be ridiculous. Love can wait. Maxing out the system is the real goal here. Back in my dorm, I grabbed all my money. If hers was broken, why not just buy her a new phone? $1,000 model should be plenty decent. Once I got the new phone, I inserted her SIM card and noticed she only had about 20 contacts. It made transferring them over a breeze. Ding. Assisted in hee in her cultivation. Earned 100 kindness points. The night passed without incident. The next day, Saturday, Lu Jinjin was feeling annoyed. With her A-grade aptitude, she had to attend packed classes for the formation division the entire week. What was more frustrating, though, was that ever since Jiangbai stopped talking to her, not once did he attempt to make amends, not to mention his ridiculous strength. He'd been dubbed the king of freshmen by many new students. Girls in her dorm, and even her class, kept asking about her relationship with him. What could she say? Admit they'd fallen out? They would laugh her out of the room. Instead, she'd been brushing it off, claiming they were just busy and only had time to chat before bed each night. But in truth, Jiangbai hadn't reached out to her even once. She decided that as soon as he made the first move to apologize, she'd forgive him. After all, being linked to the king of freshmen held far more prestige than anything like joining the student council. Just last Saturday, he'd invited her out for fun. Yet now, turning over restlessly all morning, she didn't receive so much as a single message. Unable to bear it anymore, she called him. But her phone was met with the cold, automated recording. Sorry, the number you were trying to reach is currently in a call. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiangbai had blocked her. Frantic, she sent a flurry of texts, only for a red exclamation point to pop up next to each one. Her messages weren't going through. He must have deleted her on WeChat too. How dare he? Over what? Just because she had arrived 1 minute late? How could such a petty guy exist? Fuming with rage, Lu Jinjin could feel steam practically billowing from her ears. Jiangbai, you've got nerve. I'll give you that. Meanwhile, where was I? Naturally, I spent the time beating up the swordsmanship class, throwing in some verbal and mental blows for good measure. Boom. The final student in the group collapsed to the ground. Come on, it's been an entire night, and barely any of you have improved. With this pace, do you think you'll ever catch up to me? Heck, you probably won't even see my tail at this rate. Swordsmanship class, huh? With a name so fancy, walking out of Wuxiang Academy would just embarrass the school. People might just start saying, is this really a student from Wuxiang swordsmanship class? Just this. The members of the class, lying battered across the floor, listened to the string of insults. Though their fists clenched, they no longer had the strength to muster a fight. All they could do was glare at me. If looks could kill, I'd be long gone. But regardless of how many times Chu Ruiji stood back up with a growl, I'd knock him back down every single time. Skills matter, after all. At that moment, a masked and hee cautiously arrived at the doorway. Hearing my taunts, she shrank back a little, Jiang Bai was terrifying. After practicing for hours and even consulting her teacher, her rejuvenating touch technique had only just reached rudimentary mastery. I told her that being at entry level was good enough. Most people wouldn't even be able to tell the difference between entry level and proficiency. If someone felt a bit better after her treatment, they'd readily take the relief. She gave herself a pep talk. Doing this to make money isn't shameful. Finally, she knocked on the door. "Come in," I called out. She stepped in hesitantly, glancing at the battered, utterly exhausted swordsmanship students scattered across the room. Her heart pounded. Sure, it was Saturday, and while everyone else looked good dressing up and having fun, here was an entire class grinding relentlessly in training. A miserable sight, honestly. "What are you doing here?" I asked with feigned confusion. She took a deep breath and began. "Hello, everyone. I'm a student from the healing division. I've practiced the 79-point rejuvenating touch technique, which can help alleviate physical fatigue. If anyone would like to try it, I'm offering it exclusively to female students." Her tone remained steady, and not a single word came out stuttered, a surprising feat. I scanned the room. "You're all useless. A night of training, and you're already out for the count. Here's your chance to get back on your feet faster. Who's interested in trying it?" "I will." A girl wearing shorts that showed off her long, pale legs raised her hand eagerly. Yang Xinchuan, my prearranged accomplice I'd put in place beforehand. Nothing happens by coincidence. Success comes from calculated effort. Without someone to be the first, and Hehe might have left feeling completely disheartened. Chu Rueji, glancing at Hehe, had a complicated look in his eyes but said nothing further. And Hehe laid out a yoga mat, carefully covering it with disposable plastic sheets. She gestured for Yang Xinchuan to lie down, then placed her hands on various key acupuncture points, channeling her energy through each with careful precision. A soothing warmth began to flow. Yang Xinchuan couldn't help but gasp softly. It felt amazing. Truthfully, she'd started with skepticism. I had offered her 300 renminbi to play along, thinking she'd praise the technique regardless of its effects. But to her surprise, it genuinely worked. The warm, tingling energy soothed her tired body and even provided a sense of mental relief amid sleep deprivation. In that moment, I nodded internally. This was a win. Also, Yang Xinchuan did have incredibly long legs. Within 2 minutes, Yang Xinchuan got up, stretched, and bounced lightly on her feet with newfound energy. "Wow, that was incredible. I feel like half my exhaustion is gone already." "Seriously? It's that effective?" Another girl chimed in. And Hehe had already replaced the plastic covering the mat. "Can I try too?" The second girl asked eagerly. She had no idea Yang Xinchuan was a plant. By the third session, as Hehe wiped sweat off her brow, I couldn't help but feel impressed. The technique clearly drained her stamina, as it used her own energy, but the upbeat acknowledgement from the others seemed to energize her spirit instead. "Leave your contact information, and if anyone needs it, have them send you a message." And Hehe quickly shared her number. I continued drilling these sword cultivators for a solid 2 hours, yelling until my throat was hoarse. My aggression scoreboard? Maxed out. Not long after leaving the training room, my phone started buzzing nonstop. It was all friend requests for Hehe. I approved them all and made them provide their real names. Let's see who avoids a massage. If they don't need one, they're not tired enough. If they're not tired, it's on me for going too easy on them. Special treatment awaits. I only added about 20 or so, and that's nothing compared to the 90 sword cultivation girls. They started asking about the price. I called Hehe. "They're asking how much it is per session." She had no idea, stammering. "F5. 50? All right, fine. You're just starting. Once you're more skilled, you can double it. Come have dinner first. I'm starving after drilling those people for 2 hours." Later, mid-meal, she clarified. "Jiang Bai, I meant $5, not 50. $5. One bottle of soda costs 5. A cup of bubble tea is 20. What can you even buy for $5? But if 10 people pitched in, that's 50, and it's $1,500 a month," she reasoned. For her, $1,500 was already a fortune. And what exactly does $1,500 get you? It doesn't even cover 3 bottles of strengthening elixir. Don't you expend stamina massaging people? Don't you need food and elixirs to replenish it? If you keep this up, not only won't you profit, but you'll actually lose money. She hadn't considered that. After massaging just 5 people today, she was already exhausted and had a bigger appetite. "But $50, don't you think that's too expensive?" "Too expensive, my foot. Don't project your frugal habits onto others. $50 isn't even as much as what those sword cultivators spend on one meal. They're not going to balk at the price. Oh, by the way, all the messages are here. Handle them yourself." I handed her a brand new phone. She blinked in confusion. "What is this?" "Just a new phone I bought for you," I said nonchalantly. Her eyes widened dramatically in disbelief. "What's with the wide-eyed stare? Trying to prove yours are bigger than mine?" "I've got big eyes too." Tears began welling up in her large, expressive eyes. Hey, no crying. I'm warning you, don't you dare cry, I said, panicking. But her tears had already gathered into droplets. I panicked even more. Crying women are the worst. Scrambling, I searched for tissues. Come on, lady, it's just a phone. It's only like $1,000. Cheaper than the 10 elixirs I got you that cost 5 grand. Little did I know, the phone meant something entirely different to her. She had never owned a real phone in her life. The only one was a basic old model her grandma got her in high school, so she could call home when she was lonely. She had treasured it for almost 4 years. Apart from her grandmother, who was her only family, I was the second person ever to give her something like this. To her, it symbolized a profound gesture of care. She lowered her head, and tears fell, staining her bowl of rice. Frustrated, I started shoveling food into my mouth, comfort eating to alleviate the awkwardness. She cried for so long, I managed to finish 10 pounds of meat before she calmed down. Looking up with tear-streaked but soft and tender eyes, she finally smiled at me. Thank you, Zhangbai, she said genuinely. You're welcome. Train hard and repay me properly. She nodded fervently. All right then, I said, smirking mischievously. Now eat up, finish 5 pounds today. F5 pounds. What? You just said you'll aim to become stronger to repay me, and now you can't even handle this. What was all that talk about then? Gritting her teeth, she got down to business, albeit with a pitiful look. Under my supervision, she ate to the brink of existential despair. Hugging her now round belly, she couldn't believe she'd managed to eat so much. All right, that's enough for now. Keep up with scheduling those massages. I'm out, I said, standing and heading out. She watched me leave, then turned to her new phone. Among the many contacts added to her list stood one friend request that caught her attention. The username: the most handsome guy ever. The profile picture: a badass bald guy on a motorcycle. She didn't even need to guess. It was me, Zhangbai. Who else could pull off being absurdly narcissistic yet endearingly funny? Smirking, she quickly accepted my request. Her username? Apparently, it was Sexy Mama Cockroach. She sighed dramatically and rolled her eyes, but then set my contact to the top of the list. Meanwhile, I headed back to the dorm and chatted with my roommates for a bit before heading to the training field to practice the mixed essence fist techniques. The sword cultivation class girls were progressing ridiculously fast, and while I had no fear of them surpassing me in cultivation rank, I never underestimated them. One mistake in combat was all it would take. If they landed one hit on me, I'd lose my dignity forever to a sea of cheering fanatics. No, I couldn't let that happen. I had to keep pushing myself. Saturday evening at sword class wrapped up around 9 p.m. As per the arrangement, and Hihi headed to the girls' dormitory, double rooms, a luxury in their line of work. But as soon as she entered, an overpowering mix of smell, sweat, old socks, and damp clothes hit her like a brick wall. Inside were girls sprawled out wildly, resembling lifeless dolls, utterly drained to the core. And Hihi couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Bright-eyed, spirited college students transformed into ragdolls, courtesy of Zhangbai, who had effectively challenged the entire Sword Cultivation Institute to a grudge match. Hey everyone, I'm here for the massage appointments. Outside the dirtiest, the moment someone responded, yes, please. Go hard. Many rounds of massages later, notifications on my system's interface wouldn't stop popping. Ding. Helping Hihi improve her livelihood +1 points. Ding, ding, ding. Who would have thought? Each massage session netted me a point. And here I thought getting 100 points from skill books already capped my patience. I guess doing that full circle explanation reorders things? That makes sense. She called, and she generously assured that everything was on her. As for me heading out, I jumped out of bed, threw on a t-shirt and shorts, and leapt straight off the second-floor balcony. Why can't Hihi jump like that? Simple. She's the ultimate good student. Plus, the girls' dorms are much stricter, with security guards frequently patrolling the area. At Wuxiang, the security guards aren't your typical outsourced help. Even the weakest of them are Tiangong-level warriors. Last time they surrounded us, their sheer presence made me feel like I had Mount Tai pressing down on me. Meanwhile, Yang Xinchang had found Hihi. Zhangbai asked me to help you. I'll talk to the dorm Annie for you. You know Zhangbai? Of course, I was the first one to volunteer for a massage from you when you went to the training room earlier. All arranged by Zhangbai. He really takes care of you. It's enviable. And Hihi. So that's how it is. No wonder Yang Xinchang had been so eager right after her introduction. It was all Zhangbai's arrangement. Zhangbai. Yang Xinchang led her to the dorm supervisor and explained the situation. The supervisor knew how tough life was for kids in the swordsmanship class and didn't make it hard for them. Instead, she reassured them. Anytime you're here to give massages to the swordsmanship class, just let me know to open or close the doors. All right. Hihi, I got you to the door, but you're on your own with your dorm mates. Oh, wait, that might not be a problem. Zhangbai's here. And he turned and saw me, hands in pockets, standing under the streetlight, seemingly unaware of the world around me. Xinchang, thank you. I'm heading over to Jiangbai, she chirped, almost skipping as she ran toward me. Yang Xinchang watched our two figures converge in the distance, a hint of longing in her eyes. She wondered if she would find someone in college who treated her this well. If she did, she thought, she'd give her life for him. Jiangbai, why are you here? If I didn't come, would you have dared to ask the dorm Andy to open the door? I could have asked Qingqing. Well, at least you're not clueless. You know to ask Tang Qingqing. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered coming. No, I wanted you to come. I didn't want to come. Yet you still came anyway. This is the last time. I'll still want you to come next time. The night breeze rolled gently, the streetlights cast warm glows, and our shadows stretched long and close together. And he chatted on, being around no one but me outside her dorm. She could finally act like her true self. It didn't last long, though, as 3 massive security guards appeared, glaring at us. Are you from the Hehuan class? Great. They didn't even bother asking what department we were from. They went straight for Hehuan class. Isn't this stereotyping? No. I'm from the Aoki class in the Healing Academy. I was invited by a swordsmanship class student to help with massages and relieve their fatigue. The guards understood. Those swordsmanship class kids were pitiful. It was past 11 at night, and they still needed people to come over to give massages. Are you here for a massage too? One of them asked, looking at me. No, I'm the class president. She was stuck in the swordsmanship class dorm, so I came to get her out. All right, get going, but show your student ID for registration first. One guard glanced at it. Wait a second, you're from the close combat class. What's your connection to Aoki class? Of course, we're connected. Out of everyone at Wuxiang, the close combat class gets injured the most, right? And because of that, we're the closest with the Aoki class. As class president, helping my Aoki classmates is something I'll always do. It's what being a model student is all about. Call your instructor. Sure, I'll call. And he shrank behind me, looking at me with a mixture of awe and admiration. How could anyone be this thick-skinned and fearless when dealing with others? Those were qualities she couldn't even dream of having. I dialed Wu Wanru, slightly embarrassed to be calling the instructor so late. Her voice on the line sounded tense, as if a disaster was happening, but she relaxed visibly after hearing it was just a trivial issue. After all, late-night calls often came with terrifying beginnings like, Instructor, the building is tall, and I'm scared to jump. Can you give me some encouragement? That would truly be catastrophic. Wu Wanru quickly resolved things with the guards, and we were free to leave. Interrupted mid-conversation earlier, and he toned it down a bit, but was still lively. Jiangbai, I earned 1,550 yuan today. For her, that was astronomical, earned in just over an hour. Not bad. I made 4,000, give or take, today. Jiangbai, I'm so happy. Then smile. Jiangbai. Jiangbai. What now? Jiangbai. I just feel like calling your name, Jiangbai. You're like a broken record. Jiangbai. I turned to her, gazing into her eyes, which sparkled brighter than the night sky. I sighed. All right, fine. Call away if it makes you happy. And with that, she really did become a broken record, repeating my name all the way until we reached the Healing Academy girls' dormitory. I called Tang Qingqing, who, fortunately, came down quickly. After coordinating with the dorm supervisor, she got the door opened. I added her as a contact before leaving. Head back. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. On the way back, I started sorting out a problem in my head, and he has to be able to enter and leave the dorms freely. That'll require some paperwork between the swordsmanship and healing departments, granting her permission for after-hours dorm access. I reached out to Tang Qingqing and Chu Ruizhi. Chu Ruizhi, being the swordsmanship class president and their #1 talent, carried significant authority. After I explained, he replied with just one word. All right. My impression of him improved, a little. Maybe I'd go easier on him tomorrow. As for Tang Qingqing, she had a good relationship with Hihi, but more importantly, there was a chance to turn this into a resume booster. What's a resume booster? For instructors, helping underprivileged students achieve financial independence is something they can write up in their reports when applying for promotions. Tang Qingqing, tomorrow, bring this up to your instructor. Phrase it like this: aiding disadvantaged students by addressing their daily expenses and enabling them to contribute to their academic journey through their skills. An exemplary case of applying what they've learned to overcome hardship. Tang Qingqing's eyes lit up. What a genius move. He'd spun Hihi, earning her own money, into something so significant. The instructor would definitely be thrilled. Not only were we asking for help, but we were also handing them accolades. It was a win-win. Also, don't just rely on school orders to lean on the dorm supervisors. Tomorrow, take Hihi to buy some fruit for them and promise to mention their support in interviews if any reporters come. I sent off the message, then leapt back into my dorm. And hold off on bringing this to the media until Hihi is well off. Got it. Solved. I put away my phone and gave myself a mental pat on the back. Handsome and intelligent? Being this flawless really is a burden. Meanwhile, back in Hihi's dorm, her roommates were stunned. Whoa, 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 Hihi, Zhongbai's an absolute genius. He's gone to hell and back for you. And Hihi was still in a daze. She'd never felt so euphoric in her life. It was like feeling as if I were drunk. Tang Qingqing pulled out the chat history. See, with such a good idea, you can now freely go in and out of both dorms, and no one will stop you. And Hihi glanced at it, but didn't really understand. Their other roommate, Ning Yurao, was curious. What idea? Tang Qingqing explained it, and Ning Yurao was floored. How could someone make earning money sound so righteous and grand? And Hihi soon understood, and her eyes sparkled. Zhongbai is so clever. Zhengke couldn't hold back anymore. Saying all this with such confidence, crossing all these lines, but at-home massages? That doesn't sound very decent. We're just students. How much money can be made in such a short time? She had always been unimpressed with Zhongbai, thinking he was the type to hand out small favors while taking advantage of others. Even when he treated others, it was always in plain restaurants. His cups, clothes, and shoes were all from cheap markets, and his phone was low-end too. The only things expensive about him were some medications he carried, but even those didn't compare to the price of a branded bag. With Hihi's looks, there were plenty of people willing to gift her designer bags. Why was Zhongbai so special? Tang Qingqing and Ning Yurao also turned their curious eyes to Hihi. She's right. How much are we even talking about? You were gone for barely a couple of hours. Tang Qingqing asked. Hihi, it doesn't matter whether it's a lot or a little. Making something is still a good thing. Naive and Hihi had no reason to hide the truth and revealed the number. This time I earned $1,550. The dorm fell silent, and Hihi panicked immediately. What? Is something wrong? How much? Tang Qingqing's voice suddenly shot up. The other two were staring at her in complete shock. $1,550. In less than 2 hours. That was insane. My chi and blood have risen so much. I woke up naturally from a deep sleep and felt that I was unusually brimming with energy internally. What the heck? I've advanced to the 3rd level of the chi and blood realm already? That's fast. It looks like Hihi has advanced from their 2nd level to the 3rd level too. This must be that legendary divine talent. No rigorous training like the sword cultivation class, but still surpassing the majority. That said, as brilliant as she is at level 3, that guy Chu Ruiji is already aiming to break into the 4th realm. His speed is ridiculous. Why hasn't she called me to eat today? I checked my phone to find over 20 unread messages, not just from Hihi, but also a friend request from Zhang Weian, the student council president of the Divine Abilities class. What does she want? I accepted it. Starting from 4 a.m., and Hihi had been diligently logging her day's track for me. The Aoki class she attended is apparently better for early morning training, so she got up early to practice. After practice, Tang Qingqing took her to meet with their student advisor. Turns out the advisor already knew about her difficult family situation. The poverty aid application hadn't been finalized, but could secure her the highest tier once submitted. Hihi didn't bother me earlier because she guessed I stayed up late last night. She wanted me fully rested before calling me for lunch. We'd eat together then. I replied to her messages immediately. Ding dong, as her special alert notification ringtone chimed, and Hihi, in the middle of practicing her rejuvenation technique, instantly grabbed her phone. When she saw I was awake, her stomach let out a thunderous growl. She was starving, but she hadn't wanted to disturb me and had been waiting all morning. At the cafeteria, her stomach kept growling. You're clearly hungry. Why didn't you just eat on your own? I wasn't hungry. Oh, starting to lie now, are we? She pouted and, snapping out of her embarrassment, happily went to buy food. I sat back like a king waiting to be served. Meanwhile, Zhang Weian finally messaged me directly. Hello, Zhongbai. I'm Zhang Weian, student leader of the 1st Divine Abilities class. We met at the resurrection ceremony. Do you remember me? Yeah, I remember. What's the issue? Do you know that Chu Ruiji has hit the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm? Oh, really? That kid? That's fast. It's only been 6 days since the resurrection ceremony, and he's already one of the fastest in the history of Wuxiang to reach that level. Of course, I'm still the most awesome here. I just found out. So what's this about? Chu Ruiji's unprecedented progress has officially made him the fastest cultivation genius in Wuxiang's history. You forgot to include me. Zhang Weian. You're an exception. Seriously, no one even knows how I suddenly reached the Qi and Blood stage. By the time I came into public view, I was already there. My records clearly show that I enrolled with 0 cultivation, not even a trace of innate energy. Whereas Chu Ruiji's step-by-step progress to the 4th stage happened under their constant observation. So what can I do for you? I'd like to pay you to help out Divine Abilities Academy. Since its inception, there's been a rivalry between the divine abilities and the sword cultivation classes. They're always vying for supremacy over Wuxian. Now that sword cultivation students are grinding like maniacs, their average overall improvement has outpaced the divine abilities students. Divine abilities can't stand it, so they're initiating a crazy amount of self-imposed competitiveness to catch up. But even with all their effort, they're only slightly surpassing their previous year's class. Compared to the current sword cultivation squad, they're still lagging. The divine abilities instructors figured it out during their reevaluation. The classes are different only because they lack someone like Jiang Bai. Sword cultivation students are driven to the brink because I humbled their entire class, single-handedly embarrassing them to no end. Everyone wants to prove themselves in order to reclaim their pride. On the other hand, divine abilities lacks such motivation. Aiming for top performance alone doesn't set a fire under anyone. Clearly, what Jiang Huayan wanted was for me to stir trouble, create an incident targeting divine abilities students so their combative spirit would awaken. But if I do that, wouldn't I become a public enemy at Wuxian? Hell no. I've always preferred to keep a low profile. Plus, my system for altruism, which landed on me for good reason, recognizes me as a selfless, idealistic, responsible person, a certified saint of sorts. Take charge and stir up drama proactively? Please, no way. And am I aggressive? Do I seem like a bad guy to you? You're aggressive, but you don't come across as mean. See, and has a pure heart and a sharp eye for character. We can pay you, Jiang Huayan offered. This isn't about money. I don't have a grudge against the divine abilities class. How could I stoop so low? How about $50,000? 50 grand, not bad. Still, I made 2 grand in just 1 hour taking down sword cultivation folks. $100,000. I countered. Deal. I smacked my thigh regretfully. I'd gone too low. Should have asked for $150,000. The money transfer came through immediately. Jiang Bai, is something wrong? And he asked, noticing my furrowed brows. She looked worried. I sighed dramatically. Look at this. Jiang Huayan insists on giving me $100,000 just to bully the divine abilities guys. As someone with a kind heart, how could I ever bring myself to bully anyone? Aren't they putting me in a difficult position? And he stared speechlessly at all those zeros, tens of thousands of dollars. Her head spun. Then she calmed herself down and said sincerely, Jiang Bai, if this bothers you, let's not accept their money. You're such a good person. Bullying people really isn't your thing. I knocked on her forehead lightly. Ouch. Who said I can't bully people? Let me tell you something. Bullying is my specialty. And how do we mess with the divine abilities class so badly that they see me as their nemesis? She looked utterly confused. This was definitely out of her area of expertise. Now, if you'd asked her how to remain unnoticed, that'd be a different story. She seemed quite experienced. Growl. Her stomach rumbled again. All right, let's eat. Think while eating, and if you can't figure it out, prepare to eat 20 pounds of meat and rice for me. She was completely stunned. Was Jiang Bai trying to stuff her to death? 10,000 yuan isn't easy to take. If you take someone's money, you have to deliver the result they want. The Divine Powers class is really rich. I thought the sword cultivation class was rich enough already, and Jiang Huayan didn't even blink at offering 100,000. Are they asking me to go make trouble in the Divine Powers class? There really is a girl in the Divine Powers class who looks pretty good. I saw her once, but didn't remember her name. But bullying men and dominating women is too vile. It's not a good idea. I need to think this through carefully. I'll take the money first. After I'd had my fill and sent and off to play, I went back to the dorm. Kids, let me ask you something. The Divine Powers class asked me to motivate their class, but I have no ideas. Help me think. If you come up with something, I'll treat you to a big meal. Whoa, the Divine Powers class is getting restless. Su Kuan said with emotion. Not just the Divine Powers class. Even our close combat class can't sit still anymore. That bunch of beasts in the sword cultivation class is terrifying. They're training like crazy. At first we could barely keep up, but now, except for Jiang Bai, everyone else is being left behind at a ridiculous pace. The body tempering class, the weapons class, those main combat classes are all getting more and more impatient and hardworking. If even the ordinary classes are like this, it makes sense for the Divine Powers class to be anxious, Qin Chengfeng said. The wave of involution had blown over to Wuxian. I actually welcomed it. The more anxious everyone was to compete, the greater my chances to step in. After all, there are too many restrictions when upperclassmen bully freshmen. Only freshman-on-freshman bullying is fierce enough. If you want to spark their fighting spirit, I think you should defeat them at the stage they're best at, Li Tianji said. How so? Boss Qin, what is the Divine Powers class best at? Qin Chengfeng blurted out. Since it's called the Divine Powers class, what they mainly cultivate is naturally divine powers, basically spells, also called mage-style cultivation. Normal cultivators like us first temper the body and generate blood energy, Draw heavenly qi into the body to form the Sea of Wheels. Merge qi with blood energy into the power of the Heavenly Dipper. And finally, use Heavenly Dipper to pry open the power of heaven and earth and enter the Divine Powers realm. But the Divine Powers class only cultivates spiritual power. They start by using spiritual power to pry open the power of heaven and earth and release divine powers. Their destructive power is usually far beyond blood energy cultivators. Only sword cultivators can barely compare with divine power users. These people also have the most obvious trait. Qin Shengfeng dangled the answer. I glared. Spit it out. They think they're superior and believe mage-style cultivation is always above blood energy cultivation. Even if they lose to us blood energy cultivators, they still won't accept defeat, firmly believing they just aren't strong in the early stages and will be strong later. I understood. Beating them up alone wouldn't work on the Divine Powers class. These people are extremely good at self-deception. If they can't beat you in one realm, they'll wait for the next. If they still can't beat you in the next realm, they'll firmly believe the fourth realm will definitely be enough. Anyway, not being able to beat you is only temporary. Being able to beat you in the future is what's inevitable. As for where that future is, they get to decide. So the Divine Powers class went after the wrong person. Zhang Bai is from the Close Combat class, unlike the Sword Cultivation class. If the Sword Cultivation class can't beat our Close Combat class, they'll consider it a huge humiliation because they've always believed they're the best in the blood energy path. But the Divine Powers class, even if you beat them all down, they'll only think, what's so impressive about a crappy Close Combat class? Once we get to the later stages, we'll instantly kill you. Damn, this is spiritual victory. So if you want the Divine Powers class to feel humiliated, there's only one approach. Find a Divine Powers student from a school weaker than Wuxiang. Then crush our school's Divine Powers class. Only then will you truly spark their fighting spirit. The worse the school, the stronger the fighting spirit. If you find some vocational college student, those guys might even want to jump off a building. But that path is very hard to pull off, because Wuxiang's Divine Powers class is one of the best in the country. I got really pissed. Damn, this is such a hassle. Screw it, I don't want to do it anymore, and I don't want to pay the money back either. Anyway, Jiang Huayan can't beat me. But then I thought about it and got annoyed. I'm this awesome, and there's still something I can't solve? I just remembered. Su Kuan suddenly lit up. What? Old Jiang, aren't you pretty close with the class beauty from the Qingmu class? The Qingmu class trains both body cultivation and spiritual cultivation at the same time. Why don't you cultivate in Hihi a bit, let her train spell techniques, and have her crush the Divine Powers class? If a student from the Healing Academy uses spell techniques to beat the Divine Powers class, then the Divine Powers class would want to die too. Having a healer support character solo kill a mage is something they absolutely can't accept, unless they're the kind who use poison. I froze and stared blankly at Su Kuan. What did you say? Haven't Hihi go beat the Divine Powers class? No. Are you saying the Aoki class trains both the body and the mind at the same time? I was in disbelief. Su Kuan looked puzzled. You and Hihi are so close, and you didn't know? Fuck, wait. How would I know? Aoki class not only trains the body, but also cultivates mental power. If I'd known, I would have bought in Hihi some mental potions no matter what. I immediately called her. And Hihi, what are you doing? She glanced at the time. It wasn't even mealtime yet. Zhang Bai, I'm meditating. What is meditation? Meditation is meditation. Is it for improving mental power? Yeah. Why didn't you tell me earlier that your Aoki class training also requires meditation? She looked a little aggrieved. You never asked me. No wonder. No wonder I've been full of energy every day. I even thought it was because good things make people feel refreshed. Whether I slept more or less, the moment I opened my eyes, my mind would become instantly clear, and everything in heaven and earth looked especially vivid. I always thought it was because of my chi and blood realm, never in a million years imagining that it was because my mental power had grown stronger. And now, out of the blue, I find out that Hihi doesn't just cultivate the body, she also cultivates mental power. Doesn't that mean that not only is my chi and blood one realm higher than hers, my mental power is also one realm higher than hers? Am I now also some ridiculously overpowered body and spirit dual cultivator? Brothers, play by yourselves. I'm heading out. We're having a dinner party tonight, and damn it, I'm treating. A father treating his sons, only natural. Where to? To test my mental power. Wuxiang has a nationally famous testing center. Strength, speed, chi and blood volume, mental power, energy quality. Basically anything you want to test can be tested there, and students get a big discount with their ID. I paid and lined up, glancing at the chart for mental power totals. For divine ability cultivators, first realm is under 100, second realm under 1,000, third realm under 10,000, and so on. Once you reach the bitter meditation realm, mental power is renamed spiritual sense. Both body cultivators and law cultivators will develop it, though law cultivators are much stronger. The student line moved fast, and soon it was my turn. The test lady glanced at my number. You're here to test mental power from the close combat class? Did you go to the wrong place? Nope. I'm a body and spirit dual cultivator. Go ahead. She had me lie down on what looked like a nuclear magnetic resonance machine. After a few beeps, I didn't feel anything. Get up. It's out. Her voice carried a hint of surprise. How much? 2,216. I took a deep breath, and you're basically a genius. This number is already mental power at the level of a second realm, second layer divine ability cultivator. I already knew how to provoke that group from the divine ability class now. What? They're learning divine abilities? Like anyone can't learn them. I'm a jack of all trades. Your mental power is already this high. But why is there no elemental fluctuation around you? Haven't you cultivated any spells? Not yet. I've only done meditation. Impressive. Just from meditation alone, you're this high. You should go to the divine ability class. If you want to cultivate, you can also test elemental affinity. Taking her advice, I tested elemental affinity as well. Elemental affinity refers to the types of heaven and earth power. The most common are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Rarer ones include wind, thunder, light, ice, and dark. The male examiner wasn't surprised. Chi and blood cultivators sometimes came to test too, eager to learn enchantment. I entered the device. Everything went black before my eyes. Then a speck of red light appeared, followed by countless green, white, yellow, and cyan points. My first thought was, give me something flashy. The red light surged in at high speed, and blazing red overwhelmed everything. Nice, it really was fire. So damn cool, it had to be fire. Anything else? With a boom, purple light chased after it at incredible speed. Thunder? I actually had two affinity elements. Thunder was just as explosive. The other elements looked like old oxen compared to these two, completely lacking appeal. In the end, all the light points vanished. The examiner brought out the report. Your affinity attributes are thunder and fire dual elements, but your affinity is only 59%. You didn't pass. It's okay for assisting cultivation. Didn't pass? I took the report. Both thunder and fire were 59. 60 was passing, 70 was good, 80 excellent, 90 stunning, 100 perfect. I actually didn't pass. I was so angry I laughed. What trash law cultivators? No eye for elements at all. TSK. I stormed out. I had thought I was an unprecedented genius of body and spirit dual cultivation, but my elemental affinity was this garbage. No wonder I looked down on the divine ability class back then and didn't apply. Law cultivators are all trash. TSK. Still, contempt aside, it was enough to make money. My mental power was in the 2000 plus range, so even if I casually used a basic spell, the power would be enormous. No technique, just pure stat stacking. The divine ability class couldn't stand students from a trash school beating them, couldn't stand support roles beating them. So if I, a fighter, beat them with spells, how ashamed would they be? Just thinking about it made me tremble. Heh. Divine ability class, prepare to welcome your king. Money. I sent a message to Jiang Huayan, then tossed over 7 or 8 screenshots. He was confused. You said you wanted me to stimulate your divine ability class. This is the stimulant tool. Reimburse me. He took one look and saw that they were all basic fire and thunder element spell prices. They weren't expensive, but there were a lot of them, and the total came to more than 20,000. What do you need these for? Don't worry about it. I guarantee a surprise. How long until it takes effect? Hard to say. Maybe next week, maybe the week after. Transfer 30,000. ASAP. I was thinking, however long it takes me to. Wait, he sent 30,000? Got it. Damn rich people. Why are they so likable? My favorability toward Jiang Huayan shot up. I bought 2 spells. The fire spell Fireball and the thunder spell Falling Thunder. 2 was enough. More would be a waste. Better to buy Chi and blood skills. Spells are trash. Yes, because my affinity was low, I firmly believed that transcendent abilities and spells were trash. That was me. After buying them, I learned them right away. Spells are just about training with an element and communicating with it to achieve an effect. To cast Fireball, you have to outline a symbol in your mind, similar to a simplified hexagram magic array. But when you pour mental power into it, the rune can easily collapse and the cast fails. I failed over and over. First, because I'd never worked with mental power before, and second, because fire element power in heaven and earth is extremely violent. Even while cursing transcendent ability users, I was still fairly patient. Half an hour later, I raised my palm. A fleeting red rune flashed by, and flames quickly gathered. Boom! A fireball the size of a fist appeared. The temperature was not low, but I didn't feel hot at all. Done. With a thought, I poured in more mental power. The fireball swelled like a balloon, its color becoming even more vivid. In the end, It turned into an orange-red fireball as big as a basketball, hovering above my palm. I felt like I was holding a super bomb. Perfect. This fireball alone would be enough to make the transcendent class behave. I still had to practice Falling Thunder. After half a day, I had mastered both Fireball and Falling Thunder. Mission accomplished. I really am a genius. And hee, come downstairs and eat. It wasn't mealtime yet, but tonight I had dinner with my roommates. No. The mental medicine I ordered online was also on its way at top speed. Damn it. And hee, you're not just training your body? Why didn't you tell me? I gave her a little knock on the head. You didn't ask. Even if I didn't ask, you still should have said something. Anything about cultivation, big or small, has to be reported to me. Okay, you're punished. Eat 20 gene of food. She had just eaten 20 gene not long ago. Go buy the food. This time get me 10 gene. You eat 20 gene yourself, not a bit less. Why are you eating so little? I have a roommate dinner tonight. Oh, she looked a little worried. Normally she ate so much because she saw me eating with such relish that her own appetite would open up. If I ate so little, would she still be able to eat? I looked at her back and stroked my chin. This girl had been crazily overfed by me for a week. Had she gotten a little fatter? I hadn't noticed before, but her figure was actually pretty good. No, that wasn't enough. If eating could make her gain weight, that meant her training volume wasn't enough. I had to push her cultivation. When the food arrived, I slowed down this time. Has your advisor approved your leave to go out? Approved. Did you buy gifts for the sword cultivation class and the auntie in your dorm building? Bought them. The auntie was very happy. Remember to act obedient in front of the auntie. She'll like you more. Got it. How's your cultivation progress in class? Are you first? I don't know. How can you not know? You're already at body tempering level 3. What about the others? I didn't dare ask. Then it's still not good enough. Your mental power is obviously insufficient too. Eat more and drink more medicine. Besides, your clients will only get more and more. If you don't work harder at cultivation and can't keep up, they'll go find someone else. If they find someone else and realize that person is better at it, all your clients will run off. No money to make. Scary, right? No money to make. Those 3 words were terrifying. She hurriedly clenched her fist. I'll definitely cultivate hard and make money properly. My phone rang. The delivery had arrived. 10 bottles of body tempering potion and 10 bottles of mental power potion. Here, cultivation supplies. She quickly refused. Jiangbai, I can earn money myself now. I sighed. So because you can earn money now, I'm useless, huh? You don't need me anymore. Fine. I tilted my head back and looked at the ceiling, my expression desolate. She widened her eyes and hurriedly took it. And no, it's not. You. The more anxious she got, the more she stuttered. Her exquisite little face flushed red, and tears had already welled up in her eyes. Why am I crying? All right, I get it now. You need me, so don't cry. She sniffled, tears shimmering in her eyes. Then from now on, whatever I give you, you just take it, understand? She hesitated again. I raised my hand. Thunk, thunk, thunk. After 3 flicks to her forehead, the tears finally broke free and rolled down. Jiangbai bullied herself again, and then he was unhappy, but because he knew she needed him, she was a little happy too. Happiness and unhappiness mixed together, and she felt a bit wronged. I didn't care. Anyway, the stuff had been given out. Ding, help and he cultivate, assist others, and earn pleasure points plus 200. With the mental potion, I now had another thing to earn points with. Eating ahead of time showed she really wasn't very hungry, but she still finished the 20 gene, belching one after another. I found you a skill, bought it with your student ID. Remember to learn it. What skill? One for relieving mental fatigue. I think it's called Soul Soothing Hand. You'll find it useful later. She didn't understand why she had to learn it, but if Jiangbai told her to, she would learn it. All right, I'm out. I went back to the dorm, pulled along F3, and left the school gates. We drank until 11 at night. Then the 4 of us staggered back and called for the auntie downstairs one after another, so warmly it was almost like calling for our mom. On Monday, the packed schedule continued, and he reaped plenty of rewards. By night, the number of people coming to her for massages had risen from over 30 to over 50. The sword cultivator class's training was simply too brutal. The teachers in the divine arts class grew more and more anxious by the day. The sword cultivator class was improving too fast. At this rate, the divine arts class would be completely crushed. Jiang Huaiyan contacted me again, asking how the preparations were going and when, exactly, I was going to start. Under his repeated invitation, on Thursday afternoon, I finally wandered over to the divine arts building. The moment I entered, I felt the surrounding elements were extremely active. Casting spells here would probably be stronger than elsewhere. The training room was enormous, tens of meters high and several thousand square meters wide, with only a dozen or so pillars supporting it in the middle. The most shocking thing was a gigantic light screen. Inside it was an image as if it were a real world. In the Divine Arts class, students were continuously condensing spells and hurling them at the screen, some hitting their target, some missing. I pushed the door open and went in. Jiang Huaiyan was delighted. Finally here. The others also noticed me. I was now very famous in Wuxiang, and the moment I appeared, everyone's gaze fell on me. Even training stopped. Jiang Huaiyan came forward. Jiang Bai, are you looking for someone? In his heart, he shouted. Come on, hit me, don't hold back. No, I just came to see how your Divine Arts class trains. Curious. He frowned. Damn it, why is he being so polite? I have to find something. No, our Divine Arts class training doesn't allow outsiders to watch. The rest of the Divine Arts class were also surprised. The class monitor, is this tough today? Does the school have that rule? Our Divine Arts class has our own rule. Jiang Huaiyan said arrogantly. Come on, hit me hard. I sneered. What the hell is your Divine Arts class worth? I don't even necessarily follow the school's rules, let alone yours. You dare insult my Divine Arts class. I was speechless for a moment. Bro, you're too eager. You're ruining my plan, okay? I'm not here to fight, and your Divine Arts class doesn't eat fists. But I won't tolerate anyone getting beaten up. What if I insult you? Your strength is weak. I insulted you, so what? My Divine Arts class cannot be insulted. I challenge you. Smack. I slapped Jiang Huaiyan down. He wasn't injured. After getting up, he retreated and sent out a wind blade. I turned my head, and the wind blade brushed past my shoulder. Whirlwind of chaotic blades, he shouted, and fierce winds erupted inside the room. More than a dozen wind blades shrieked toward me. I didn't even blink. My fists moved so fast they left afterimages, smashing every wind blade to pieces. In my eyes, they were slow and weak, not even as good as a bullet. The Divine Arts class knew I was strong, but actually seeing it still made them feel I was outrageously strong. I don't believe it, Jiang Huaiyan roared. I had already closed in at high speed and knocked him down with one punch. What a load of nonsense that he winced in pain, baring his teeth. Actually, he still had spatial attributes, but they were too draining on his mental power to use. Brothers, all of you get him together. One spell can't hurt him. With 10, with 100, can't we still beat him? He shouted loudly. But the people in the Mystic Arts class looked at each other. No one moved. They were all mystic practitioners. What mattered was late-game power. At first stage, he was already at his weakest, and they were supposed to fight a close combat body cultivator in an enclosed space? Not necessary. Jiang Huaiyan, so awkward. I couldn't help but laugh too, feeling embarrassed for him. At the very least, you're the class monitor, and you still don't know how Mystic Arts class students behave? I reached out and pulled him up. I know your Mystic Arts class is all about late-game power. First stage is indeed weak, and it's understandable that you can't beat me right now. I smiled brightly, my attitude excellent, and the Mystic Arts students immediately felt as if they were bathed in spring breeze. This Jiang Bai wasn't as arrogant and vile as the rumors said. Jiang Huaiyan had no idea what I was here for anymore. I'm here mainly to see how you usually train. Your spells are incredibly powerful, and after watching your drills, I'll have a better idea of how to deal with mystic practitioners in the future. Honestly, in my eyes, sword cultivators and mystic practitioners aren't even on the same level. No matter how strong a sword cultivator is, they still can't compare to mystic practitioners in the end. May I observe? I kept piling on the flattery, and especially the line, sword cultivators aren't as good as mystic practitioners, hit them right where it counted. They had always looked down on sword cultivators. In their eyes, sword cultivators and body cultivators were both just brutes. Where was the noble elegance of the spellcaster? To actually place the sword cultivator class on the same level as them, Wuxiang was simply blind. You may observe, but during that time you're not allowed to make any noise or interfere with our training, the second-class Mystic Arts monitor said with a smile. Of course, carry on with your training. The Mystic Arts student's confidence surged. This Jiang Bai was smart and had good judgment. Rumor had it that he was wildly arrogant in the sword cultivator class and would curse or even beat people at the slightest provocation. Yet in the Mystic Arts class, he was so obedient and modest. Didn't that prove Mystic Arts class was the most impressive in Wuxiang? Jiang Huaiyan's head was full of question marks. What exactly was Jiang Bai doing? He had no idea, but since he couldn't beat me and there were too many eyes around, it wasn't convenient to contact me. I found a stool, crossed my legs, and watched the training. So many people kept bombarding the target with light screens. The most common mystic practitioners were of the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. Next came wind and ice. Rare were thunder and light, and there wasn't a single dark element user. At a glance, it was obvious who was outstanding and who was mediocre. Some struggled for half a day only to have their spell interrupted, while others cast in 2 seconds and hit precisely. The top 3 were Jiang Huaiyan, who could raise his hand and release wind blades almost instantaneously. A girl I vaguely remembered, beautiful and delicately dressed, with slightly curled long hair and bright, generous features. Every ring, earring, and necklace on her seemed to scream expensive, the kind of rich girl who had been pampered since childhood, old money type. I think her name was Jiang Wanqing, also surnamed Jiang. What was her relationship with Jiang Huaiyan? She was fire element. A pity she wasn't dual fire thunder. Then again, even if she were, I probably still wouldn't have any connection to her. If I bound her, I honestly had no idea what to give her money. Jiang Wanqing would probably have to thank me for that little bit of change. The third was Xia Hong, class monitor of class 4, thunder element, crisp and decisive. Sigh. I suddenly sighed. The mystic arts class had already been unconsciously paying attention to me, and when they heard the sigh, they were all full of question marks. What did that mean? No one dared ask. Soon I sighed again. Still no one asked, and they continued training. The third time, I simply stood up. The scraping of the stool drew everyone's attention, and they saw me walk out with a puzzled look on my face to check the door sign. After looking, I came back and looked at this group of people again. After hesitating for a while, I sighed once more, shaking my head as I sat back down, looking as if I'd just eaten shit. No, what do you mean by that? A fire element mystic practitioner couldn't hold back anymore, his face full of disgust. What are you disgusted about? I hurriedly put away my own disgust and apologized with a smile. Sorry, it's nothing. Carry on. No sighing. It affects our training. Okay. About 10 minutes later, I let out another long sigh and simply took out my phone, playing while shaking my head. Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Bai, what exactly do you mean? If you have something to say, just say it. What's with the sighing and shaking your head? I looked up. It's really nothing, just… forget it, I won't say it. His forehead veins twitched. No, say it. Don't be disgusting here. I said I was afraid it would affect our relationship, so I won't say it. Say it, we're not getting mad. Then I'm really going to say it? Say it. I let out another long sigh. Then really, don't get mad. Stop talking nonsense and say it. Fine, then I'll say it. I stood up and looked at everyone in the Divine Arts class. Honestly, I'm very disappointed in your Divine Arts class. Extremely disappointed. That opening line hit hard. You can all see it. I didn't come here to fight. I came here to learn. I wanted to understand how powerful Divine Arts practitioners are, so I'd have a better idea when facing enemies in the future. But I never expected the students of the Wuxiang Divine Arts class to be such trash. I bit hard on the word trash. Everyone flew into a rage. You're a close combat student, and you don't understand Divine Arts at all. What right do you have to call us trash? I said with disdain. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I'm a body cultivator. Sword cultivators are, at their core, body cultivators too. I'm stronger than them, so I can casually insult them because I understand them. But when I come to your Divine Arts class, even if I'm stronger than you, I don't understand your cultivation, so I wouldn't dare insult you casually. So I watched, I learned. But I never expected you to be this bad. I was just seriously wondering whether this was even Wuxiang's Divine Arts class, so I went out to check the sign. Sure enough, there was a school emblem on it. A fireball spell that simple, and someone actually failed to cast it? It's been a full week since school started, and even the Divine Arts students at a vocational college learn faster than you. I really cannot understand how, with your intelligence, you managed to get into Wuxiang Divine Arts class. Or did you get in through special talents, since it's a special program class? I was glowing with satisfaction inside. The task had been completed beautifully. When Lu Jinjin shouted something like, "I hate you," from behind me, I didn't even stop walking. Ridiculous. Hate me? Look at this crowd behind you, lining up and shouting slogans. Who among them hates me less than you do? There are plenty of people who hate me. Who do you think you are? The parade continued. As the slogans rang out one after another, the students of the supernatural class all turned green with anger. When had these people ever suffered such humiliation? Since childhood, they had always been first place, with awards piling up in their hands, the quintessential other people's children. Getting into the supernatural class at Wuxiang University meant they were the chosen among the chosen. And today, I had dragged them out to parade in public. That stark contrast made them want nothing more than to tear me to pieces. I felt even better. After the parade ended, I'd have to ask Jiang Huaiyan for a bonus. I did the job this beautifully, and he still won't pay? Then I'll tell the outside world that all of this was his scheme. Hahaha. I couldn't help laughing out loud. Wuxiang University was far too big. Even though the supernatural class walked as fast as they could, it still took nearly an hour to complete one full lap. In the end, we returned to the supernatural building. All right, well done. Dismissed. Hands in my pockets. I was very pleased with myself. Then I looked up, and every single one of them was glaring at me, eyes red, men and women alike. I raised an eyebrow. What now? Still want a beating? What are you staring at? Want to fight? The moment I shouted, they all went numb. Right? You remembered, didn't you? You can't beat me. One of you can't beat me, and even all of you together can't beat me. I knew they'd get stronger later. But that was later. For now, behave. Wei Shan charged out of the building, his face livid. Everyone back to the classroom. The supernatural class students knew they'd been humiliated. Red-faced, they rushed back to the classroom. Wei Shan glared at me again. Or should I fight you myself? I immediately put on a smile. That won't do, teacher. You're already in the later stage. That made him laugh in anger, and he cursed under his breath. I quickly made my escape. Goodbye, teacher. It's time for lunch. My mood was bright. The task was perfectly completed, and taking the 100,000 yuan felt entirely justified. And time to eat. Okay. In the supernatural classroom, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Wei Shan stood on the podium, his face dark as he swept his gaze across every student. No one dared meet his eyes. They all kept their heads down. Still have the nerve to sit? Everyone stand up. Everyone shot to their feet. Wei Shan began, heartbroken. The Supernatural Academy has been established for 120 years, from the first class that enrolled only 9 people to the huge scale it has today. How many seniors poured their hearts and souls into turning the supernatural class from an obscure nobody into Wuxiang University's ace major? How many generations shed blood and offered their lives just to prove one thing? Supernatural users are the strongest, and the supernatural class at Wuxiang University is the strongest class among supernatural users. But today, it's all been ruined. His voice went from furious to sorrowful, and finally to despair. You stripped the supernatural class of its dignity and broke its backbone. The reputation so many predecessors accumulated has, starting from today, all turned into bubbles. You didn't lose face for yourselves. You lost face for the entire Supernatural Academy. For countless seniors, for countless teachers. My old face has nowhere to go now, and I don't even know how I'll face my colleagues in the future. You've disappointed me far too much. The students of the supernatural class all kept their heads down, their bodies trembling. After Wei Shan finished scolding them, he looked completely drained of strength. Forget it. Dismissed. Go eat. He turned and left. The classroom fell into dead silence, every student's mood sinking to the bottom. At that moment, Jiang Huayan stepped onto the podium. Everyone, all of them put their heads to look at him. We've let everyone down and brought disgrace to the Supernatural Academy. Do you want to make up for it? No one spoke, but everyone's eyes said the same thing. Yes. If you want to make up for it, then stop using later stage as an excuse. The only chance is to go all out over the next 4 years, become the strongest class at Wuxiang University, and trample the sword cultivation class and the close combat class underfoot. We have to win back the face we lost ourselves. The sword cultivation class trains hard, so we have to train even harder than they do. We have to beat them in the early stages. Only then can we regain our dignity. To learn well is to come close to wisdom. To act with strength is to come close to benevolence. And to know shame is to come close to courage. Everyone, for the supernatural power class, for ourselves, burn bright. When I found Jiang Huayan, there was still an old white-haired man in the office. Wei Shan stood respectfully in front of him. Qi Jingxin, the founder of the supernatural power realm, a famous figure throughout the entire Xia nation. How is your great-grandfather's health these days? He asked me. He's in good health. He asked me to send his regards to you. Was today's matter your plan? I hesitated a little. It's fine, just say it. I could only admit, I found Jiang Bai to stir up the first-year students, but I didn't expect it to cause such a big scene. Qi Jingxin smiled. You weren't wrong. What is empty fame worth? What truly disgraces the Supernatural Power Academy is that the students it taught can't even beat others at the same level. The saying that supernatural power users are invincible in the later stages was originally made up to give them confidence. Now that the system is complete, some people have taken those words as scripture, but it's nothing more than an excuse for the weak. What Jiang Bai did was no different from scraping the bone to cure the poison. I felt somewhat relieved. But he changed his tone. You've lost your reputation. You have to lead them to win it back. Can you do that? Definitely. He nodded and told Wei Shan to assist from the side. If there was any need, submit the request directly. As long as this class could shine, resources would be tilted toward the freshmen. Wei Shan accepted the order with great joy. Qi Jingxin's figure turned into an illusion and vanished. Second cafeteria. I was devouring my food. And he said worriedly, you've offended the supernatural power class and the sword cultivation class. Will you be bullied in the future? I gave a disdainful smile. I used to bully others, and in the future there'll still only be me bullying others. But if you're worried I'll get bullied, then work hard to cultivate. You're a dual cultivator of magic and body, so if I ever can't make it, I'll have to rely on you to protect me. But I'm a healer. What's wrong with being a healer? If your body is strong enough and your mental power is strong enough, a scalpel can be used as a dagger, And if you can use spells, you're a supernatural power user. She nodded thoughtfully. After eating, I sent Jiang Huaiyan a message. Old Jiang, is the supernatural power class efficient now? It is. More than efficient. Whenever freshmen from the supernatural power class went out to eat, they were mocked everywhere. As a result, they hadn't even finished their meals in 20 minutes before all rushing back to the training room to train like crazy. You did a great job. Shouldn't you give out some bonus money? Is it possible that you went too far this time? Not possible. But I do have a possibility. I love bragging. And if one day I tell others about you asking me for help, you dare. Old Jiang, do you think I'm the type who is afraid of threats? Just give me some bonus money. 50,000 is fine. A transfer of 50,000 came through. I received it instantly. Thanks, boss. I wish you success in pinning me to the ground and rubbing me against it as soon as possible. I definitely will. So satisfying. I already had nearly 200,000 in hand. It was time to spend some money. And hee, are you busy tonight? I need to go back and meditate and cultivate. It's not a problem. Let's go out and have fun. She froze. She had already gotten used to me leaving right after meals, even making her clean up the bowls and chopsticks, let alone sending her back to the dorm. And now I was actually asking her out to have fun? Her mind flashed through those young men and women who ran into the woods, on the steps, and in the shadows beside the dormitory building. Her heart pounded wildly, and her beautiful little face instantly flushed red. I looked at Anhihi, who had her head down with a confused expression. Want to go out and have some fun? Are you going or not? I pressed her, with money in hand. I had to buy her things to improve her cultivation. That way my own strength could skyrocket too, and the points for helping others would come pouring in. And Hee was so shy her voice was barely audible, like a mosquito. Okay. I didn't catch a word of it, but that didn't matter. If I couldn't hear it, I'd take it as agreement. All right, go back and put your things away first. I'm going to wash my hair, and I'll call you when I'm ready. I stood up and left. And Hee sat there, touching her burning cheeks. The day had finally come. She had never gone out to have fun with a boy before, but faced with my invitation, she felt not the slightest bit worried. Back in the dorm, she asked her roommates Zheng Ku and Tang Qingqing what she should do. Whoa, so the dagger's coming out of the map at last. Zheng Ku jumped up. I told you Jiang Bai was definitely after Hee. The two roommates gave her a long list of reminders. For a first date, they had to stay on campus, could only hold hands at most, and she was not to let him take advantage of her. And Hee nodded blankly. Just then, I called her. Done. I look handsome after washing my hair. I'm really jealous you get to see this face all the time. Come down to my dorm building entrance. Let's head out. Where are we going to play? And Hee asked. Downtown, the commercial center. Zheng Ku was so anxious she kept stamping her feet, mouthing, only on campus. And Hee opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. I hung up directly. Zheng Ku panicked. What if he deliberately stays out really late until the dorms close, then takes you to a hotel? If there's only a king bed left, and he sleeps on the floor while you feel bad for him, you'll end up sleeping with him. And Hee widened her eyes. Jiang Bai wouldn't. How do you know? He just wouldn't, anyway. And Hee tossed out the line and hurried out the door. Zheng Ku was heartbroken. After thinking it over, Tang Qingqing decided and Hee was too naive. As class monitor, she had to keep an eye on her safety. Let's secretly follow them and see how they date. The two of them put on masks and hats and quietly trailed after her. And Hee arrived downstairs at my dorm, and the boys passing by kept sneaking glances at her. Wasn't that the campus belle in Hee? The very presence that beat Jiang Weining from the Divine Arts class by 3 votes without even using makeup. Who was she waiting for? Who was so impressive that he could make the campus belle wait for him? For a college campus belle, if she was only chosen through online voting, all you needed to know was her name. But if a strange boy could recognize her at a glance in a crowd, then that campus belle was truly top tier, the kind of absolute beauty without beautification, without filters. After getting the message, I came down quickly from the 2nd floor. Let's go. I waved my hand. And Hee immediately followed. Her roommate Zheng Ku muttered unhappily. Isn't this way too pathetic? Tang Qingqing whispered. Hee has a soft personality, and Jiang Bai is overbearing. That's normal. And Hee asked me, aren't we going to play on campus? What's there to do on campus? We already walked around it this afternoon. I don't want to stay here. Then where are we going? You'll know when we get there. Then if we go to the commercial center, can we just look around and not spend any money? I snorted. I'm going there to spend money. Could you not spend money on me? I turned sharply. Impossible. I was here to spend money on her, and she was actually refusing? If I wasn't spending money on her, what was I going to the mall for? Wouldn't it be better to play Do Diju in the dorm? Could you spend a little less? Please, she said pitifully. I rolled my eyes. I had never heard a request like that before. Fine, I'll spend less. My tone softened a little, worried I'd scare her. If you don't spend money, I'll be even happier. I'm not happy. Don't be unhappy. I waved down a taxi. The female driver glanced at us and said, "Student, your girlfriend is really pretty, like a celebrity." And he blushed. Just as she was about to explain, I cut in. "She is indeed pretty. After all, with my looks right here, wouldn't it be awkward not to pair me with someone good-looking?" The driver laughed. "Then your girlfriend is really lucky." I gave a thumbs up. "Sis, you're wise." Wuxiang City Cloud Sea Commercial Center, dedicated to serving cultivators, has 5 above-ground floors and 2 underground floors. And he looked at the mall glittering with neon lights and at the passers-by with strong auras and fine clothes, and clearly felt out of place. I took her into the Wanful Supermarket on the 2nd floor, a nationwide chain of cultivation supermarkets. It was crowded inside, with some people carrying swords and blades, others brimming with murderous energy, as if they had just returned from hunting ferocious beasts. I grabbed a shopping cart, and he followed me closely, almost pressed against me. She saw the prices, a few hundred yuan counted as cheap, and most items were over 1,000. "Jiang Bai, can we leave? I'm scared." Her voice even carried a sobbing note. I ignored her and directly took a row of bone-strengthening potions, 5 bottles for 2,000 yuan. Then, the crazy shopping began. Bone-strengthening potions, visceral nourishing potions, Shirquan Dabu pills, calming potions, all kinds of high-quality potions, from big-name brands with guaranteed quality. I bought snacks too, made from precious herbs and pure ferocious beast meat, using the best spirit-locking technology. I bought whatever I wanted, and whatever I thought she needed, I bought for her. And he followed behind me, unable to even lift her head, constantly tugging at my sleeve. "Stop buying." The things were almost piled to the top of the cart. At the checkout, 54,228 yuan. So expensive. But there were even pricier potions, with some bottles costing over 10,000. No wonder rich geniuses cultivate so much faster. I had to bring in He's cultivation speed up. "Carry these." I handed her a pile of things. Her heart was pounding wildly, her eyes watery, nearly scared to death. "Look at you, so useless." I was furious that she wouldn't live up to expectations. She puffed out her cheeks, full of grievance. "Lift your head and see which store looks good to you. We'll go in." She looked around blankly. I spotted a boutique. "Let's go." I looked at He. She was dressed plainly, with no jewelry, and her hair was just casually tied up with a black hair tie. How could that do? It had to be arranged. A silver necklace, around 100 yuan, buy it. Hair accessories for tying up her hair, buy them. A sun hat, buy it. Earrings. She didn't have pierced ears, forget it. Anyway, anything that suited her, buy it all. Tang Qingqing and Zheng Ke's faces changed. Zheng Ke became fully certain. The big pile of stuff from the supermarket just now was also for He. "This is bad. He is in danger." Zheng Ke's expression was ugly. Tang Qingqing didn't understand. Jiang Bai bought so much all at once. He must be trying to take advantage of the chance to win He over. Otherwise, who would spend this much money? Tang Qingqing gasped. Good thing they had followed. Jiang Bai really was dangerous. The two of them stepped aside and discussed that if Jiang Bai wouldn't let He go back, they had to stop him. "Carry these." I stuffed the things into He's arms. I swept my gaze around again. What else hadn't I bought? Milk tea. I had drunk it before, and it was pretty good. Get one for He too. With 2 cups of milk tea in hand, I bought some bread as well, sweet and tasty. "Let's go." "Go where?" And He asked blankly. "Back to school, of course. We're done shopping." She froze. "Going back already?" It was only past 8, and the dorms wouldn't close for more than an hour. Tang Qingqing and Zheng Ke followed right behind by taxi, more confused the more they watched. Was this direction really back to school? It wasn't until the taxi stopped at the gate of Wuxiang University, and I got out while He followed with 2 large bags of stuff, that it clicked for them. "All right, we've had our fun. You still have to make money tonight, so I won't keep you. These things are all for you. Remember to use them and raise your strength soon. When the Sword Cultivator class and the Divine Ability class come looking for trouble with me in the future, you'll be able to help. Shut up and don't refuse." The weight in He's heart finally fell away. These things really were for her. She wanted to say they were too expensive, and she couldn't accept them. "See you tomorrow for dinner." I waved and headed straight for the boys' dormitory. Behind me, He stood there holding 2 large bags of stuff, dazed in place. I didn't look back. After buying the things, the task was complete, and it was time to go back and drink milk tea. And He stood there, completely petrified. These things were all bought for her. Tens of thousands of yuan. She should have known from the start that I asked her out just to buy things for her. Besides buying her things, forcing her to eat more, and helping her make money, I do nothing else. I just spoil her in a domineering, overbearing way. Tang Qingqing and Zheng Ke were stunned too. "Just going back like this?" I came gently, I left gently, and I waved my sleeve without taking away a single cloud. Zheng Ke's mind was buzzing. "No, man. What are you even doing?" The boy she had seen before would want to hold hands just for buying a bottle of drink. who would spend tens of thousands and not ask for anything at all. Tang Qingqing's eyes lit up. She got it. Pure love. These two were pure love. What is pure love? Giving unconditionally without mixing in any desire and asking for nothing in return. Oh my God, there really is pure love in this world. Tang Qingqing exclaimed. Zhengke was also confused. She had always thought I had bad intentions in getting close to Anhihi. But now she saw me buying cultivation supplies like I was buying groceries, buying them in bulk and throwing them all to Anhihi. Although I have a hot temper, although I made Anhihi carry everything, although I lectured her, but I really was willing to spend money without even blinking. And I wasn't buying gold, luxury bags, jewelry, or pretty clothes. I was buying all cultivation supplies. Practical, and generous. Zhengke was completely baffled. What exactly was this guy doing? Tang Qingqing walked over to Anhihi. Hihi, stop spacing out. Jiangbai already went back. Only then did Anhihi come back to her senses. Qingqing, why are you here? Just passing by. Happened to pass by? Were these bought for you by Jiangbai? Anhihi looked around blankly. The boys' dorm side was here, and Tang Qingqing just happened to pass by? Forget it. She was the class monitor. Maybe she came to find a guy for something. Let's go. It's time to head back to the dorm. I'll help you carry some. Zhengku also came over to help. Actually, Anhihi was a cultivator, so this much weight was nothing at all. But helping carry things was a sign of courtesy. I was different. I had no manners. Dorm 213. I was drinking milk tea, feeling that this stuff was really delicious, sweet, and milky. Girls' dorm. Items were taken out of the bags one by one. Tang Qingqing read out the names. Zhang Ke searched the prices, and Ning Yuyao was in charge of exclaiming. Tang Qingqing. 10 complete great tonic pills, produced by Wanxing Hall. Zheng Ku. 1 box, 1,592. Ning Yuyao. Holy crap. Tang Qingqing. Pure cleanse potion, produced by Baichao Pharmaceuticals. Zheng Ku. 1 row pack, 2,310. Ning Yuyao. Holy crap. Tang Qingqing kept reading. Zheng Ke kept searching. Ning Yuyao kept shouting. Holy crap. All 4 girls were stunned. Anhihi was still dazed, replaying the whole trip in her mind. She had been too timid and hardly spoke to me the whole way. Anhihi looked at the medicine and snacks covering the bed and fell into a dilemma. If she didn't take them, I would definitely get angry and throw them away. If she did, they were too expensive and she didn't know how to pay me back. Tang Qingqing stared blankly at those medicines. Wasn't Body Tempering Realm only supposed to use body tempering potions and spirit potions? Why were there also bone refining, organ nourishing, and energy restoring ones? Zheng Ku was directly stunned by the prices. Ning Yuyao was even more exaggerated, just lying flat. Besides the potions, there were also snacks, the cheap ones costing dozens of yuan a bag and the expensive ones several hundred. There were also Kuromi slippers, baseball caps, hair clips, face masks, headbands, and even a set of pajamas. The items filled the entire dorm room, and the scene was spectacular. Anhihi took a photo and sent it to me. Jiangbai image, I replied. This little? Let's buy more tomorrow. She said there were super many. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Never seen the world. Go play by yourself. I'm playing Do Diju. She said she wanted to chat with me. I flat out refused. Dream on. She pouted and found that I stopped replying to her messages. At this time, the sword cultivation class and the divine powers class were still desperately training. Listening to the system's prompt in my mind, I smiled faintly. 800 points of helping others brings joy had arrived. Adding in the points from helping Anhihi earlier, the total had already reached 1,800 points. It wasn't too hard to get to 10,000 points for a system upgrade. On the other side, Lu Zhending was video chatting with Tan Qingfeng, crying pitifully with tears streaming down her face. Tan Qingfeng was a sophomore and the head of the student union's competition department. When he saw the bruises around Lu Zhending's eyes, he was furious. Who did this? Lu Zhending immediately sold me out without hesitation. As soon as Tan Qingfeng heard my name, his anger froze instantly. He knew my reputation clearly, beating up the sword cultivation class, humiliating the divine powers class, and being called the king of freshmen. Before this, someone in the student union had tried to make trouble for me, and the result was that those two got warnings and lost any chance at awards. I had also vented my anger by single-handedly beating down the entire sword cultivation freshman class. Lu Zhending cried as she provoked him. You're a dignified student union department head, and you can't do anything about a freshman? Tan Qingfeng was stirred up. Don't worry, I'll get justice for you. Lu Zhending said fiercely. If you help me get revenge, I'll thank you properly. Tan Qingfeng asked her out to talk face-to-face. Lu Zhending hesitated for a moment, but still agreed, changed into conservative clothes, and went out. Shun Jing listened to the entire conversation behind the curtain and shook her head. Tan Qingfeng was not a good person. Tan Qingfeng's roommate teased him for going to meet a junior girl again, and he went out smiling. After they met on the playground, Lu Zhending looked at him and inexplicably felt resistant, as if she were looking at a fake person. Tan Qingfeng leaned in to check her injuries, but she instinctively stepped back. He felt dissatisfied, but didn't show it. He brought up his plan. For Sunday's 100 Clubs battle, I'm planning to get all the clubs to refuse to recruit any students from Close Combat Class 1, so they'll get angry. Lu Zhending was puzzled. Who has that much influence? Tan Qingfeng reached out as if to pat her shoulder, but she hurriedly dodged. Senior, don't get handsy. His expression darkened. Do you dislike me that much? Lu Zhending quickly tried to cover for it. I'm a traditional girl. We're only friends right now, so we should keep our distance. Tan Qingfeng frowned. Only friends? Can't you tell I like you? Otherwise, why would I help you get connected into the student union? Lu Zhending smiled. Of course I can feel it. I also admire you, senior. But I've just entered university. Can you give me some time? Tan Qingfeng understood that he couldn't rush things. Lu Zhending was not like those junior girls who could be easily fooled. There were some junior girls who would think they had met true love after he did just a little for them. He had no fewer than 5 of those kinds of people in his contacts. But the best one in terms of quality was still Lu Zhending. He didn't want to give up. Looks like I was overthinking it, he said with a smile. Senior didn't overthink it. It's just that the timing isn't right. I value feelings very much, and I'm very loyal. Let's give each other some time, and things will come naturally. Tan Qingfeng thought to himself. She really had a way with words. All right, as long as I know you have me in your heart, I'm happy. Lu Zhending looked at him gently. Senior is the person who's been nicest to me at university. I hope we can slowly get to know each other. Tan Qingfeng pulled the topic back to business. Zhending, you just asked who has that much influence to make the clubs listen? Lu Zhending let out a sigh of relief. For now, this issue was set aside. Yes, who? Tan Qingfeng smiled slightly. Me. Lu Zhending agreed. As long as she could make me take a hard fall, she would go on a date with Tan Qingfeng. Tan Qingfeng had power. He was the head of the competition department and oversaw external competitions. Although he did not have the final say, he had the first elimination power. If a teacher had not personally assigned someone, he could decide who went and who didn't. If he didn't want someone to go, the difficulty would multiply. So clubs that wanted rewards always gave him face. Before long, Saturday arrived. Wuxiang University's club battle had started warming up on Friday, with all kinds of tents set up. The anime club's cosplay drew countless eyes. Even more eye-catching was the Hahuan Club, which let students from outside the Hahuan Academy experience their courses. But very few people wanted to join, afraid of being exposed, since that would ruin their dating prospects for the next 4 years of college. If someone found out at a graduation blind date that you had participated in the Hahuan Club, they would definitely look at you differently. Joining the Hahuan Club was scarier than getting a tattoo. I wasn't very interested, but the dorm's F3 group was pumped up, eager to join a club with lots of beauties and get themselves girlfriends. I didn't get it. What was so great about getting a girlfriend? Could it be more fun than playing landlord? Still, I went along with them to take a look. Along Mingji Road, girls in all kinds of outfits were extremely pleasing to the eye. Some generously showed off their long legs, glittering in the sunlight. At first I thought it was boring, but after watching for a while, it suddenly wasn't boring anymore. The people recruiting were naturally the face of their clubs, dressed exquisitely. The freshmen had also come fully armed, spending ages just on grooming themselves, with both legs coated in concealer and sunscreen. The result was a feast for the eyes. Ding ding ding. My phone rang, and he asked me which club I was going to join. Not sure yet, just looking around. I wasn't very interested in clubs, but I wasn't completely uninterested either. For example, the Close Combat Club sounded pretty good, students sparring to improve combat skills. If there was a club with lots of beauties and generous vibes, aside from the Hahuan Club, I wouldn't mind joining either. Because I have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering beauty and appreciating beauty. The Tianjin Club. I like this one. Su Kuan said excitedly, leaning over. We looked over and saw 3 girls. Their looks were top tier, and they wore plain ancient-style white dresses that fluttered gently in the wind, like spotless saintesses from an ancient sect. Classical beauty plus sacred beauty. They weren't dressed revealingly, but that was exactly the point. They were supposed to be modest. Ideally, they'd even wear white gloves on both hands, covering those delicate jade-like hands too. That hit the spot. Not just Su Kuan, even I was tempted. Sign me up. Register here. Anyone who wants to join the Tianjin Club can register here, join the group, pay the fee, and get a name tag. Clubs like this usually accepted anyone, unlike the bigger clubs that still required selection exams. Su Kuan finished registering and handed it in. A senior girl glanced at it and sized us up. You're from the Close Combat Academy's Close Combat class? Which class? Class 1, Su Kuan said a little proudly. Sorry, Junior, you don't meet our Tianjin Club's requirements. Su Kuan froze, his face reddening. How did he not qualify? But he didn't dare ask. I was puzzled and started filling out the registration. The senior girl smiled at me. This freshman was really handsome. Too bad the president had said no recruiting first-year students from Close Combat Class 1. I filled in the information and asked, "Senior, take a look and see if I qualify?" She looked at it. "Jiang Baiyu, Close Combat Class 3, you qualify. Scan the QR code to join the group, pay 10 yuan to get your ID badge, and once you're in the group, change your name and class." Okay, Su Kuan was stunned. "Old Jiang, what's the difference between us? Our looks are basically equal." I was furious. "Bullshit. My looks are unmatched through the ages. Competing with me on looks? Do you even have that kind of talent?" Su Kuan was speechless. This shameless bastard. "Fine, I'm the dad here, so I won't hold it against my son. But what exactly is different between us?" I gave a cold laugh. "What's different about it? You fill in Martial Combat Class 1, I fill in Martial Combat Class 3. That's the only difference." The roommates were even more confused. Class 1 had better grades than Class 3. How could clubs possibly take Class 3 first during recruitment? I instantly caught the signal. Someone was targeting me. I opened the class group chat and directly mentioned everyone. "Classmates, is it true that as long as you reveal you're from Martial Combat Class 1, clubs will refuse you?" The group exploded at once. "Yes, I've been rejected more than 10 times." "Me too." As soon as I wrote Martial Combat Class 1, I got politely turned down. "Class rep, what's going on?" Counselor Wu Wanru called to ask about the situation. I played dumb. "Counselor, someone's targeting our class. Did you offend anyone?" She was barely holding back laughter on the other end of the line. "Cut the crap. Can you handle it?" "I can. For this kind of petty, unsightly matter, what I'm best at is dragging it out into the open. No need to argue. No need to fight. Not necessary. If they don't accept you into their club, that's their right. What proof do you have?" "Sorry, but I really do." I directed all 45 students in the class to start collecting evidence and casually bought a loudspeaker. Evidence was posted into the group one item at a time. Someone with exactly the same information, only a different class, could be admitted. Someone with worse grades could still replace one of our class members and get into the club. As long as they wrote Martial Combat Class 1, it was a no-go. The top clubs were fair enough, though 10,000 Swords Club, Divine Powers Club, they only looked at ability. But the bar was high, so it was impossible for everyone to get in. As for the student union, let alone it. If one or two from a class could get in, that was already decent. So far, not a single person from our class had made it in. At the student union recruitment site, Lu Zhengzheng wore a sweet smile as she guided freshmen to sign up for interviews. She had already gotten a student union badge and joined the main group. Tan Qingfeng stood beside her and said in a low voice, "Zhengzheng, a lot of clubs have already shut Martial Combat Class 1 out." Lu Zhengzheng's smile grew even brighter. "Then the people from the martial combat classes will definitely understand that they couldn't get into clubs because the class rep Jiang Bai offended someone. Let them vent their resentment on Jiang Bai, an unpopular class rep, hated by his classmates. Just thinking about it is interesting." Tan Qingfeng looked very pleased with himself. A freshman king? The rules of Wuxiang University had always been set by the student union. If he wanted to make trouble for a first-year student, he didn't need to show up in person at all, a few phone calls, and that student would be stuck everywhere he went. "Senior, you're amazing." Lu Jingjing's eyes were full of admiration. "Calling me senior is too formal. Just call me Qingfeng." Tan Qingfeng smiled and reached out, trying to pat her head. Lu Zhengzheng quickly stepped back. "Then I'll call you Brother Qingfeng. The sun isn't that strong. You don't need to shield me from it." "Brother Qingfeng, you're a busy man. Go take care of your work. Otherwise people will gossip." Tan Qingfeng's expression stiffened. This woman didn't know what was good for her. Didn't she know the consequences of repeatedly refusing him? He could torment me, and tormenting her would be even easier. Still, he could give Lu Zhengzheng another chance. If she still didn't let him get a little advantage during that date after the 100 Clubs battle, then he'd show Lu Zhengzheng what pain really meant. Just then, I appeared with a loudspeaker at the intersection of Mingji Road and Boshua Road, the area with the densest foot traffic, and also where the student union recruitment was taking place. All the students from Martial Combat Class 1 had come. They watched me holding the loudspeaker and standing arrogantly right in the middle of the road, and thinking about what was about to happen. Each of them got excited. My abnormal behavior drew everyone's attention. They didn't know what I was going to do. I tried the loudspeaker, and the volume was already maxed out. Time to go. I was wrong. All teachers and students of Wuxiang University, I am Jiang Bai, class monitor of the close combat class, and I am here to apologize to everyone. The voice exploded across the field, and all eyes locked onto me in an instant. The people from the close combat class were stunned. What was their class monitor even made of, that his skin could be this thick? I am just an ordinary student, with neither power nor influence. I should not have acted so arrogantly. Because of me, The entire close combat class has been dragged down, and I deeply blame myself. All clubs have refused to let our class join. Officials from the student council, I truly know I was wrong. From now on, I guarantee I will keep my tail between my legs and behave myself. When I see someone from the student council, I will nod and bow. Please, officials, show us some mercy. Come for me if you must, but don't drag our class into this. I shouldn't have beaten Chu Rueji so badly, shouldn't have knocked down everyone in the sword cultivation class, shouldn't have insulted the divine arts class. I shouldn't have been born this handsome and offended the officials' eyes. But this face was given to me by my parents, and I can't do anything about that. My voice drowned out the entire club battle. The people from the sword cultivation class and the divine arts class were furious. Why were you apologizing and dragging us into it too? And though his words sounded miserable, his expression was still brazenly arrogant. On the student council side, Tan Qingfeng's pin snapped in two. In the second-floor president's office, Chu Rueji's sister, Chu Xiao, looked dark and cold, her gaze sharp as a blade. Who caused this mess? In the end, her eyes fell on Tan Qingfeng, whose face had turned ashen. Tan Qingfeng's head buzzed. Was this guy crazy? Did he know the consequences of shouting like that? Breaking ties with the entire student union? Making life impossible for himself from then on? Tan Qingfeng, what's going on? Chu Xiao asked coldly. President, it's got nothing to do with me. Student Union Department Head Tan, Master Tan, I know I was wrong, sir. Please show mercy. My voice floated up again. Chu Xiao sneered. He'd even named you directly, and you still say it has nothing to do with you? She made a call. Take him away. Lock him in security office. For security guards appeared, and the loudspeaker stopped. I obediently put the loudspeaker away and flashed a brilliant smile. Brothers, where to? I'll cooperate. I followed the security guards away, and he wanted to chase after me, but Tang Qingqing held her back. Jiang Bai is being bullied. I'm going to help him. Tang Qingqing rolled her eyes, which I saw him getting bullied. He's clearly the one bullying others. He's put Tan Qingfeng on the spot. Don't make trouble. And he still chased after me. I frowned. Why are you following me? I can't let them bully you. I laughed. Go on, Shu. I've always been the one bullying others. The one who can bully me hasn't been born yet. And he insisted on following. I felt warm inside, but still glared at her. Go back. No, forget it. With the security guards here, she could follow if she wanted. When we reached the security office, everyone was there. Our counselor, the security office leadership, a teacher from the student union, Chu Xiao, and Tan Qingfeng. I immediately changed into a well-behaved look, sat obediently on a little stool, and greeted every teacher I saw. But I kept staring at Tan Qingfeng. I didn't even know him. Why was he targeting me? Then I remembered, at the awakening ceremony, he had been standing together with Lu Xinjin. So he was getting revenge for her. This whole thing was Tan Qingfeng's doing, Jiang Huayan told me. He had always been grateful that I'd encouraged the divine power class back then, and now that I was in trouble, he helped without a word. The head of security spoke first. Jiang Bai, disturbing public order and slandering others. What do you have to say? Leader, I'm innocent. I raised my hand. I had no choice. Department head Tan used his authority to get every single one of our close combat Class 1 students rejected by the clubs. I'm the class monitor. I can't let my actions drag down the whole class, so I had no choice but to apologize publicly. I was apologizing, not accusing anyone. Tan Qingfeng panicked. Bullshit. When did I use my authority? Do you have proof? I do. I held up the evidence. As soon as anyone from our class reported their class, they were rejected. The clubs would rather take weaker students than accept us. He tried to quibble. That's the club's freedom. Maybe it's just because you're a troublemaker. Then please ask the club president's leader and see whether they were taking orders from department head Tan. Tan Qingfeng's face changed drastically. Plainly speaking, this was just him abusing his power. He wanted to make me miserable and stir up resentment in the class. That kind of thing doesn't look good on the surface. But I wasn't afraid at all. I just blew it wide open. Those club presidents were already under his thumb. Once the teachers asked, the truth would definitely come out. Teacher Hu from the Student Affairs Office spoke up. The student union can't be slandered. Jiang Bai, write an apology letter and read it once in the broadcast room, and that'll be the end of it. My eyes lit up. Using a little loudspeaker wasn't satisfying enough, and now they wanted me to use the big loudspeaker? The whole school would hear it. I agree. Teacher Hu was stunned. Chu Xiao had been watching me the whole time and suddenly said, Teacher, he was just using that little loudspeaker to apologize to Tan Qingfeng. I glared at her. You're beautiful, sure, but why stick your nose in when nothing's wrong? I immediately changed my expression, raised my hand, and promised, Teacher Hu, I know I was wrong. I'll write an apology letter and read it word for word. Chu Xiao added again. When he was using the loudspeaker just now, he didn't have any script either. I snapped, Who are you? What does my talking to the teacher have to do with you? Where's the trust between people? If you can't speak, then shut up. Everyone froze. This was Chu Xiao, the student union president, the #1 powerhouse among the undergraduates at Wuxiang University. She smiled, breathtakingly beautiful. Fellow teachers, I have a bit of personal business to take care of. After saying that, she reached out and grabbed me directly. I narrowed my eyes and glanced around. Not a single person dared to help. This woman had more influence than I had imagined. But that was exactly what I wanted. I wanted to use my own beating to drag Tan Qingfeng into the abyss. Right now, there was only one thing in my head: kill Tan Qingfeng. As for safety, the security office was giving Chu Xiao face, so at most she would beat me up once, leaving only minor bruises. And He widened her eyes and rushed over. What are you trying to do? Wu Wanru sighed and reached out to stop her. That's right, the one she stopped wasn't Chu Xiao, but He. My blood surged, but it was completely suppressed by a single palm. With no ability to resist, I was carried out one-handed by the short Chu Xiao. The door shut. Jiang Bai. And He tried to rush out. Calm down, he won't be in any danger. If you go out, you'll only hurt him. Wu Wanru stopped her. Wu Wanru sighed inwardly. This kid is a genius. Was this a lucky accident, or had he planned it all along? He actually used Chu Xiao to deal with Tan Qingfeng. So what if he takes a beating? Who doesn't get hit in this day and age? Tan Qingfeng was overjoyed, thinking, Jiang Bai has finally run into a hard wall. The security office leaders looked at his smug expression and silently shook their heads. This kid had no idea what he was about to face. My screams came from outside the door. Murder! Help! The student union president is beating someone at the security office entrance. Is there any justice left? Hiss, sis, go easy, I was wrong. Sis, your hands are so soft and fair. How can you have so much strength? Hearing my screams, and He was in tears, but she couldn't get out. It was just like a helpless wife listening through the door as her husband was being abused by another woman. While I was taking the beating, I was still thinking about her. That girl must have been crying. I told her not to come, but she insisted. What good would it do to follow me? The pain quickly filled my mind. Damn it, Chu Xiao was really hitting me, and she deliberately aimed for the painful spots, beating me until I was howling at the top of my lungs. But it didn't matter. What I endured today, I would pay back to Chu Ruizhi twice over. So what if I got beaten up? No big deal. Chu Xiao was speechless hearing my ghostly wails. Was she really using that much force? This issue originally lay with two people, Tan Qingfeng and me. Hu Yang's idea was to make a big issue small. Let me suffer a little grievance, not pursue it further, and let Tan Qingfeng land safely. But when Chu Xiao made a move in the security office, the number of people at fault changed from 2 to 3. My fault could not possibly cancel out Tan Qingfeng's fault, right? It could only cancel out Chu Xiao's. Then what about Tan Qingfeng's fault? It could only be punished. Everyone present understood. Only Tan Qingfeng, blinded by joy, still thought I was doomed. And He was adorably naive and didn't understand these twists and turns. I was going to use this beating to completely take down Tan Qingfeng. I repay every slight with vengeance. If you don't provoke me, fine. If you do, I'll go all out against you, even if it costs me. Actually, if you had just provoked me alone and stuffed me in a sack to beat me up, I wouldn't have been this angry. But you played dirty and went after the people around me? No need to wait and see. I'll blow you up right away. A vicious beating did not make me learn how cruel the world was. Instead, it made the world know how cruel I was. The door opened. Chu Xiao was refreshed and fully satisfied. I bared my teeth in pain, my expression twisted, but there wasn't a single injury on my face. She probably couldn't bear to ruin that handsome face, carefully sculpted by heaven. Definitely not, because if I were black and blue, it would have a bad impact on the student union again. Jiang Bai, how are you? And He rushed to me, tears streaming down her face, full of concern. My heart started pounding uncontrollably again. I almost wanted to go to the hospital for a 24-hour ECG to see if something was wrong. But things had come to this. Surely her concern couldn't be wasted? And you have to train hard and strive to beat down this woman, who is less attractive than you, as soon as possible. Chu Xiao's gaze turned icy again. I was fearless. What? Am I not allowed to tell the truth? And He clenched her teeth. Her usual naive eyes now carried a hint of anger. That was exactly the effect I wanted, but when her expression really changed, I felt a little awkward instead. Damn it. And He actually dared to disrupt my state of mind? I pulled her aside and shouted to everyone present. Teachers and leaders, you all saw it. I'm a freshman, and I was beaten by a senior in his 4th year, right at the entrance of the security office. This is blatant contempt for law and discipline. Please give me justice. My voice was full of anguish. My expression made it clear I had suffered immense grievance. Hu Yang looked at Chu Xiao, then at Tan Qingfeng. and sighed before speaking in a deep voice. This matter started because of Tan Qingfeng. He abused his authority to target the Close Combat Class 1. His behavior is despicable and disgraces the student union. Effective immediately, Tan Qingfeng is expelled from the student union and will never be appointed again. This decision will be published in the school media as a warning to others. Zhang Bai bravely said no to the abuse of power and has committed no wrongdoing. He will not be punished. With those few sentences, Tan Qingfeng felt as if struck by lightning, the joy on his face freezing into blank shock. Teacher, this is wrong. Tan Qingfeng became agitated. He, Zhang Bai, insulted the student union. Why is he fine while I'm the one being kicked out? Hu Yang snapped, what? Do you really want me to find a few club presidents to ask about the shameful things you've done? Tan Qingfeng fell silent, then turned to Chu Xiao in appeal. President, I've been absolutely loyal to the student union. Please help me. Chu Xiao gave him a cold look and turned to leave. That's the end of this matter. Hu Yang delivered the final verdict and stood up to leave. I couldn't help it and burst out laughing toward the sky. My body hurt, but I was still laughing happily. Refreshing. Damn refreshing. From my laughter, Tan Qingfeng sensed endless mockery, and his eyes went red. I was about to leave when I suddenly felt a bone-chilling killing intent. Tan Qingfeng still wanted to make a move? I laughed even harder. Come on, old Tan, make your move on me. If I so much as block once, I won't have the surname Jiang. This student, are you planning to attack a lower-grade student in the security office? A security office leader asked calmly. With that one sentence, Tan Qingfeng suddenly came to his senses. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, and he staggered back several steps, only managing to steady himself by leaning against the wall. I couldn't help rolling my eyes. You're the one doing all the talking. Wouldn't it be enough to let him handle it? Since the leader has spoken, Tan Qingfeng naturally didn't dare move again. Let's go. I led the others out of security office. Advisor, sorry to trouble you, I said with a smile to Wu Wanru. She shook her head. I didn't see any hint of embarrassment from you. Want me to put on a show? Forget it, too fake. Call me if anything comes up. Wu Wanru liked students like me. With me as class monitor, she basically didn't need to worry about class matters, only about my own. Most importantly, I was still the freshman king. If I became the second-year king in sophomore year, the third-year king in junior year, and the unfettered king in senior year, her future would be unimaginably bright. Wu Wanru left, and I turned to look at Anhihi. Her eyes were red, looking like a pitiful little thing. A sentence suddenly popped into my head. Actually, you didn't have to work so hard at cultivation. I startled myself. Damn, had my Dao heart gone astray again? It's all Anhihi's fault. I told you not to follow me, but you insisted. Now you've seen all my humiliation. I couldn't help lecturing her. I must hold fast to my Dao heart. This girl had only reached body tempering layer 4 after 2 weeks of cultivation. If she could reach the Sea of Wheels realm in 2 weeks, and I were 1 realm higher than her, how would I ever get beaten by Chu Xiao? It's all her fault. Tang Qingqing couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Bai, do you even have a conscience? He followed you because she was worried about you. Do you know how worried she was? I got a verbal smackdown and had nothing to say. Fine, fine. A real man doesn't fight with women. Let's move on, go eat. Tang Qingqing pulled Anhihi to leave, but couldn't pull her. Hands in my pockets, I said. Buddy, my meal partner. You think you can just snatch her? Tang Qingqing fell silent. I turned into a clown. In the end, Anhihi pulled Tang Qingqing along, and the 3 of them decided to eat together. You two go wait for me at the cafeteria. I've got something to do. After saying that, I charged straight toward the sword tower. Revenge never waits overnight. Old Chu, come out. Chu Rueji walked out of the training room, looking wary. Chu Xiao is your sister? Yes. Your biological sister? Right. Student council president? What exactly do you want? Looks like I was right. I confirmed it. The woman who hit me was his biological sister. Take this. 1 punch, 1 panda eye. Once I got hold of him, I threw him over my shoulder. Chu Rueji was stunned. The power unleashed after his rebirth burst out, but I kicked him flying 7 or 8 meters. Draw your sword. He took out his heavy sword and swung it at me. Then came a storm of fists. So you're Chu Xiao's little brother? I'll make you the little brother. She dares hit me, so I'll beat you. Fight back. You've reborn yourself and you're still this limp. Chu Rueji screamed in misery. At that moment, the announcement came over the intercom. After investigation, Tan Qingfeng, head of the Student Council Competition Department, abused his power for personal gain and threatened all clubs not to recruit students from Close Combat Class 1. His position is hereby revoked. He is expelled from the Student Council, permanently blacklisted from employment, and given a warning penalty. Chu Rueji was still getting beaten, but the corners of his mouth lifted. That was more like it. Someone who could beat him up every day couldn't possibly be brought down by some petty villain. I beat him for over 10 minutes. twice as long as Chu Xiao had beaten me. Tell your sister to watch herself. Someday when my strength surpasses hers, I'll definitely hang her up and beat her. Chu Ruizhi gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I'll definitely pass it on. It hurt like hell. Chu Ruizhi was howling as I beat him. Even though he was already at body tempering layer 5, taking my beating made him look like it was his first day all over again. I'm leaving. I swaggered out of the Sword Cultivation Academy. Chu Ruizhi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and called Chu Xiao, embellishing everything I'd said to her, saying I was going to strip her naked and hang her up to beat her. A sinister laugh came from the other end of the phone. Chu Ruizhi hung up and thought, Jiang Bai, just you wait to get beaten up. The broadcast echoed throughout Wuxiang University. When the news spread that Tan Qingfeng had been removed from his post, everyone was stunned. What about Jiang Bai? He had made such a huge scene, and yet he wasn't punished at all? How strong is his backing? Learn something new, learn something new. So this is how the student union can be used against people. Some were happy, others were worried. Lu Xinjin was very worried. She and I had taken the entrance exam from Jiangxing together, and she knew better than anyone that I didn't have any backing. But how did things end up like this? The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. Back then she had been cold toward me, and in the end I blocked her outright. Now the more dazzling I became, the more it proved how blind she had been back then. I knew she was upset. Thinking of that, I couldn't help laughing out loud. Ga ga ga, yeah. Second cafeteria. And He and Tang Qingqing had already gotten their food and were waiting for me. You two beauties kept me waiting. Let's eat. What were you doing? And He asked. I went to beat up Chu Ruizhi. He bullied you. If he didn't bully me, I can't beat him? And He thought about it. You can beat him. Tang Qingqing nearly choked to death. And he's corrupted you. I was amused. Exactly. That's how it should be. Rather than waiting for someone to bully you before you hit back, it's better to strike first before he even makes a move. Saves you the whole being bullied step. Jiang Bai, did getting beaten hurt? And he asked again. Yeah, Chu Xiao hit pretty hard. I can help you massage it. My returning spring force has reached mastery, and it can relieve pain. No need. My skin's thick and my flesh is tough. It doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, then I'll definitely train hard and protect you as soon as possible. I was a little curious. Why wasn't He talking so much today? Usually she was as quiet as a mute gourd. Tang Qingqing rolled her eyes. Because she feels sorry for you. And He's thoughts were exposed, and she immediately lowered her head like an ostrich. I quickly changed the topic. All right then, eat. By this time the class group chat had already exploded, with nothing but spammed messages of the class monitor is mighty. After I brought Tan Qingfeng down, they informed everyone that they could freely apply for clubs. What clubs did you two sign up for? I asked. Tang Qingqing looked proud. I joined the student union. If anything happens, sis has your back. Then help me beat Chu Xiao up? She rolled her eyes so hard they almost went to the sky. Do you even sound human? And He signed up for 3 clubs, volunteer service, medical aid, and treatment. All of them were clubs without membership fees. I was too lazy to correct her money-saving habit. What about you? She asked me. In my mind flashed those 3 white-robed fairy-like girls from the Tianning Club. I'll join the Tianning Club. And He looked thoughtful. Then she'd join too. After Tan Qingfeng fell from power, our class's club applications went through very smoothly. As soon as the club saw it was the close combat class 1, they let us pass without a word. As for the future, once I won a few competition medals, those clubs would be begging for us. In terms of cultivation, and He broke through from body tempering realm to blood chi realm effortlessly. But the combat skills would have to be practiced by me personally. The primordial unity fist had already reached mastery. All the girls in the sword cultivation class became an He's massage clients. As for the boys, I had originally wanted to let them fend for themselves, but when I saw the money, I still called Chu Ruizhi. Old Chu, how do you guys relieve fatigue? Massage. I don't know who to find. You're an unqualified class monitor. He asked me for our class's stats, and I rattled them off without hesitation. 5 close combat classes, 261 people total. 2 at body tempering level 4, 89 at level 3, and the rest at level 2. He fell silent, then agreed to help me ask around. Very soon, an unfamiliar number called in. On the other end came a howling cry. Brother Jiang, you finally remembered us boys. I picked at my ears. Who are you? I'm Jiang Tao, we're from the same clan. An image of him surfaced in my mind. As for looks, he was probably about 1/10 as handsome as me. Go on, how do the guys in your class usually relieve fatigue? Brother Bai, we can only give each other massages. There aren't any students from the Healing Academy in the dormitory building at all. We need them so badly. Please help us. How could ordinary massage compare to Qingmu classes? Even though those students hadn't fully developed their qi and blood yet, their massages still carried a kind of vital energy, several times more comfortable than a normal masseur's. Alright, how many people need massages? Everyone. We want everyone. The male students in the sword cultivation class really couldn't hold out anymore. Every one of them was on the brink of collapse, and the moment they lay on their beds, they fell asleep instantly. Okay, wait for my news. Thank you, brother, bye. I let out a sinister, gay laugh, making money off them, and they still had to thank me. So I contacted Tang Qingqing and asked her to recommend a boy with good grades, diligence, and an average family background. Tang Qingqing was envious to no end. Jiang Bai, can I go massage the boys' dormitory too? Who in Qingmu class wouldn't be envious of an Hihi now? It hadn't been long since school started, and she was already earning thousands a day, only spending 2.5 hours each day, while also sharpening her skills and improving her cultivation. Don't rush. In a few days, all you girls will have a chance. Really? Her voice turned excited. I never lie. After hanging up, I contacted Hihi again and asked how her soothing hand technique was coming along. Minor success. Good enough. Then I called Jiang Huaiyan. That guy sounded weak and listless. The divine ability class was all grinding like crazy now. After all, they had been humiliated badly last time. Old Jiang, aren't you afraid of collapsing if you train like this? He sighed. Although the divine ability class was burning itself out with full force, their mental power consumption was too severe. Their heads were splitting, and their cultivation progress had already started to decline. I've got a way to help you ease it. Want it? Yes. All right, contact your advisor and get a dormitory entry and exit permit. I'll arrange for people from Qingmu class to help you. The sword cultivation class has been holding on with this. If you want to beat them, you can't lag behind in recovery. Jiang Huaiyan's eyes lit up. No problem. Just like that, I made phone call after phone call, linking the sword cultivation class, the divine ability class, and Qingmu class together, and I was the point where all these lines connected. I didn't need to do anything, but they couldn't do without me. Taking a cut from the profits. What's the problem? Of course there isn't one. The boy Tang Qingqing recommended was named Li Yu. I met him once, and he seemed pretty honest. I tested his skills. They were average, but that was because my physical body was unusually strong. Here's the deal. You go to the sword cultivation class dorms and help them with massages, 30 yuan per person. To be honest, I take a cut. Deal. With Hihi, I'm helping others without charging, but with everyone else, men and women alike, I'm not a charity worker. Li Yu was more than willing. He signed a contract on the spot. 30 yuan didn't sound like much, but this job was exhausting. After massaging one person, you'd be completely drained and had to drink a recovery potion to replenish yourself, and those potions were insanely expensive. So it was basically just earning some hard-earned money while also tempering oneself. Right after the agreement was signed, the system notification rang out. Helping Hihi improve her life, altruism points plus 10. I froze. Wait, why am I making money? But the system says I helped Hihi improve her life. I didn't get it, but whatever, I'll take anything. If the system glitches and directly gives me 8,000 points, I could level up right on the spot. I called Tang Qingqing and Hihi over and handed them an agreement. Starting today, Hihi won't go massage for the sword cultivation class anymore. She'll switch to the divine powers class and use soothing spirit hands to help them ease mental fatigue. I've already negotiated the price, and it's still 50. As for the sword cultivation class, the other girls in the Qingmu class who want to do it can split it. 30 each, and I take 20. I kept the commission for myself and didn't give it to Hihi. Why? Because she was too kind. Being kind meant being easy to bully. If those girls found out that Hihi was taking 20 yuan from them, they would either guilt trip her, play the emotional card, or simply show her attitude. Now that I was the one taking the money, who dared complain even once, I'd crush them. Not only would they not dare treat Hihi badly, they'd have to go out of their way to please her. Who told me to have such a notorious reputation? The girls in the Qingmu class were overjoyed. At first, they looked down on Hihi for massaging the sword cultivation class and thought it was humiliating. Later, when they heard she could make over 1,000 a day, they were a little jealous, but they still held back. Then later, it became 5,000 a day. What kind of technician was that? She was practically a miracle doctor. Now that the opportunity had been handed to them, they were deeply grateful, and in their eyes Hihi was basically a fairy descended from heaven. With every agreement I signed, I received 10 points, all counted as improving Hihi's life. I took the commission, she gave out the opportunity. And who got to make money was up to me. How could they dare treat Hihi badly? And Hihi noticed the atmosphere around her had changed. When she used to run into classmates in the hallway, they either nodded at her or pretended she was invisible. Now every one of them was incredibly enthusiastic. She only knew she had changed jobs. As for all the twists and turns behind it, she hadn't made heads or tails of any of it. Back in the dorm, the 3 roommates stared at her with bright eyes. And Hihi instinctively covered her chest. What are you doing? Shipping. Doing drugs. Betting your life. Tang Qingqing waved at her. Hihi, come sit over here. The three of them had sorted out the accounts, and the more they worked through them, the more shocked they became. Zhengke spoke first. Hehe, do you know why your classmate's attitude has changed for the better? And Hehe shook her head. Because of Jiang Bai. First, he had you practice soothing spirit hands long ago, which means he'd already laid the groundwork and was planning to send you to the Divine Powers class. Second, he let the girls from the Qingmu class go earn money in the sword cultivation class. Whose favor are they owing? Yours. Because only because you quit did the opportunity fall into their laps. Third, he took the commission himself and didn't let you take it. Is that treating you badly? And he got anxious. Jiang Bai is very good to me. Yes, but the good you understand and the good he did aren't the same. He took the commission to shield you from blame. If you took money from your classmates, that would be both unkind and unjust. If he takes it, it's perfectly natural. Now you don't take the money, but you get to decide who can earn it. In everyone's eyes, you're the elegant lady boss untouched by the grime. Jiang Bai went to such lengths for one purpose. He wanted your living environment to be as comfortable as possible. That's his ultimate goal. And he felt a little dizzy. That drunken feeling appeared again. I carefully designed all of this. Jiang Bai played the role of the black-hearted boss, while I played the kind-hearted lady boss. What he was doing all this for wasn't to make money, but to build me a comfortable environment. Here, nobody looked down on me. Nobody made things hard for me, and everyone was friendly and warm to me. Because I was the one who gave them the chance to make money. Jiang Bai, I couldn't help murmuring his name. Ding. Helping in Hehe improve her psychological safety has earned a reward for helping others. Plus 100 points. I was practicing the Hunyuan fist when I suddenly heard the system prompt. Psychological safety? What the heck is that? What did I even do? Still, 100 points was good news. I was one step closer to the 10,000 point mark. I kept practicing, but the more I trained, the more restless I felt. I had already practiced this lousy fist countless times, so why was I still not at perfection? Something was off. It had to be that this fist technique was too low level. I'm at the Qi and Blood realm now. I needed a top-tier fist technique to match my level. No sooner said than done. I went to the school website to pick a skill. Skills were protected by copyright. Even though nobody usually checked, if you were caught, the fine would be 100 times the original price. So most people obediently bought Timban. When choosing a skill, my first criterion was simple: expensive. There was a reason expensive things were expensive. In the end, I picked a skill costing 63,000, the Benlei 7 Seal Fist. That price was top tier for the Qi and Blood realm. Ordinary body tempering realm skills cost only a few thousand. Qi and Blood realm skills ran over 10,000. A six-figure price tag like this was absolutely the real deal. Goodbye, trash Hunyuan fist. I began studying the Benlei 7 Seal Fist. It was a thunder attribute skill. It turned thunder into seals and used fist strikes to control them. Once mastered, it gave fast attack speed, explosive damage, and even a paralysis effect. At the small accomplishment stage, 3 seals were condensed. At great accomplishment, 3 more were condensed. At perfection, all 7 seals gathered together. At the transcendent stage, the 7 seals merged into one. As expected, practicing a technique suited to my current realm felt completely different. My thoughts were flowing smoother than a fire hose. Thunder began surging around me, and strands of electric light illuminated the darkness. I didn't even dare imagine how handsome I'd look with this skill added to my face. I buried my head in cultivation. On the other side, after finishing his training, Chu Ruizhi began to reflect on himself. He felt that something was wrong with his mindset. He was the class monitor, the number 1 in the sword cultivator class, and he should be responsible for the class. Just look at Jiang Bai. He was so strong yet so poor, earning money while cultivating, and he could even explain the situation of the close combat class students in detail. Meanwhile, Chu Ruizhi spent every day only on cultivation, never caring about the class at all. That was not right. Boss, what are you thinking about? Jiang Tao asked as he wiped the sweat from his face and sat over. Nothing. Later, people from the Qingmu class will massage you all to help ease your fatigue, Chu Ruizhi said. He lived in a large apartment off campus and took medicinal baths and received professional massages every day. So no matter how much he trained, he never felt tired. Finally, someone's going to massage us. Jiang Tao said emotionally. If you run into any difficulties in the future, tell me. I'll do my best to help you solve them, Chu Ruizhi said. Jiang Tao looked at him suspiciously. Boss, do you have a fever? What? You never used to care about class matters, did you? Chu Ruizhi said indifferently. Jiang Bai is so strong, and he can even talk about the cultivation situations of every freshman in the close combat class. I should learn from him. Jiang Tao was stunned. You're saying Jiang Bai knows the situations of all the freshmen in the 6 classes of close combat? Chu Ruizhi froze. You mean, the freshmen in the close combat class? How many classes are there? 6. The veins on Chu Ruizhi's hand which was gripping his sword, bulged. How many did Jiang Bai say? 5. And how many people in total? Jiang Tao took out his phone and searched. 287 people. Chu Ruiji's face turned red. Fuck Jiang Bai. He suddenly let out a furious roar. All the freshmen in the sword cultivator class were startled, looking at their class monitor with sympathy. The poor class monitor, clearly someone who should have commanded the whole school, was instead being bullied by Jiang Bai every day. Chu Ruiji was almost enraged to death. That shameless bastard just opened his mouth and spoke confidently, but it was all made up. He didn't even know how many classes the close combat class had. How did he even have the nerve? Chu Ruiji's chest heaved violently. And right at that moment, I pushed the door open and came in. Who the hell is cursing me? Chu Ruiji abruptly stood up, sword intent surging around him. Jiang Bai, didn't you say the close combat class had 5 classes, with a total of 261 people? Yeah, what's wrong? I said righteously. The close combat class clearly has 6 classes and 287 people. Chu Ruiji growled. Nonsense. I'm from the close combat class. How could I not know how many classes there are? The school website even says so. Then the website got it wrong. The sword cultivator class fell into collective silence. That mouth really was something else. I'm gonna fight you. Chu Ruiji roared, charging at me like a moth flying into a flame. The sword cultivator class turned away at the same time, unable to bear watching. Bang! He was knocked flying back faster than he had charged in. Thunder flashed around me as I stepped forward and caught up. That's right. I came here to practice, to test whether the Benlei 7-print fist was really that strong. Too miserable. The sword cultivator class got beaten again. Not just Chu Ruiji. Everyone took a hit. They limped back to the dorms, cursing all the way. They didn't dare say it out loud, because I was right there in the crowd. I draped an arm over Jiang Tao's shoulder and asked, Bro, when I was flashing with lightning just now, did I look cool? Cool. Especially cool. How much cooler than you? Jiang Tao gave a conservative estimate. 100 times. I laughed and patted his shoulder. Too modest. At most 30 times. For the 100 Clubs battle, I signed up for 3, the Tianyin Society. Elegant, the Fa Wu Society, since I was already cultivating both magic and physique, and the Competition Society, to see if I could earn some prize money. The Divine Powers Society didn't want me. Damn it. I'll beat them up another day. When I appeared in the training room of the Divine Powers class, they were on full alert. What are you here for? Zhang Huayan asked. Can't I come here? I just asked what you needed. Can't I come if I don't need anything? Xieheng cut in. Don't ask anymore. He learned the Benlei 7-print fist and spends all day looking for people to fight, asking them if he looks cool. I froze. The news spread that fast? Zhang Huayan waved a hand. Then do as you like. Being exposed, I felt a little deflated. Since they knew I was here to beat people up, they would definitely behave themselves. Who leaked it so fast? If I find out, I'll tear his mouth apart. Seeing how deflated I looked, the people in the supernatural abilities class all broke into grins. I sat on a small stool and watched them train. A week passed, and the supernatural abilities class improved by leaps and bounds. That old problem of having to struggle for ages before finally squeezing out a spell was completely gone. The results really were good. I yawned, utterly bored. The students in the supernatural abilities class were holding back their laughter. They had decided to train properly today, to neither hit back when struck nor answer when scolded, and they wanted to see what I could do about it. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was Counselor Wu Wanru, so I stepped out of the training room to answer. A round of laughter came from behind me. That phone of his isn't even a call at all. It must be an alarm, he said himself. Since he can't find an excuse to hit people, he can only pretend to get a call and slip away. Ha ha. At last there's a way to deal with him. I answered the phone. Counselor, what's up? Jiang Bai, come to my office. The dean wants to see you. Dean Li Tianhai? What does he want with me? I more or less guessed it. Last time, when I single-handedly wrecked 4 classes from the Sword Cultivation Academy, he laughed louder than anyone. This time, he probably couldn't sit still anymore. After the Supernatural Abilities class and the Sword Cultivation class had been pushed by me into frantic competition, after 2 weeks the gap between the Close Combat class and them had only grown wider and wider. The teachers of the Close Combat class were getting anxious. I heard the laughter inside and narrowed my eyes. Don't rush. Just wait. When I arrived at Wu Wanru's office, Dean Li Tianhai and several leaders from the Close Combat Academy were already there. Student Jiang Bai, greetings to all the teachers. Li Tianhai, who looked about 50, had a calm, mountain-like bearing. He waved me over. Jiang Bai, sit. Let's have a chat. I was secretly delighted. The chance to get back at Chu Xiao had come. What level are you at in the Qi and Blood realm? Li Tianhai asked. I just broke through to the 4th level not long ago. Not bad. Our Close Combat class has been in the spotlight lately because of you. I picked up the conversation. The spotlight is the spotlight. but it's also worrying. What do you mean? You teachers all know this in your hearts. The close combat class is famous now only because I'm holding it up by myself. I am indeed very strong among the freshmen, but the sword cultivators are training day and night, and the divine art students are studying so hard they skip meals and sleep. Aside from me, the rest of the close combat class is pretty average. Right now, if you pull out just any student from the sword cultivator class, they can tie with our class's strongest. I can suppress the sword cultivators and divine art students, but that's not the close combat class suppressing them. Li Tianhai and the others looked at each other and laughed. Well said. It's rare that someone so young can see things so clearly. Vice Dean Chen Shanhua asked eagerly. Then what do you think we should do to improve the overall strength of the close combat class? This thing called internal competition is contagious. If the sword cultivator class starts grinding, the divine arts class will definitely follow. If the divine arts class follows, what about the close combat class and the weapon class? Not keep up. The gap will only widen. Keep up? Then they'll have to come find me. Come find me. Then there need to be benefits. Chen Shanhua was asking me how to improve the strength of the close combat class. I thought for a moment. It's not hard. The key word in the close combat class is combat. Just like the divine arts class, if you stir up their fighting spirit, the students will naturally train like crazy. How do we stir it up? I pointed to myself. By relying on me. You're going to beat them up? Chen Shanhua frowned. I was already beating the sword cultivator prodigies into submission all the time. Beating the close combat class would be totally normal, but it wouldn't have any effect. I shook my head and smiled. I'm like brothers with the students in the close combat class, closer than brothers, in fact. How could I hit them? Let the sword cultivator class and the divine arts class do the fighting. However, teachers, the close combat class's biggest problem isn't who beats whom. It's that they're poor. That was a universally accepted fact. If you have money, who wouldn't want to use weapons against fierce beasts? Who would want to use bare fists to meet claws head-on? The divine arts class and the sword cultivator class can train like maniacs because they have money. Potions are plentiful, and after training they can even go to the Greenwood class for massage recovery. What about the close combat class? Poor. They only have enough potions for everyday use. If they want to train desperately, the cost doubles. Just the massages alone cost 50 a day, which is 1,500 a month. That's nothing to them, but for the close combat class, it's astronomical. Chen Shanhua looked toward the dean. Li Tianhai thought for a moment. I'll talk to the Healing Academy about the massage issue. You don't need to worry about that. I grinned. Thank you, Dean. And the potions, too. The close combat class doesn't need rare medicinal materials, but blood meat has to be supplied in sufficient quantity. That's the key to continuous improvement. Li Tianhai nodded. I'll have the close combat class teachers go hunt fierce beasts for the blood meat. Good. Dean, you're generous. I hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopping myself. Say it directly. Li Tianhai saw right through me. All right, then I'll say it. I get along pretty well with the Greenwood class, so maybe I can take the lead and organize a joint friendship and mutual aid event. I can't guarantee it'll succeed, but I'll do my best. Li Tianhai raised an eyebrow. You still have a class you get along well with? I was unhappy. What did this old man mean by that? I'm handsome and dashing, kind to others, and officially certified by the system as a professional at helping people. Nope, I get along badly with every class, I said on the spot. Li Tianhai burst out laughing. Fine, I said that wrong. You're a good kid. You must have at least one class you're on good terms with. I said nothing. Did he really take me for a kid? Let's do this. This matter is entirely yours to handle. If you pull it off, I'll personally teach you a very powerful combat skill as a reward. I was about to laugh, then held it back. Not enough. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. I frowned deeply. Li Tianhai was sharp indeed. To become a dean, one not only needed exceptional strength, but also a brilliantly perceptive mind. Besides the skill, I'll give you a second-tier magic artifact too. I was still hesitating. Li Tianhai thought to himself, this kid has quite the appetite. Go on, what do you want? As long as it's done well, I'll agree to anything within reason. I took a deep breath. Dean, I don't want the skill, and I don't want the magic artifact either. I have something I absolutely need to do, something very difficult, and I need your help. Li Tianhai raised an eyebrow. Difficult? He was least afraid of difficulty. Say it. I want to beat up Chu Xiao. The kind where she gets hung up and beaten. The dagger is finally revealed. Skills can be earned and bought with money, and magic artifacts can be bought later when I have money too. But beating up Chu Xiao can't wait, and must not wait. I beat them while insulting them. Zhang Huaiyan lay on the ground, half his face swollen. He was a little dazed. Wait, that's not right. He didn't invite me to beat up the Divine Arts class, so why did I come on my own? He had originally planned to wait until the Divine Arts class students slackened off before staging this act, but everyone was still desperately training right now. Soon, the entire Divine Arts class was down. I clapped my hands, smiling with satisfaction. I always hear people say your divine arts class is amazing. After giving you a beating today, I feel refreshed and satisfied. In the whole of Wuxiang University, there can't be anyone more badass than me. I'll come beat you again when I have time. I'm off. I strolled away leisurely, leaving behind a divine arts class full of simmering rage. Jiang Huaiyan staggered to his feet. I'll seek justice for everyone over this. After saying that, he went to a place where no one was around and quickly called me. Jiang Bai, have you lost it? I didn't invite you. So why did you come beat us up? I said angrily. How can you be so obtuse? Fine you $800. Jiang Huaiyan actually paid it. All right, seeing how sincere you are, I'll explain in detail. Your divine arts class has trained for a week, so you've all mastered instant cast spells, right? Yes. Then what should you do next? Learn new spells. Wrong. Your brain only grows spiritual power, not intelligence. Your top priority right now isn't learning new spells, it's real combat. The reason I beat you for no reason is to tell you this. In Wuxiang University, among the same grade, the strong can beat the weak. I beat you, and then you can beat those even weaker. The close combat class is weak, perfect for you to practice on. Jiang Huaiyan froze. You take the divine arts class to beat the close combat class, vent your anger, gain combat experience, and raise your prestige at the same time. 3 benefits in 1. His body was trembling. Yes. So right. Transfer $8,000. He really sent it. Jiang Bai, thanks. With our relationship, saying thanks is being too formal. Transfer $2,000 to round it off. Jiang Bai, good brother. The two of them reluctantly said their goodbyes and hung up. Next I should contact the Qingmu class. And he, come out and have fun. She replied instantly. Okay, where are we meeting? Tree Square. And Hehe's eyes lit up. That was a place for couples to go on dates. Also, call Tang Qingqing. Her eyes dimmed, and she pouted. Fine. When the two of them arrived, I was admiring the scenery. What a pair of legs, so white, long, straight, and slim. No wonder she wore shorts. It's just that this woman is wearing a mask. Why does she look a bit like Chu Xiao? Am I going crazy? Is Chu Xiao all I think about all day? I shook my head and had a new idea. I wonder if Hehe's legs are that white, but they should be longer than the pair in front of me. Even though she wears long pants every day, her legs are insanely long. And that waist-to-hip ratio, TSK. A shadow suddenly fell over me. And Hehe followed my gaze and spotted a tall girl. Jiang Bai, you're looking at a beauty. Yeah, I said matter-of-factly. And Hehe opened her mouth, then obediently sat down beside me. Then I'll watch with you. I froze. Tang Qingqing was speechless. Hehe, can't you just punch him? And Hehe said nothing, only followed my gaze to look at the girl. Tang Qingqing sighed and started looking too. The more she looked, the more familiar the girl seemed. Holy crap, isn't that student council president Chu Xiao? I had recognized her ages ago, and while looking I muttered, with legs this white, one punch and they'd definitely be bruised black and blue. Yet this violent woman hasn't even been beaten down. There are really a lot of useless people at Wuxiang University. Once I get the close combat class sorted out, I'm definitely going to beat you until you don't know north from south. Tang Qingqing thought to herself, what a huge grudge. You could resurrect dozens of Xie Jianxian with that. Isn't it just one beating? And you even brought it on yourself. She didn't understand my life creed. Only I get to bully others. No one gets to bully me. Being dragged off and beaten by Chu Xiao, that grudge has to be remembered. And Hehe suddenly started reciting. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Anger causes illness and no one can take your place. I interrupted her. You said it wrong. That's the pirated version. Listen to the Dongbang one I'll recite. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. If others provoke me, I strike back. Grab a stick, grab a knife, grab a weapon, fight with blood, with life, with luck. Even if I can't beat you, I'll still disgust you. Mop dipped in shit sweeping across the world. Ashes in your mouth. The ancestor powers up. If this grudge isn't avenged, I'll curse the heavens and the earth. The later the revenge, the angrier I get. And Hehe and Tang Qingqing's eyes widened in utter shock. Holy crap, I've never seen someone so unwilling to suffer a loss, Tang Qingqing said. I sighed. Forget it, killing people with a glare was meaningless. Better to properly train in Hehe. Enough nonsense. Old Tang, how many classes are there in your Qingmu class? 4. Why? Got another job for us. Tang Qingqing perked up. And don't call me Old Tang anymore. I'm a girl, that sounds awful. I proposed a practical opportunity to Tang Qingqing. Let the students from the Qingmu class provide treatment for the melee class. There are so many people in the 4 Qingmu classes. You all study and train every day, so you probably don't get many hands-on opportunities, right? Tang Qingqing nodded. That was true. First-year students weren't strong enough and lacked seniority, so no one was willing to have them treat injuries. Injured people were afraid they'd make things worse. That was also why the Qingmu class scrambled for the chance to massage the Divine Arts class and the Sword Cultivator class. They could make money and get practice. On a graduation resume, if you wrote fresh graduate for years of work experience, how good would that look? Now there's a hands-on opportunity. No pay, but there's plenty of blood food. No compensation means no demands. Everyone in the Qingmu class can participate. Tang Qingqing was tempted. Of course, the Qingmu class needed practice. That 79 acupoint spring revival technique of Enhihis. Practicing it alone and practicing it on actual people were completely different in terms of progress speed. It's a good thing, but I have to ask whether my classmates are willing. Go ahead and ask. This time the injuries will be varied. Spell damage, external injuries, internal injuries. You'll be able to use all the skills you've learned. Those who perform well will have priority later in treating the Divine Arts class and the Sword Cultivator class. That's where the money is. Who are we treating? The melee class. Tang Qingqing had a pretty good idea now. The Qingmu class would definitely be willing. First-year students wanted to find injured people to practice on. That was harder than reaching the sky. People in the melee class were used to being poor. They weren't even afraid of poverty, so what would they be afraid of? They still didn't know they had already been booked for injuries. Tang Qingqing first called their counselor, Zhang Chun. Teacher, Zhang Bai from the melee class invited our Qingmu class to do a joint activity. We'll help treat their injuries, and they'll provide blood food. Zhang Chun was silent for a moment, then laughed. How beautiful. First Enhihi, a first-year student who could already earn her own living expenses. Then the Qingmu class massaging the Sword Cultivator class, and each taking what they needed. Now the whole class could get hands-on practice. This was learning by doing by learning. A historic leap from theory to practice. In past years, first-year students wanting to find people to treat, harder than reaching the sky. Now, a heavenly merit. Yes. Zhang Chun agreed without hesitation. After getting approval, Tang Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, will you take the lead on this, or should I? You do it. Do a good job, and I'll recommend you for the national scholarship later. Tang Qingqing was overjoyed. After hanging up, she made an okay sign. Nice. Come on, I'll treat you all to a big meal. And call your roommates. I'll call my 3 sons. I had spent over 60,000 on skills, but Jiang Huayan had funded me with another 10,000, so I still had money to treat everyone. And eyes lit up. Okay, she agreed so readily. Watching and cheerfully agree to a big meal, I felt pretty gratified. This girl had grown up. If it had been before, when she heard there was a big meal, she would definitely have hesitated and dragged her feet, and I would have had to tap her head a couple of times before she'd follow along. Not bad. The training had paid off. I sent the message to the dorm group, and the 3 from F3 howled. Our son was treating his dads to dinner again. But the moment they heard that people from Enhihi's dorm were also going, the 3 of them froze. The next second, the dorm exploded. I'll wash my hair first. I'll just take a shower. Damn it, where are my clothes? The 3 of them scrambled around. After all, it was a mixed-gender dorm dinner, and who knew if sparks might fly? I had no intention of washing my hair. If I did, I'd look too handsome and crush those 3 sons so thoroughly there'd be nothing left of them. That would be unkind. Besides, those 3 were about to get beaten up anyway. This meal counted as advance compensation. The 8 of us gathered and introduced ourselves to one another. The 3 girls chattered away, while my 3 sons, who bragged on their beds that they had flirted with 18 girls in high school, now didn't even dare let out a fart. Utterly disappointing. After a few rounds of drinks, I was in full bragging mode, and Enhihi looked at me with starry-eyed admiration. I'm going to the bathroom, she said softly. Tang Qingqing wanted to go with her, but she refused. I didn't pay it any mind and kept bragging. Ding, helping Enhihi improve her sense of psychological safety. Points plus 50. I froze for a moment. What was going on? Had I bragged so convincingly that I'd made her feel incredibly secure? After the dinner ended, I went to the front desk to settle the bill. How much for room 888? It's already been paid. Who paid it? A beautiful girl in jeans. And no wonder she had agreed so readily. She'd already planned to pay for it herself. Sigh. Being good-looking is such a hassle. I said I'd treat, and yet someone still rushed to pay. I put my hands in my pockets and went back to the private room, pretending nothing had happened, and continued my bragging. When the gathering broke up, the other 6 people bolted fast, leaving only me and Enhihi. I tapped her on the head. Who told you to secretly pay the bill? Didn't I say I'd treat? She covered her head, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Bai, I have money now. You have money? Don't I? But I want to treat you to dinner. Then just split my share with me. I also want to treat my friends. Then split their shares with me. I also want to treat your friends. Fine. Why did you eat so little today? I changed the subject. Her eyes seemed to reflect the Milky Way. I don't know. I just feel kind of dizzy. You didn't drink, did you? High blood pressure. She pouted, annoyed by my sharp tongue. How much money do you have left now? 13,621 yuan. She smiled brightly. Do you want it? I can give it all to you. I anxiously scratched my hair, and my heart condition started acting up again. You're not some little rich lady, so it's not your turn to keep me. What I mean is, now that you have money, you can send some to grandma at home so the old lady can live a little better. And he froze, staring at me blankly. Being stared at like that by her made my scalp crawl. Seeing her eyes start to redden, I hurriedly said, Hold it in, damn it. And he was startled. Don't cry in front of me. What's there to cry about? It's not like I'm asking you to care about your family for nothing. No need to be moved to tears. Look at you, so hopeless. I said in exasperation, You're an adult. Someone reminds you to take care of your family. You just say thanks, and that's it. What's with all this touching crap? Don't you dare get emotional in front of me. And he stood there stunned. I've already sent money to grandma, and I even bought her a new phone. She can call now, she said obediently. Well, isn't that enough? See the benefits of cultivation now? As long as your cultivation keeps improving, you and grandma will live better and better. Before long, you can bring her to a big city too. At least it'll be safer. I wish she could cultivate all the way to the Tiangang realm in one go, so I could immediately go beat Chu Xiao down. How much of the potion I bought you is left? I asked. There's still quite a bit. I was furious. Who told you to leave so much? You're using it so slowly. How am I supposed to buy you more? Damn it. She's actually delaying my system upgrade. And he pouted. I wanted to save a little. Hearing that, I exploded with anger and flicked her forehead hard. Go back and bring all the potion down. Starting today, I'll personally make you drink it. If you can't finish it, punishment will be doubled. You brat, and I'm helping you so painstakingly, and you're actually trying to save me money? Do you even have a conscience? As expected, you can't let your guard down just because a girl has become well-behaved. Go, right now, go upstairs and bring the potion down. I'll watch you drink it myself. You're at this age and still trying to save money? It's freshman year. This is the most important year of college. If you don't cultivate properly, how are you supposed to get good grades? How are you supposed to win a scholarship? And he could only follow behind me with a wronged expression. Go upstairs and bring the potion down. She mumbled and obediently went back to the dorm. In the end, this girl played a little clever trick and secretly hid 1/3 of the potion, only bringing down the rest. This is all that's left, she said, handing over the bag. I took it and looked inside. It wasn't that much, either. But that didn't stop me from raging. There's still this much? Open your mouth. And he puffed out her lips and obediently opened her small mouth. I opened the medicine bottle and was just about to pour it into an hi's mouth when I suddenly froze. Under the streetlight, she tilted her little face up, her eyes warm and moist, red lips slightly parted, cherry-sized mouth open, quietly waiting for me to feed her. My heartbeat shot up, and he also sensed something was off. That posture was a little too much. Her face instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly closed her mouth. That scene was seared into my mind, leaving my brain blank. Luckily, she started cosplaying an ostrich, her little face red as if it had been fried, and didn't notice me zoning out. I came back to myself, took her hand, and put the medicine in her palm. Drink it yourself, she answered softly, twisted off the cap, lowered her head, and drank it all in one go. I couldn't help giving her a thumbs up. You're really something else. You can even drink it with your head down. Her body stiffened, and her face turned even redder, like smoke was about to come out of the top of her head. There's another bottle. Drink it. One bottle is enough. Rubbish. You cultivate both body and technique, so of course you need to drink 2 bottles. This time she didn't lower her head. She took a deep breath and, with great effort but firm resolve, lifted her face. When I saw that shocking blush on her face, I couldn't hold it in. Uff. She clenched her pink fist and punched me once. Don't laugh. I completely lost it. Ha ha ha. And he downed the medicine and hurried back to the dormitory building. I was in a great mood, humming a tune as I walked back to the dorm, then pulled out my phone and sent Jiang Huaiyan a message. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., the first floor training room of the Close Combat Academy. Go beat up the Close Combat class. Jiang Huaiyan replied instantly. Received. TSK, so eager to become a workhorse already? After he returned to her dorm, a call came in. She looked at the number, and her emotions instantly surged. Grandma, it's me. Hearing her grandmother's voice, her nose stung with tears. It was the first time she had traveled so far, coming alone to a big city. Towering buildings, dazzling lights, and all the glitz and glamour were a completely different world from the mountains. Why did you buy me a phone? Where did you get the money? Grandma, I earned this money myself. I can make money now. How did you earn it? I'm studying healing. I treat other people's injuries, and then I get paid. And he began talking about life at university, about military training, the awakening ceremony, telling her grandmother everything in detail. But she had Jiang Bai. She didn't know how to introduce him. As a friend? No friend would be like that. As a lover? They didn't even have the slightest sign of dating. Grandma listened quietly, and a boy's silhouette gradually appeared in her mind. No one knew Hehe better than she did. With her granddaughter's personality, it was impossible for her to have completed all this alone. But Grandma didn't expose it. She could see her granddaughter growing rapidly, changing from timid and quiet to confident and cheerful. Grandma, I transferred 10,000 yuan to you. Fix up the house and buy yourself something good to eat. Okay, I'll ask the village head to help you apply for communication software, and then we can do video calls. You mustn't just save the money and not use it, or else I'll have to ask the village head to help you repair the house, and he'll definitely take a lot of money. And he had never spoken so much before, using the exact same tricks Jiang Bai had used on her, but applying them to her grandmother without changing a thing. Grandma smiled. Hehe has grown up. And Hehe's eyes reddened, and she hesitated as if she wanted to say something. She should have grown up long ago. If she had grown up earlier, Grandma wouldn't have suffered so much. After the call ended, tears kept dripping down. All these changes were because of Jiang Bai. Even though he made fun of her, she had already forgiven him. Ding, helping Hehe improve her sense of psychological safety. Altruism points plus 100. The system notification sounded, and I felt pleased. Although Hehe wasn't particularly obedient, the daily points she gave were still quite a lot. I glanced at the system panel again. Altruism System Level 1, almost 3,000 points already. 3,000 points in 2 weeks. The speed wasn't actually slow, but I wasn't satisfied. My impatience was acting up again, and I wished I could get the 10,000 points right away. What changes will there be after the upgrade? Will one more person be bound? Or will it be 2 realms above Hehe? If it really is 2 realms above, then I'll be absurdly powerful right away. I'm looking forward to it. The next day, at the Divine Powers Academy, Jiang Huayan slammed the table hard with a loud bang. Training room, assemble. Everyone was baffled. Even if you hadn't slammed the table, everyone was still going to the training room anyway. The freshmen from the 4 Divine Powers classes had all arrived. Jiang Huayan spoke impatiently. Everyone, listen to me. Everyone looked at him. Yesterday, Jiang Bai beat us for no reason. Aren't you all angry? Jiang Huayan turned into a rhetorician. A week ago, we fell into Jiang Bai's trap, and the Divine Powers Academy became a laughingstock. Years of glory vanished in our hands in an instant. We were shamed into fighting back, but we still couldn't turn the situation around. Jiang Bai even struck again and beat us to the ground. This is humiliation. Bloody humiliation. I asked Jiang Bai why he beat us. He said it was because we were weak and he was strong, so he could hit us whenever he wanted. But where's our backbone? Where's our spirit? We are awakened ones, not cowards to be bullied at will. The students of the Divine Powers classes were all moved. So now, at this very moment, I'm going to the close combat class. Jiang Bai said the strong can bully the weak. So for us in the Divine Powers classes, the close combat class is the weak one. I'm going to beat up the close combat class. Who will come with me? The Divine Powers classes instantly exploded. I'm in, Xia Heng shouted. I'm going too, Jiang Wanqing said through gritted teeth. I'm in, I'm in. Everyone roared in response. Jiang Huayan laughed loudly. Good, let's go. From now on, if Jiang Bai beats us, we'll beat up the close combat class. I refuse to believe the bones of the Divine Powers classes aren't harder than those of the close combat class. At this moment, the close combat class still had no idea that a fierce battle was about to begin. This was the time I deliberately chose. All 6 close combat classes were in the training room. My whole body was wrapped in crackling lightning, and every punch and kick carried immense force. The Benlei 7 Seal Fist was unleashed with such ferocity it cut through the air. So cool, it was practically explosive. It was the first time the close combat class had watched me demonstrate this fist technique, and they were all stunned. Squad leader is amazing. That chi and blood, that lightning glow, it's terrifying. Squad leader is so handsome. I want to chase him. I just love this feeling. Showing off in front of others was my favorite thing. After finishing the set of punches, I figured the Divine Powers class should be arriving soon, so I left the training room at my own leisurely pace. As soon as I left, the Supernatural Powers class came knocking. Jiang Huayan led a large group of people and stormed into the melee class training room, his face full of swagger. Does your melee class have anyone in charge? Tan Qingyu stood up. What are you here for? Jiang Huayan sneered. Jiang Bai taught us a lesson. Strong people can beat up weak people however they want. Now that our Supernatural Powers class is stronger than yours, we're here to beat you up. Any objections? Without waiting for a reply, he roared. Brothers, get them. The Supernatural Powers class unleashed their spells all at once, with fire, ice, lightning, and all kinds of attacks blasting out. The people from the melee class were no cowards either. They gritted their teeth and charged forward, hammering away as soon as they got in close. The training room was thrown into chaos, with cries of pain rising one after another. In the end, the melee class was wiped out, and the supernatural powers class lost half its people, but they won. Jiang Huaiyan stepped on a fallen melee class student and mocked. Whether a class is strong or not isn't something others get to say. It's something you prove by fighting. Tan Xingyu gritted his teeth. Jiang Bai will not let you get away with this. Jiang Huaiyan burst into laughter. If Jiang Bai dares to come once, we'll beat you up once. Let's see whose bones are harder. With that, the supernatural powers class swaggered away. And where am I now? Sword cultivator class. Since the divine powers class is fighting the melee class, of course I have to go to the sword cultivator class to win back some face. So weak. You've only trained to this level in 3 weeks. So embarrassing. Useless. Everyone in our melee class is stronger than you. The people from the sword cultivator class lay sprawled on the ground, listening to my furious taunts, unable to say a single word. I cursed them as useless, and they took it. After all, Chu Ruiji had already been beaten into a complete mess by me, so no one dared make a peep. But when they said the melee class was stronger than the sword cultivator class, they refused to accept it. The melee class is nothing but crap. Send anyone over. As long as you don't make a move, we can walk all over them. I snorted. Anyone can boast. If you've got the guts, go try it. Beat the melee class into submission the way I beat you. As soon as those words came out, several sword cultivator class students' eyes lit up. It seemed not impossible after all. Who did this? When I returned to the melee class and saw the students sprawled in a state of utter chaos, I flew into a rage on the spot. The divine ability class. They burst in and started hitting people without distinguishing right from wrong. Tan Xingyu looked as if she had seen a savior, her face full of grievance. My fury surged. Fine. Very fucking fine. They dare lay hands on my people? I'll ruin them. I turned and left without wasting even a second. 20 minutes later, I came back. Good news. I beat them worse than they beat you. Bad news. They still wouldn't submit, and said they'd come again once they'd recovered. The melee class instantly exploded. I asked in a low voice, "You're scared? Scared of the divine ability class? Bring it on. Damn it. If they come again next time, I'll go all out." Good. I said, my aura surging. Not scared is good. You get beaten once, I'll beat them twice. Are our body cultivators not tougher boned than the spellcasting class? Tell me, are you scared? Not scared. All 280 of them roared in unison. For anyone injured, I'll have the Azurewood class treat you. I'll pay the money. For potion resources, I'll get them from the academy. I'll solve every last worry you have. Now tell me, are you backing down? No backing down. I turned and stormed out. Tang Qingqing had already received my message and was gathering the Azurewood class students. I wandered over to Counselor Wu Wanru's office. Tisk, TSK, TSK. That was a brutal beating. A lot of people had their hair singed, and Tan Xingyu's face was blackened all over. I said with feeling. Did that stir you up or not? Wu Wanru asked. Absolutely. I'm here now to get resources and support for the melee class. Teacher, how's the arrangement for the fierce beast blood food the dean promised? It's already been arranged. At window number 11 in the second cafeteria, with your student ID and matching strength, you can receive a fixed ration of fierce beast meat. Also, you'll get 300 gene of fierce beast blood food vouchers every day, which you can hand out to the Qingmu class students who help out. Great. I poured myself a cup of boiling water and chatted with Wu Wanru about class matters. When the water had gone cold and I drank it all in one gulp, I returned to the training room. By then, more than 30 Qingmu class students were already in the training room, helping the melee class with treatment. The melee class hadn't expected me to have such influence that so many Qingmu class students would come. And since the Qingmu class had more girls while the melee class had more boys, those guys stared straight-eyed at the pretty girls. It felt like even their injuries hurt less. The Qingmu class students were also excited. So many different kinds of injuries. They were comparing textbook knowledge with real wounds as they treated them. For example, burns. The theories taught in books were something they'd never truly come into contact with in daily life. Now that the injuries were right in front of them, they began to clumsily experiment. The key was that even if these test subjects were hurt by the treatment, at most they would grimace and bare their teeth, without a single complaint. What perfect test subjects. And he was treating a girl's wound, extremely focused. Her moist eyes stared at the injury as a faint green glow swept along the wound. The scab fell away, revealing newly grown skin. I clapped my hands to draw everyone's attention. Everyone, after my strong effort, the Academy has agreed to provide subsidies for the melee class. Starting tomorrow, window number 11 in the second cafeteria will provide free fierce beast blood food for the melee class and the Qingmu class students who help out. The training room fell into complete silence. So quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. Free Fierce Beast blood food. Had they heard that wrong? Fierce Beast blood food was extremely expensive. Most students in the melee class usually supplemented their energy with ordinary meat because Fierce Beast blood food was too pricey. And now it was free? I got the academy to arrange this for them. Captain, you're awesome. No one knew who shouted it, but the melee class instantly exploded. Captain, you're awesome. Captain, you're awesome. The cheers rolled like a tsunami. A brilliant smile spread across my face. I had people beat them up, and yet they were saying I was awesome. Who was I supposed to argue with about that? No choice. Who told me I'm just this awesome? And He stood in the crowd, looking at me on the platform, her eyes full of light. Listening to my classmates' shouts, I savored that feeling for a while, so satisfying. I raised my hand, and the noise vanished instantly. I'm not done speaking yet. The crowd waited for me to continue. I got the benefits for you. But the academy has a condition. When other classes come to beat you up, I can't make a move. You have to shoulder all the difficulties yourselves. The academy can give resources and support, but it won't keep raising useless people forever. I promised the academy that the close combat class's cultivation speed would skyrocket, and that you'd definitely be able to defeat the divine arts class. So you all have to train like your lives depend on it. Not just for my face, but for your dignity, and for this chance to soar to the skies. Tell me, can you do it? A flame ignited in the eyes of the close combat class students. Yes. Can you do it? Yes. Can you do it? I roared at the top of my lungs. They roared back at the top of theirs. Yes. Mission accomplished. The injured were treated by the Azurewood class, and those who weren't injured had already started training. Mixed Origin Fist, one move at a time. Splitting Mountain Palm, one stance at a time. Muscles rippled, sweat flowed. I began to think about the training plan. Wait, I didn't actually understand any of this. So why was I trying to figure it out myself? So I slipped over to the administrative building, pulled Wu Wanru along, and went visiting. With a sheet of paper in hand, I sought advice from the close combat class professors one by one. In the end, the 5 professors, Wu Wanru, and I sat together to discuss the cultivation schedule. As a student, I knew all too well when students had free time. So under my suggestion, the close combat class timetable was packed to the brim, no less intense than the sword cultivators class. A reward system was also arranged. As for punishment, no need. If anyone dared to slack off, I'd have Jiang Huaiyan take good care of him. As long as the beatings were harsh enough, and they could see the gap widening, I didn't believe they wouldn't panic. This was Wuxian University. Even special admission students from the pleasure class had to meet academic standards, let alone non-special admission majors. All students had long since learned to endure the bitterness of study, and even enjoy it. The wind of involution had finally blown into the close combat class. Now the sword cultivators class, the divine arts class, the close combat class, and the Azurewood class were all starting to involute. The source was me, but I refused to admit it. What involution? How much time did I even spend cultivating every day? Besides continuously strengthening my body, I hadn't even trained my blood and chi. So involution had nothing to do with me. The close combat class's intense cultivation had begun. The students cried hardship nonstop. Too exhausting. Too miserable. Every day they left early in the morning, and by the time they returned to the dorms, it was already 10 at night. They were exhausted like dogs. I was suffering too. No one was playing Do Diju with me anymore. None of the 3 sons in the dorm were filial. Every day when they got back, they just flopped onto their beds and had no idea how to take care of Dad's entertainment needs. Still, hardship aside, the ferocious beast blood meat at noon was truly delicious. In just 5 days, the results showed. Everyone in the close combat class had seen a massive increase in strength, and their bodies were continuously being strengthened. Many had broken through to body tempering level 3, and some had even reached body tempering level 4. But compared with the sword cultivators class, they were still a bit lacking. The ordinary students in the sword cultivators class had already reached body tempering level 4, and Chu Ruiji had even reached body tempering level 6. This guy was cultivating faster and faster. But it was all useless. I still suppressed him with one hand. After a week, the close combat class had completely gotten onto the right track. They were beaten by the divine arts class, then healed by the Azurewood class. Beaten twice in 7 days, Jiang Huaiyan, under my command, verbally humiliated the close combat class. And he was also kept busy. Besides cultivating herself, she had to help the divine arts class with massages, and she had to provide free help to the close combat class as well. Didn't I tell you not to go help the close combat class? Just leave those things to the other Azurewood class students. Why are you getting involved? As I spoke, I opened a bottle of vitality potion, inserted a straw, and handed it to her. And he obediently took it and sipped gently. Speak, she replied softly. I want to help you. I snorted coldly. Then should I thank you? And he smiled brightly. No need to be polite. I gave Anhihi a light flick on the forehead. Thank me for what? Who do you think you are? A once-in-a-lifetime genius at level 1, stage 5, the crown jewel of Qingmu class. What you should be doing is cultivating. All those miscellaneous chores are a pure waste of time. You're not allowed to go, got it? Anhihi covered her head. Got it. But I knew she wouldn't listen. She was the strongest in Qingmu class, first in both theory and practice. She understood her role as the leader. If she went to help the melee combat class, how could the other students be too embarrassed not to go? So every few days, she'd sign up again. She just wanted to help me. I didn't know what was on her mind. I only thought this girl was pretty well behaved, and I wanted to buy her things again. Come out with me tonight. Anhihi froze, eyes wide. Go do what? Her cheeks turned red in an instant. Shopping. Your potion is almost gone, so we're buying another batch. I looked at her blushing face. She really was beautiful, but I was furious at how frustrating she was. What on earth are young people these days thinking about? They don't focus on cultivation and just fill their heads with all kinds of nonsense. Buy more again. Anhihi stopped blushing and looked utterly shocked. What? You don't want it? My gaze turned dangerous. She frowned and took out her phone to transfer me money. 37,722. Buy it for me with my money, okay? She tilted her little face up, wearing an expression that said I'm so smart. I clicked my tongue twice. This girl really did have the potential to be a little rich lady. Just last week it was over 10,000, and now it was 37,000. If I hadn't been taking my cut, and if I hadn't gotten another 10,000 from Jiang Huayan, she'd be richer than me soon. Still, I wasn't short on money either. The massage commission from the sword cultivation class and the divine ability class brought in over 4,000 a day. Training the sword cultivation class for an hour paid 2,000. This is an even number with a bit extra. This is all your savings, isn't it? No, there's more. How much more? Give it all to me. She rummaged through her canvas bag and pulled out 135 yuan in cash. Here. I looked at her moist eyes, full of innocence and full of absolute trust in me. I couldn't help myself. I reached out and pinched her cheek. It was smooth and delicate to the touch, with an excellent feel. I could clearly feel her cheek heating up fast, like a hand warmer. No, it was almost turning into a thermos. Was it going to get cooked? I quickly let go. In an instant, Anhihi turned into a little quail, lowering her head and twisting the hem of her clothes. I took a deep breath. Damn Anhihi, how dare you enchant me? Trying to stop me from walking the great path of cultivation? Despicable. I'd actually been taken in by her just now. Unforgivable. My goal is to squeeze the system dry and wring out every last bit of its ability. Could I date Anhihi? No. Once the system upgrades, I'll look for a new binding target. I'll have to consider whether to bind a man or a woman. Man or woman, I'll only bind whoever is most suitable. Take it back. I stuffed the cash back into her bag and returned the transfer. I'll take you shopping tonight. We have to spend my money, no arguing. Facing my anger, Anhihi quietly pouted. Strangely enough, when others got angry she would be scared, but when faced with me yelling and shouting, she only felt a little aggrieved. All right, pack up the tableware. I'm leaving. I turned and walked off. In a place she couldn't see, I punched my own chest once. Jump, jump, keep jumping. Jump again, and I'll dig you out. If my heart had a consciousness, it would definitely retort to me. If I stop beating, you won't be happy either. I strolled back to the dorm and found no one there. The brothers from F3 were all headed straight to the training room after dinner to practice hard. I pondered life for a moment and thought, no, I have to straighten out my mindset. So I called Dean Li Tianhai. Hello, Dean. This is Jiang Bai. Speak. The thing you asked me to do is done. The students in the melee class are now cultivating with incredible diligence, no less than the sword cultivation class. When will you carry out the thing you promised me? I'll come out of seclusion tomorrow. We'll talk then. If I was going to straighten my mindset, I had to hang up Chu Xiao and beat her senseless. I also knew clearly that the dean could help me for a while, but he couldn't protect me for a lifetime. Once the dean was gone, Chu Xiao would still drag me into the pit, literally drag me up to beat me. But so what? Drink today's wine today. I'd get my revenge first. As for whatever floodwaters came after, I didn't care. It was all because Anhihi couldn't cultivate straight to the Tiangang realm in one go, because the system only gave me level 1, because Tan Qingfeng, that idiot, stirred up trouble out of jealousy over my looks, and because Lu Xinjin, that ugly thing, was always making a fuss. After I vented by blaming everyone in the dorm all at once, I calmed myself down and started looking for cultivation resources for Anhihi. Last time, I wasn't well prepared and spent over 50,000 just to raise 800 points of favorability. This time, I had to spend the money where it counted. Anhihi was heading out again. This time her roommates weren't worried at all. Go ahead, go ahead. Come back a bit later. Anhihi had put on a hydrating face mask. Her long hair was simply tied up, revealing her snow-white swan neck. and on her wrist was the artificial bead bracelet I had given her. She didn't know anything about natural agate, but every gift I gave her she treasured. She was waiting for me downstairs by the dorm building. I shoved my hands in my pockets and walked down with a face so handsome it could shock the heavens and move the earth. Let's go. Yinhai Commercial Center. This time, and he was much more composed. First, because I was with her. Second, because she had money in hand. Later we'll buy some clothes. There are cheap ones inside. I'll buy my own clothes. What are you dreaming about? Today's spending is on me, young Master Jiang. And he shook her head. I can't hear you. Huh? Getting tough now? Believe I'll beat you. And he shrank her neck and didn't dare act cheeky anymore. The two of us walked into the mall. Last time she had stared at my back the whole way. This time she was bolder and started secretly observing the surroundings. I felt like there was a giant rat following behind me, truly timid as a mouse. Still, since she was willing to look around, I didn't mind strolling a bit more. Improving her sense of security was also a good deed. After circling the first floor once, I took her straight to the fourth floor for milk tea, then to the second floor's Wanfa supermarket to shop. Jiangbai, can you drink in the supermarket? As long as you've got thick skin, not only can you drink in the supermarket, you can even relieve yourself there. Then I'll drink too. And he took a sip of the milk tea, and satisfaction showed in her eyes. She knew I was going to buy things for her, and she couldn't stop me, so she simply gave up struggling. I bought whatever I wanted and gave he whatever I wanted. She obediently took it. She stayed right behind me, sipping her milk tea. After going around once, I'd bought all the cultivation resources. I got a little less snacks, just enough to try. This trip cost 44,106. Maintaining the rapid, stable improvement of a prodigy really isn't cheap. Once he finishes the first realm of cultivation, the direct expenses will probably be well over 100,000. Ordinary families simply can't afford it. If she cultivated step by step at a normal pace, it would be much cheaper, but the gap between her and the rich would widen like crazy. Don't be fooled by the fact that Chu Ruiji is so docile in front of me now, like a little sheep. Almost turned into a fanboy by my beating him up. Once his strength surpasses mine, he'll definitely beat me so badly my own mother wouldn't recognize me. Right now, Chu Ruiji is already at the 6th layer of body tempering, almost 7th. And me? Blood and Chi 5th layer. I'm only ahead of him by 9 minor realms. That's way too unstable. I have to crush the entire freshman class in Xia State in terms of realm. After buying the resources, I also wanted to take in Hihi to buy clothes. She wore the same few outfits every day, neat and plain, but I wanted to see how she'd look in expensive clothes. But before she even tried anything on, and Hihi saw the price tag and got so scared she turned and ran. I glanced at it too. A short-sleeved shirt for 3,420? What's this made of? I asked the salesperson. The salesperson introduced it as top-grade spiritual cotton silk, fireproof and corrosion-resistant, so you don't have to worry about your clothes getting damaged in battle. But Hihi wasn't a combatant. She suddenly blushed, rushed back, grabbed my wrist, and dragged me out of the store with all the strength she had in her life. 3,420 for one shirt. She absolutely would not let me buy it. She pulled me out of the mall in one breath. Only then did she let out a breath and plead. Jiangbai, can we go have fun at the East Gate? We can go to the East Gate, but we still have to buy clothes. You need to cooperate and try them on. She gritted her teeth. As long as it wasn't bought here, anything was fine. Okay, seeing her all flustered like that, I almost couldn't resist reaching out to ruffle her hair, but I stopped myself. Come on, let's go to the East Gate. The two of us got in the car and went to the East Gate to buy clothes at normal prices. Cheap and a lot of styles to choose from. The sales clerk took one look at Hihi's face and figure, and her eyes lit up. A big client had arrived. This floral dress with the lace t-shirt, soft and sweet. This forest-style long dress, so cute. This white short sleeve with wide leg pants, amazing. With legs this long, you have to try a short skirt. I glanced around. They were all girls, so why not try them on? But when Hihi came out wearing the short skirt, my eyes were instantly nailed to her. Those legs were fair and long, like jade. No way, no way. She absolutely could not wear that out the door. If she went onto the street in this, how many eyes would be staring? The sales clerk had completely lost it, taking one piece down after another and using Hihi as a free model. She finally realized that a lot of clothes aren't designed weird. They just haven't found the right body to wear them. With Hihi's face and figure, anything she wore looked stunning. The other girls in the store were all dazzled and recognized her as the Hihi who had beaten Jiang Wanqing in the vote. I'd gotten my full fill of eye candy. I had to admit, Hihi's looks were at least half as good as mine. In my heart, that was already top-tier praise. These 5 sets, pack them all up. Don't need the rest. How much? The clerk still wanted to keep pitching, but I waved her off. She turned to try to persuade Hihi, but Hihi couldn't take it at all and hid behind me like an ostrich. 5 sets for 800 yuan. Cheap. After buying, we left. And He carried the clothes in her left hand and the medicine in her right, obediently following behind me. System prompt. Plus 50 points for helping others. There was no prompt for the medicine because I wasn't planning to give it to her directly. This girl always stabbed me in the back. The last medicine I bought, she nursed it slowly instead of drinking it all. If that wasn't betrayal, what was? So I was going to personally feed her at fixed points and in fixed amounts, and not give her any chance to save money. Give me the medicine, you take the clothes. Drink it right in front of me now. I'll keep the rest. And he pouted, looking unconvinced. But being fed at fixed times and in fixed amounts was exactly what she wanted. That way she could see me every day. Purified medicine, mental medicine, and the tonic pill were all finished little by little under my supervision. She was in the process of being reborn, and all of these things would be useful. I handed the 3 bottles of medicine to Anhee. The purified medicine helped her detox, the tonic pill replenished energy, and the mental medicine was for daily meditation use. Ding! System prompt. 30 points added. I had already figured out the pattern. Points weren't based on how much money was spent, but on how much she actually needed it. Medicines costing a few hundred yuan and clothes costing 100 yuan each both gave 10 points. But if I bought 10,000 pieces of clothing she didn't need at all, I might not even get a single point. On average each day, between medicine, meals, and Anhee helping the girls in the Divine Ability class relieve fatigue, I could save up more than 100 points a day. 1,000 a week was basically guaranteed. All right, let's go. Once I finished, I left. Back in the dorm, I started training like mad. Blood and chi surged. My arms took on a crimson sheen, veins bulged, and my muscles swelled. Contract. Release. Contract. Release. Again and again, the power in my arms grew stronger and stronger. Left hand, high damage. Right hand, high damage. Tomorrow, I would go all out against Chu Xiao. The next day, after Chu Xiao finished handling the student council business, she stretched, then suddenly frowned slightly. She touched her chest. Why did she have such an uneasy feeling? But soon she smiled. Who was she? The president of the Wuxiang University Student Council, having broken through to the Tiangang realm in her 3rd year, the strongest student in the class of 2022, a top genius nationwide. Not to mention, she was also from the Chu family. The younger generation couldn't beat her, and the older generation couldn't make a move against her. What was there to be afraid of? Knock, knock, knock. President, Dean Li Tianhai from the melee combat class, wants you to come over. Li Tianhai? What does he want with me? Still, since the dean was inviting her, she had to go. At this moment, in the dean's office, I had already arrived long ago, idly playing with a jade slip in my hand, the skill Li Tianhai had given me. Dragon flame piercing the sun fist. With one punch, it was like a giant dragon spitting flames, drilling through the sun. Extreme violence, extreme brutality, extreme destruction. I never expected this at all. The dean actually got me such an insane skill, a fire element fusion skill, and it was absolutely perfect for me. Are you satisfied? Li Tianhai asked with a smile. Yes, more than satisfied. I patted my chest and promised. Dean, rest assured. From now on, the students in the close combat class are my own sons, and I'll definitely teach them well. Li Tianhai was speechless. This kid never missed a chance to take advantage. Then he asked what kind of magic artifact I wanted. Defensive, cultivation support, offensive, or utility. I didn't even think about it. A cultivation support one. Not for myself, but for Anhee. Her talent was already good, and with my feeding plus a magic artifact, I didn't believe she still couldn't catch up to Chu Ruizhi. After beating his sister, I'd beat him too. Who told this kid to put pressure on me? Li Tianhai took out a pendant. It was jade white and circular, like a blazing sun, with extremely fine golden threads inside. Second-tier magic artifact, the Sunlight Pendant. It absorbs sunlight during the day to store energy, and at night it converts it into yang energy, strengthening the body and accelerating the generation of vital blood. I happily took it. Then he brought up the third matter, helping me beat up Chu Xiao. Li Tianhai sighed that Chu Xiao had also been astonishingly talented and fiery-tempered back in the day, and she had been deeply liked by the teachers. I shook my head with a smile. Dean, if I were in her year, I could beat her so badly even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. He reminded me that Chu Xiao was a 4th-year student in the Heavenly Fiend realm. If she were sealed and I beat her once, what would happen after the seal was lifted? I asked back. Isn't it school rules that 4th years can't beat up 1st years? Could you really just watch me get bullied? Of course not. Then it's simple. She beats me. You seal her again, I beat her again, and we repeat forever. Li Tianhai understood. Wasn't this basically asking him to get beaten up by that old woman over and over? Seeing him hesitate, I deliberately asked, Dean, you're not scared, are you? He instantly got triggered. Scared? I've killed ferocious beasts, fought alien races, and stormed forbidden zones. I've walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood countless times. Chu Xiao is coming any moment. I'll help you seal her, and you hit her as hard as you want. Dean, you're hardcore. I gave him a thumbs up. He had completely given up and asked if I had any other demands. When you seal her, don't seal her strength completely. Leave her at just the level right after entering the vital blood realm. Li Tianhai frowned in confusion. What do you mean? I kept them in suspense. You'll know when the time comes. As I was speaking, there came a knock at the door. I am Chu Xiao. The dean took a deep breath, looking at me with admiration. Come in. Chu Xiao walked in and swept her gaze over me, full of disdain. She remembered me, the one who always beat up her younger brother. Chu Ruizhi must have gone and complained, saying I wanted to strip her naked and hang her up to beat her. But she didn't take it seriously at all. In her eyes, I was just a mouse, and she was a tiger. Would a tiger care about a mouse's provocation? Dean, you wanted to see me? Li Tianhai asked with a smile. Do you remember what happened 2 weeks ago in the security office, when you hit Jiang Bai? Chu Xiao frowned, a flash of contempt in her eyes. This brat actually went crying to the dean? So you want me to apologize? Not apologize. I want Jiang Bai to hit you back. You broke school rules and hit him, so now let him hit back. Then you're even. Chu Xiao was stunned. She looked at me, her expression full of disbelief. You hit me? It was like a monkey wanting to beat up a god. Did you think you were the great sage, equal to heaven? I nodded. That's right, I'm going to hit you. She laughed, laughing so hard she trembled all over, tears almost coming out. You, a Qi and Blood Realm cultivator. What right do you have to hit me? Li Tianhai said quietly. What if I seal your cultivation? The laughter stopped abruptly. Chu Xiao's eyes were as sharp as knives. Dean, do you know the consequences of laying a hand on the student council president? I do. That answer left her completely dumbfounded. I couldn't wait any longer. Let's begin. Chu Xiao flew into a rage, sword intent erupting as she charged toward the door. But the next second, the scene vanished. She stood among the clouds, beneath her feet a gigantic palm that was closing in. A domain. There was no room to struggle. Heaven and earth turned to darkness, and all her cultivation began to regress. 3 years of bitter training were sealed away. In the end, she was reduced to a cultivator just entering the Qi and Blood realm. Keek. I appeared before her with a loud laugh. Chu Xiao's gaze was ice cold. Fine. Just wait for the Sword Cultivator Academy's retaliation. Let's see you survive my retaliation first. With a furious roar, thunderlight flickered around me as I charged forward. She counterattacked with her spirit sword, also sealed. Her spirit sword had been sealed too. So what if she was only at the initial Qi and Blood realm? She believed she could still fight above her level. Clang. I slapped her sword away with one palm. The force made both her hands fly up. She was stunned. How could I have such strength? What a joke. I temper my body with Qi and blood every day. Qi and blood are the best tonic. Same realm? My physical strength leaves hers in the dust. I turned my palm into a fist, stacked 3 thunder sigils, and blasted a punch out. Chu Xiao met it with a single palm, trying to retreat and bleed off the force. But the lightning drilled into her body and instantly numbed her. I grabbed her wrist and violently twisted my body. A shoulder throw. Her long dress flew as her back slammed heavily into Li Tianhai's stone-hard palm. Boom. Chu Xiao let out a muffled groan. I pulled back and did not continue pressing the attack. Her eyes were full of fury as she tightened her grip on her long sword and shouted, 3,000 Aurora sword. Countless streaks of sword light burst forth. I was not the least bit afraid. The lightning converged. I threw a punch, and the sword light exploded apart. My figure tore through the lightning, and I drove a vicious knee straight into her abdomen. Her body folded like a shrimp and was sent flying backward. I followed right after and brought down a sweeping punch like a meteor. Chu Xiao, say goodnight to this world. Boom. Her body rolled over and over, and a trace of swelling appeared on her stunning face. Again, I did not mount her and beat her senseless like I had with Chu Ruizhi. I wanted to slowly wear down her fighting spirit, making her charge at me again and again, only to fall again and again beneath my iron fist. Chu Xiao struggled to her feet, shook her head, and her eyes seethed with rage. You really made me angry. I grinned. Good. I had asked the dean to suppress her cultivation to the initial stage of Qi Blood Realm precisely for this moment. If she were reduced to an ordinary person, it would not be satisfying to fight her, and she would not suffer too much either. But if I gave her some ability, she would surely resist. The more she resisted, the angrier she would get, and the more she resisted, the more excited I became. She gripped her long sword tightly and shouted, one sword crushes the mountain. Sword light surged, and an astonishing force slashed toward me. I did not dare be careless. Qi and blood roared wildly through my body. My arms swelled, and veins bulged. for thunder sigils converged into both fists as I shot forward. Boom! The sword light shattered, and the long sword was knocked aside. I drove both fists brutally into her. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch, each one landing solidly. Left hook, right hook, one heavy blow after another. Chu Xiao was stunned senseless, her body swaying with the rhythm of my fists. Rise. With an uppercut, her body flew upward. I instantly leaped more than 10 meters into the air, reaching a level parallel to hers. Fall. I lifted my right leg and brought down a vicious high kick onto her chest. Boom. Her body plummeted rapidly and crashed hard onto Li Tianhai's palm. Li Tianhai's eyelid twitched wildly. This kid was truly ruthless, leaving himself no way back at all. When Chu Xiao regained her strength, just how vicious would her retaliation be? Again, I curled a finger at her. The top undergraduate is only this much. You can't even leap across for minor realms. You really disappoint me. Chu Xiao coughed up blood. Her organs felt like they were burning. Unable to hold her ground in a direct clash, she began using battle technique. Her sword transformed into a soft wind, seemingly scattered, yet filled with hidden killing intent. I blocked a few strikes, and a wound appeared on my arm. Interesting. So I grabbed the blade, suppressed its edge with chi and blood, and kicked out. She leaped to dodge, then flipped and kicked toward the top of my head. I directly caught her ankle and lifted her up, slamming her straight into Li Tianhai's hand. Bang, bang, bang. I smashed her around wildly, so hard she could no longer tell north from south, east from west. Chu Xiao ground her silver teeth to pieces. Of course, they were absolutely not cracked by me. She just had a very strong bite. She could not accept it. A dignified Heavenly Grotto realm expert, even with her cultivation suppressed, still had her battle experience. Yet she was losing so miserably. Damn it. It hurt so much. A full 20 minutes of beating, twice as long as the time I had been beaten before. Chu Xiao was covered in bruises, her face swollen and battered. Her figure was still there, but she no longer looked like a beauty at all. Huff. I let out a long breath. Awesome. That was so exhilarating. It was absolutely exhilarating. Dean, that's enough. The scene around me suddenly went blurry. I returned to Dean Li Tianhai's office with Chu Xiao. I was refreshed and energetic. Chu Xiao was a miserable sight. Looking at Chu Xiao's condition, Li Tianhai's heart was pounding. He was even thinking whether he should just silence us all and be done with it. He could not imagine what kind of thunderous fury the Sword Cultivator Academy would unleash next. Cough. Chu Xiao, last time you beat Jiang Bai, this time Jiang Bai beat you. The two of you can call it even, all right? Li Tianhai asked. A vicious smile appeared at the corners of Chu Xiao's mouth as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Call it even? Fine. Even. No need to call it even. If you're not convinced, come at me. I said toughly. Li Tianhai was stunned. This kid actually had that kind of nerve? Chu Xiao looked at me deeply. Dean Li, can I leave now? Dean, let her go. I should help you recover from your injuries before you go. You don't exactly look good right now, Li Tianhai said. No need. I can understand you standing up for your student. I have my own teacher too, and I'll have the Sword Cultivator Academy's teachers help me recover. I won't trouble you. Dean, you can help me recover later, I said from the side. Dean Li, goodbye. With that, Chu Xiao limped toward the door. Watching this scene, I felt no guilt at all, only boundless satisfaction. The door closed. Li Tianhai could not help but say, Jiang Bai, you really went hard on her. If you were going to fight, fine, but why did you hit her face too? You even knocked out her teeth. I looked innocent. Chu Xiao is too strong. In a fight, you can't hold back. How could I still care where I hit her? Li Tianhai paced back and forth. Should he take me and leave Wuxian University to avoid the storm? But one can dodge the first day of the month, not the 15th. Dean, what are you afraid of? Why don't you dare fight the dean of the Sword Cultivator Academy? I said angrily. How the hell am I supposed to beat him? Li Tianhai exploded. If you can't beat him, then call in reinforcements. Call in reinforcements. Li Tianhai's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly took out his phone to make a call. Dean, you said you could help Chu Xiao recover her injuries. Can you help me recover too? I asked. You're not injured. Recover from what? Not this time, but in the future. My injuries don't matter. What I'm mainly worried about is this face of mine. So handsome it defies heaven and earth, getting hurt. If this face is injured, that would be the greatest loss Wuxian University has ever suffered. You know your face is important, and you still hit Chu Xiao in the face? I snorted. How can that be the same? Her looks are only worth a few points. How can they compare with my divine appearance? Li Tianhai was shocked by my shamelessness. On the other side, after Chu Xiao walked out of the office, her posture straightened. These injuries were severe for someone in the Qi and Blood realm, but for the Tiangang realm, they were nothing much. But after taking just a couple of steps, she still took out a mask and put it on. On ordinary days, she wore a mask because she did not want to be recognized. Today, she wore one for the same reason. It was not far from the Close Combat Academy to the Sword Tower, and Chu Xiao walked quickly, her gaze cold beneath her swollen eyes. Zhang Bai? Zhang Bai? To her, Zhang Bai had originally been nothing more than a stray dog by the roadside, just a genius in his freshman year. But now, she wanted to swallow him alive. She had never suffered such humiliation in all her life. Wherever she went, people looked up to her and held her in the palm of their hands. Yet today, she had been beaten like this. She arrived at the Sword Tower, came to the door of the Sword Cultivation Academy Dean's office, removed her mask, and her upright figure bent forward. Her swollen eyes were filled with undisguised grievance. She knocked on the dean's office door. Come in. The dean of the Sword Cultivation Academy was a woman named Bu Yaoyue. She had another nickname in Xia country, the swordswoman of inviting the moon. Her swordsmanship was divine. She had once slain 14 ferocious beasts of the same realm with a single sword, and her strength had shaken the entire world. Bu Yaoyue looked to be about 30, with no trace of age on her face, only a mature charm. She looked up at the visitor and froze. She quickly thought through the name of the person in front of her, but could not remember it at all. Had it really swollen this badly? You are? Bu Yaoyue asked hesitantly. Beaten like this by me? Chu Xiao had not cried. But when Bu Yaoyue asked that one question, she completely lost it. Just how hard had her face been beaten to make even Bu Yaoyue, who had always treated her so well, fail to recognize her? Chu Xiao burst into tears. Wah, Dean, it's me, Xiao. Bu Yaoyue suddenly sprang up from her chair, her face filled with uncontrollable shock. Wait, how did you end up like this? Is there still someone at Wuxiang University who can beat you like this? It's Zhang Bai. No, it's Dean Li Tianhai. Dean, you have to stand up for me. Chu Xiao cried. Just what had her face been reduced to make even the dean fail to recognize her? Zhang Bai. Bu Yaoyue knew who that was. That little freshman had beaten down all the first-year students in the sword cultivation class. Because of that, Li Tianhai felt as if he had finally vented a huge breath of frustration. And even after he had beaten him up once, he still had not been convinced, laughing all the while. After listening to Chu Xiao's tearful complaint, Bu Yaoyue was instantly enveloped by an icy sword intent that covered the entire sword tower. All the students felt their hair stand on end, as if countless sword blades were pointed at them. Li Tianhai, she shouted sharply. Li Tianhai answered with a laugh. What do you want? He had figured it out now. Since he could not dodge this sword, he might as well face it head on. You're bullying the weak with your rank advantage. Get up here. Your Sword Cultivation Academy's seniors bullied our freshmen first. I'm just giving it back. Up here then. Two figures shot up into the sky and began battling fiercely. The strong of Wuxiang University interwove their divine senses and discussed endlessly. What happened? The freshman Zhang Bai from the Close Combat Academy beat up Chu Xiao. Nonsense. How can a freshman beat a senior? Dean Li sealed Chu Xiao's cultivation and made them fight at the same realm. Vice Dean Chen Shunyue of the Close Combat Academy, following Zhang Bai's instructions, kept talking in the Divine Sense channel. Chu Xiao bullied the weak first by relying on her higher rank and beat Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai only asked the dean to suppress their realms to the same level and fight back fairly. To put it simply, Chu Xiao failed to win at the same realm, so who can she blame? Opinions were divided. Some thought the Close Combat Academy was in the wrong, while others thought it was just a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Zhang Bai was sitting in the office, leisurely sending messages to Chu Ruizhi. Picture of Chu Xiao with a bruised and swollen face. Old Chu, is your bro awesome or what? Chu Ruizhi was looking up at the sky, watching the deans fight, when his phone vibrated. He opened it and saw a girl beaten so badly even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Such a man, he replied. Zhang Bai. Take another close look. Chu Ruizhi enlarged the picture, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. His pupils shrank, and his heartbeat shot to 180. That was his sister, Chu Xiao. Holy crap, he blurted out. His classmates looked over, and he quickly put away his phone and shouted, What are you looking at? Then he kept typing. Who beat my sister up like this? Wuxiang's #1 handsome guy. Me. Wuxiang's #1 little sword cultivator. You. Wuxiang's #1 handsome guy. Yep. I looked at Chu Ruizhi's username and wanted to laugh. Wuxiang's #1 little sword cultivator? So petty. He probably thinks even his own strength is no good. I'm different. Wuxiang's #1 handsome guy. Throughout Wuxiang University, I'm the handsomest. Who agrees? Who objects? Chu Ruizhi must have been shocked out of his mind by now. He's Chu Xiao's biological younger brother. Before he started cultivating, he got beaten by his sister. After he started cultivating, he got beaten even worse. In his heart, Chu Xiao is a super tyrannical she-tiger, a god-tier vixen. When she gets mad, she'd even dare scratch her own father. Back when Chu Xiao beat me up, Chu Ruizhi must have thought it was normal. Who wouldn't dare hit his sister? As for me saying I'd get revenge, he probably just took it as a joke. Worlds apart. Just the roar of the weak and powerless. And now, I sent him the photo of Chu Xiao beaten black and blue. In his mind, there had originally been two mountains. Mine was only 100 meters high. With some effort, he could still get over it. Chu Xiao's was a 1,000-meter perilous peak. Even trying to climb it might get you beaten. But now, my mountain had been raised infinitely high, and then it extended a foot and crushed Chu Xiao's mountain to pieces. So you're here to show off? Chu Ruizhi sent me a message. Not just to show off. What else? Also to mock you. Caw. Huh. Jiang Bai, you're asking for death. I'd long since become immune to this kind of harsh talk. No matter how many times I beat him, he said the same thing that many times. Rather than harsh words, it was more like impotent rage. Nobody else got to see it. I showed it to you first. Doesn't that mean I value you a lot? Chu Ruizhi froze. Now that you've seen it too, I should post it to my moments. I want everyone to know that Chu Xiao got beaten into this sorry state by me. You can't post it to moments. He knew his sister might not act like she cared about looks, but in reality, she was incredibly vain. If this picture got out, Chu Xiao would have no face left to show anyone. If I don't post it to moments, wouldn't I have beaten her for nothing? Besides, I'm only showing off to you. You're not qualified to have an opinion. No wealth returned to one's hometown is like walking in fine clothes at night. I defeated Chu Xiao across 3 major realms. If I didn't post it to moments and act like a badass, I'd probably grow a dozen more white hairs tonight. What'll it take for you not to post it? Or delete the photo? Impossible. I'm posting this photo for sure. Even Jesus can't stop me. Transfer. 10,000. My eyes sharpened. TCH, trying to buy me off with money? Beating the lot of you up costs only 2,000 each. Transfer. 50,000. My brow furrowed. For your sake, I can post only the photo and not the caption. Transfer. 100,000. Damn, inflation? How the hell was Chu Ruizhi this rich? The pressure instantly shot up, and I didn't even dare imagine how well he usually ate while cultivating. I'll give you face. I won't post it. Transfer. 50,000. Can you delete the picture? I paused. We're brothers. Your sister is my sister too. How could I insult my own sister? I'll delete it right now. I sent him a screen recording of me deleting the photo. Chu Ruizhi must have breathed a sigh of relief. I knew exactly what he was planning. Take the chat logs to Chu Xiao and ask her for money, 3 times as much. His logic was this. If Chu Xiao were the one giving me money to delete the photo, even if she offered 1 million or 3 million, I still wouldn't delete it. Only because I was giving him face would I delete it. I accepted the money, and the more I accepted, the angrier I got. Damn it. Chu Ruizhi screwed up my good business by throwing money around. Just wait and get beaten. Li Tianhai was in a bad way. This time, when he fought Buyao was genuinely furious. Li Tianhai was nearly minced into paste. When he came down from the 9 heavens, his face was pale and his spirit listless. Buyao, however, was as relaxed as ever, as if she'd just finished a stroll. I was surprised. I knew the dean wasn't a match for the Sword Cultivator Academy's dean, but I hadn't expected the gap to be this huge. Looks like the dean really had been under a lot of pressure before. I thought he was just cowardly, but that couldn't really be blamed on me. Was the gap between the dean and Buyao bigger than the gap between me and Chu Xiao? Had I ever been cowardly? No matter how formidable Buyao was, could she still kill the dean? Murder is illegal. Same thing even after the spiritual energy revival. Outside the city, ferocious beasts run rampant and people die all the time. But in Wuxiang City, especially at Wuxiang University, do you dare kill someone? Chu Xiao, Buyao shouted. Chu Xiao's injuries had already been treated, and the swelling on her face had gone down a lot. Dean, I'm here. Go hit back, Buyao said very crisply and decisively. I stood at the entrance of the Melee Combat Academy, waiting for Chu Xiao to come. Afraid? That didn't exist. If I got beaten, then so be it. Why the hell should I hide from you? You hit me today, and tomorrow I'll still find a way to deal with you. To be honest, it's not that I never thought about revenge. I just have a broad mind. Of course, it's definitely not because I can't beat her. Chu Xiao walked over with murderous intent, getting faster and faster. I saw her, lightning crackling all over my body, and charged straight at her. Who knew how many leaders were watching from the shadows? Students from the melee class and the sword tower could all see this scene from above. To be honest, I was like a moth flying into a flame. Chu Xiao's sword intent was too terrifying, almost condensing into substance, fully revealing the strength of a Heaven Origin realm powerhouse. But lightning crackled over my body as I charged forward boldly, fearless and unafraid. The two of us drew closer and closer. Just as I was about to get beaten, a figure descended from the sky and landed between us. My body instantly froze. The leaves stopped moving, my expression, my movements, even my hair strands. Everything was suspended. It felt as if time had been paused. The newcomer was a woman in her 50s, dressed in an elegant long gown, graceful and noble. Come over here. She spoke softly. Bu Yaoyue's expression changed, and she obediently flew over. Li Tianhai walked over with a flattering smile on his face. The dignified dean was like a student before her. Teacher Wang, you've come out of seclusion. Bu Yaoyue's expression was ugly, but she still called out, Mom. Wang Huqing, honorary president of Wuxiang University, one of its founders, semi-retired, strength unknown. The school leaders hidden in the dark all breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the principal was an old fox. With Bu Yaoyue's temper, even the principal himself couldn't suppress her. But if it was her own mother, you're how old, and still acting like a child, competing over pride. Aren't you ashamed? Wang Huqing scolded bluntly. Bu Yaoyue said coldly, Mom, this started because Li Tianhai provoked it first. He, as a dean, actually made a move against a student. Shameless. Li Tianhai immediately forced a smile. Teacher Wang, I know I was wrong. I was momentarily confused. Seeing my academy's freshman being beaten by a senior, I stepped in to help. I'll accept any beating or punishment. Yue Yao, you can cut me into 1,000 pieces if you want. His posture was extremely low. Bu Yaoyue was stunned. Mom, he wasn't like this just now. He was especially tough. Shut up, Bu Yaoyue. No choice. A mother is a mother. She raised you with blood and tears. What can you do? You two little brats, say whatever you have to say. Wang Huqing looked coldly at the two deans, but when she looked at us students, her expression turned kind and loving. I reacted immediately, so terrifying. Just now I had been completely frozen, even my thoughts nearly sealed, with time flowing extremely slowly. What kind of strength was this? Teacher, this is my fault. I quickly took all the blame. I kept provoking our dean, saying he was cowardly, and he only helped me after being goaded. I hit Senior Chu, and I'll accept the punishment. After saying that, I put on a pure and honest expression. Chu Xiao. Teacher, I'm wronged. Wang Huqing didn't look at me, instead turning to Chu Xiao, a smile in her eyes. I know you feel wronged. But Li Tianhai was also beaten, and this started because you struck a freshman junior first. How about I offer you both a solution? Teacher, please speak. I guarantee I'll obey every word. Take advantage when you can and play the obedient one. This is one of the secrets that's let me survive countless self-inflicted disasters and still walk away unscathed. TCH, what's self-inflicted disasters? It was all because others got what they deserved. Chu Xiao glared at me resentfully. Did the teacher ask you? You answered pretty quickly. But since I'd already answered, if she said she didn't need it, wouldn't that be too disrespectful? Please go on, teacher. You're a senior, he's a freshman. No matter how you fight, it's unfair. Your combat experience is far too rich. You can't shake off the label of bullying the weak. So let's do this. 3 months from now, you'll participate in the National College Student Competition, and Jiangbai will participate in the freshman competition. That by then he'll have combat experience too. No matter what realm he's in, I'll personally step in and suppress you to the same level. Then, in front of all the students, you can fight a fair battle. No one will stop it. As long as you have the ability, go ahead and beat him however you like. How about it? I raised my hand. Teacher, no problem, I agree. Chu Xiao was dumbfounded. Who asked you? I was overjoyed. Not only would nothing happen if I beat her, but 3 months later I could publicly beat her again. This teacher really is a good person. As for whether I could win, impossible to lose. I, Jiangbai, am the best there is. The uproar temporarily subsided. Chu Xiao agreed, and she had no choice but to agree. Her own mother, the dean, had come. Who would dare refuse her face? She could only comfort herself by thinking that she would beat me up hard 3 months later. I was thrilled. A freshman taking on the president of the senior student council and walking away unscathed felt pretty great. Chu Ruizhi, watching the whole thing from the sword tower, was utterly shaken. Just like that? He beat his sister and nothing happened? After the shock came raging fury. Jiangbai actually dared to hit his sister? He vowed to help her get revenge. I went back with Li Tianhai. Dean, are you all right? He sighed. I'm fine, you go on. Don't worry, I'll definitely lead the close combat class to its strongest cohort yet. Right after I left, he bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood. That fucking hurt. With my hands in my pockets, I felt like I had leveled up another notch in awesomeness. A freshman beating down the national top 10 student council president. Would it be too much to claim the national #1 spot? Still, Li Tianhai had contributed a great deal. He wanted the close combat class to rise. Simple, tough training was my specialty. I headed straight for the sword tower. At the entrance, I listened and heard Chu Ruizhi inside roaring. All of you, train harder. That bastard Jiangbai made the Sword Cultivator Academy lose face again. I swear I'll defeat him and beat the shit out of him. I let out a breath of relief. Good thing I'm kind. I nearly forgot to beat him after beating up his sister. Bang! I kicked open the training room door. Chu Rueji flinched and turned stiffly. My face was already right up in front of him, wearing a cruel smile. I beat your sister and forgot to beat you too, huh? He stayed silent. His fists clenched so hard they cracked. Back off. I knew he wanted me to step back so he could charge at me. But why the hell should I step back? I kicked Chu Rueji flying 5 meters away. Come on. Chu Rueji roared, his heavy sword slashing down with overwhelming force. I didn't dodge. I caught it with one hand. Ding. That sound was my own sound effect. Chu Rueji reacted quickly too, trying to kick me and then sweep across with a horizontal slash. But before his foot was even halfway up, I slammed a palm into his lower abdomen, released my fingers, and sent both him and his sword flying. The sword cultivator class had long since gotten used to dodging Chu Rueji's human cannonball. What are you standing there for? Come over here and get beaten. I warned. Whether you stick your head out or pull it back, it's still one slash. You can't hide from it. Kill. The sword cultivator class charged at me. Soon, cries of pain rang out all around. After dealing with that bunch, I glanced at the sky. It was about time for dinner. Today's fight with Chu Xiao had really worn me out. Even though that girl had been sealed down to the first level of the Blood and Qi realm, her body was still ridiculously tough. Beating her had tired me out too. Set a small goal. 30 gene of ferocious beast meat, 20 gene of rice. I shook my aching hand and sent an Hehe a message. Food. Wait a bit. Class is almost over. The instant the bell rang, the entire Wuxiang University erupted. The news that Chu Xiao had been beaten spread completely. A freshman beating up the president of the senior student council? It sounded like a joke. But someone had recorded a video. Chu Xiao's unhealed face, the immortal sword maidens fight back, the collision between me and Chu Xiao, and the 3-month agreement. My name once again caused a sensation across the whole school. Newcomer King was no longer enough. Now I had to be called the Wuxiang King. And Hehe hurried over to find me. Jiang Bai, does it hurt? I'm the one doing the hitting. Why would I be hurt? But Chu Xiao is really strong. Was her body very hard? Did your hand hurt when you hit her? I froze. Damn. And Hehe, you're basically a genius. How did I not think of that? When I beat Chu Xiao again 3 months later, I should first knock her down, then ask her for medical expenses. At first it didn't hurt, but now that you mention it, it does feel a little sore. I rubbed the back of my hand. I'll treat it for you. How? You extend your hand. And Hehe started stammering. I held out my right hand. Her little face flushed red, and it looked like she was giving herself a pep talk inside. Then she stretched out her small hand and supported mine from underneath. My hand jerked. Well, and Hehe, you thick-browed, big-eyed girl, taking advantage of me when you get the chance. She completely blew up, her face red as a boiling kettle, steam almost ready to come out of her head. But with her lips pursed, she still didn't let go. Her left hand held up mine, while her right hand bloomed with green light and gently brushed over the back of my hand. A cool sensation seeped into the back of my hand. The coolness on the back of my hand and the warmth and softness under my palm. It really was an unusual feeling. Watching her so carefully, her face red like a monkey's butt, that iron heart of mine somehow softened a little. Forget it. We're buddies. She probably wasn't deliberately taking advantage of me. Better. Meh, just SOSO. Your cultivation's too low to feel much. Train harder. I will. Who can't talk big? Time to take your medicine. 2 bottles of potion and 1 big tonic pill. Take it before meals so it digests well. And Hehe took a deep breath to calm herself down, accepted the potion, and obediently drank it all. I looked at Hehe and wondered if I had given her too little medicine. She hadn't said the dose was high, so it seemed like I'd need to increase it. Come on, lean your head in a little, I said. And Hehe looked completely lost and instinctively covered her head, afraid I was going to flick her forehead. I instantly darkened my face. Damn it, she was guarding against me? Take your hands down. I don't understand. I'm such an upright and open person, and you're actually guarding against me. And Hehe shrank her neck and obediently leaned her head over. I directly put the sunlight pendant around her neck. She froze, her gaze falling on the jade pendant. It had a milky white luster, warm and translucent, with golden threads flowing within the jade, breathtakingly beautiful. I'm giving this to you. Wear it every day. It's good for cultivation. How much was it? She asked weakly. How much? Don't know. The dean gave it to me. Things gotten for free aren't worth much. Her eyes were sparkling. Jiang Bai, thank you. I hate verbal thanks, I said, staring at her with a wicked smile. I prefer practical thanks. And Hehe's heart skipped a beat. Practical thanks? What did that mean? Could it be something lewd? She found my face, drawing closer to hers. No, more precisely, my mouth was moving closer to her face. Her heartbeat sped up wildly, and her face instantly turned red. She could feel the heat of my breath, that gradually pressing aura. Her breathing grew chaotic, and something wonderful was happening to her body. Closer and closer. I could even clearly see her smooth skin. Wow, such a big reaction. She's reached a new level of shyness? I couldn't help wanting to laugh, so I deliberately teased her and moved in little by little. At last, my mouth reached her ear, and I whispered. The practical reward is, she was already in a state where she was ripe for the picking. The practical reward is, what exactly was it? Eat 30 gene of ferocious beast meat. Those words exploded in her mind like thunder. All her shyness, resistance, desire, and expectation were blasted into pieces. Her face turned even redder. Just now it had been from shyness. Now it was from anger. I even saw her actually smoking. So there really is such a thing as being angry enough to smoke. They say a blushing girl is more beautiful than any scenery, and it really is true. But being flushed with anger looks even better. Her little fists clenched tight. Jiang Bai, I'm fighting you to the death. She lunged at me with bared teeth and claws, like a little tiger, opening her mouth to bite me. I pressed one hand against her forehead, not letting her advance even an inch. She raged helplessly, her little fists trying hard to land a hit, but unfortunately her arms weren't as long as mine. I laughed up at the sky, feeling utterly delighted. Ha ha! Gaga gaga. After struggling for a long time and still failing to touch me, she puffed out her cheeks in anger. Jiang Bai is bullying me again. Jiang Bai is a bad person. Mealtime. The Close Combat Academy had subsidies, and Window No. 11 offered a limited free supply of ferocious beast meat. Of course, limited was for other people. As for me, I had a little authority under me, just enough to skim a bit off the top and eat and drink on the public dime. These were all second-tier ferocious beast meats, packed with energy. I could eat 30 gene without any pressure, but if Hihi ate 30 gene, she'd definitely puff up into a ball. But she was still eating, glaring at me as she ate. She wanted to stuff herself to death just to see whether I'd feel sorry for her. I finished my own portion and watched Hihi enthusiastically shovel down her food, my heart soaring with joy. Eat. Eat as much as you can. And she really did eat as much as she could. 10 gene, 13 gene, 15 gene. Drink some water, it'll go down faster. I thoughtfully handed her some warm water. She wouldn't drink it, just kept eating. 16 gene, 17 gene, 18 gene. I clenched my fist and cheered her on. And Hihi, you're amazing. You've already eaten 25 gene, just 5 more to go. She rolled her eyes. She clearly hadn't even reached 20 gene yet, and I was already lying to her again. In the end, she really couldn't eat anymore and rubbed her bloated little belly. I really can't eat anymore. TSK, you still didn't finish 30 gene. Cultivation can't be half-hearted. You have to eat big mouthfuls. Seeing how pitiful she looked, I didn't force her anymore and polished off the remaining 10 gene of meat for her. Come on, let's go practice our skills. Do you want to come along? Her eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. I can come too. All right, clear the tableware. Let's go. I had just obtained Dragon Flame Cave Sun Fist. Just hearing the name was explosive, and after taking a quick look, I could tell its power was indeed terrifying. I was itching to start training right away. While Hihi was clearing the tableware, I sent Chu Rueji a message. Old Chu, the Close Combat class is going to the training room in half an hour. Just that one sentence. I didn't say anything else. When Chu Rueji saw the message, his brows furrowed. What did this mean? Was he telling the Sword Cultivator class to beat up the Close Combat class? No. Recently, the Divine Ability class had been beating up the Close Combat class every few days. Could it be that he wanted the Sword Cultivator class to stop them? No, stop what? Wouldn't it be better to just go beat up the Divine Ability class directly? Yes, that's exactly what they'd do. He marveled at his own brilliance. It was time for the Divine Ability class to learn who the most formidable class at Wuxiang University really was. I brought Hihi to the hillside where I usually cultivated. The air around us was fresh, the trees lush, and the light dim. Lovers loved to sneak into places like this, thinking no one would see them. In reality, everyone here was a cultivator, with astonishing vision and terrifying hearing. Even the faint, chaotic sounds of breathing and the occasional little gasp could be heard and seen. I'd heard that the deeper you went, the more explosive the scenes got, and the summit was the core area of the Harmony class. I couldn't even imagine it. Be good and cultivate on your own. Don't disturb me, I said, and Hihi obediently nodded. Okay. She sat on the grass cultivating the soul-calming hand, the 79 acupoint spring-returning force, and the wood gives birth to all things technique freely taught by the school. I held the jade slip and immersed myself in it. Learning skills from a jade slip was far more effective than downloading videos online. You touched it with spiritual power, and the content was like being engraved into your mind, making your understanding extremely deep. Streaks of fire burned around my body, the flames faint, like 100 lighters being lit at once, ready to go out with a gust of wind. Dragon Flame Cave Sun Fist had 5 levels. At the first level, ordinary flames, scorching a cigarette or burning some hair would be no problem. At the second level, explosive flames, the temperature surged, causing burn damage. At the third level, high-density flames, the flames were compressed and changed color and could produce explosions. At the fourth level, Dragon Flame Fire Bullets, the flames left the body for ranged attacks, doubling the damage. At the fifth level, Dragon Flame Fire Beams, a massive spray of high-density flames, combined with Chi and Blood Fist Force, dealt devastating damage. I studied it carefully, and Hehe was also cultivating, but her gaze kept drifting unconsciously toward me. That wasn't a problem at all. Who was I? The most handsome guy at Wuxiang, the representative of divine beauty, with looks whose upper limit depended on the upper limit of human imagination. In the night breeze, her hair was gently stirred, and her eyes were glued to me, unable to move away at all. She didn't need to communicate, didn't need to touch me. Wherever her gaze reached, she already possessed everything. I know I'm handsome, but staring at me like this, isn't that a little too greedy? I rebuked her. She hurriedly looked away and pretended to admire the scenery, her cheeks turning red. I'm cultivating, don't look at me. Okay. I continued to immerse myself in my cultivation. This flame was pretty wild, but I refused to believe I couldn't tame you. The flames around me flickered on and off, changing from one shape to another, as if they were dancing. And Hehe pretended to be admiring the scenery, but after only a short while, her gaze fell back on me. I just looked, looking from the side, looking from above, looking openly and honestly, looking sneakily. What can you do to me? My eyes turned cold, and Hehe immediately shrank her head back. I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at the scenery. I was already furious. Damn it. Why was this fire spiritual energy so hard to tame? Fine, you've really crossed the line by provoking me. There is nothing in this world that dares provoke me without paying a price. I stood up and, while using my mental power to lure this batch of fire elements, walked toward one direction. Jiangbai, where are you going? I'm going to deal with these fire elements. Damn it, they actually dare not listen to me. I said angrily, and Hehe looked completely dumbfounded. My principle of repaying grudges was once again refreshing in Hehe's understanding of me. Just because my cultivation kept failing, I was thoroughly pissed off. So, all the way, I used my mental power to lure that batch of fire elements and led them straight to the pond. After handing everything in my pocket to Hehe, I jumped directly into the pond and guided all the fire elements to sink into the water. As soon as the flames rose, they were instantly extinguished by the pond water, and white steam billowed up from the surface. So satisfying. And Hehe was stunned. She had never heard of anyone fighting against the elements of nature before. She stamped her foot and shouted, "Come up here, don't catch a cold," reaching out to pull me. Why would I need someone to pull me? I pushed off with my foot, and my figure sprang out of the water, splashing everywhere. When a tiger doesn't show its power, you take me for a sick cat. If you won't listen to me, I'll wipe you out. I cursed nonstop. We're going to cultivate right here. Whoever doesn't listen to me, I'll wipe them out. Jiangbai, don't be so angry. And Hehe soothed me softly. Shut up. She was scolded again. I continued cultivating by the pond. It seemed that, intimidated by me, the originally stubborn fire elements finally became obedient. I finally cultivated the Dragon Flame Cave Sun Fist to the beginner level. On the other side, the Sword Cultivator class and the Supernatural Power class were already fighting like crazy. Jiang Huayan was totally stunned. Wait, bro, what did our two classes ever do to each other? Why did you come all the way here to beat up our Supernatural Power class? The outcome was easy to imagine. The Sword Cultivator class was the most grind-heavy one on normal days, and also the first to start grinding. The Supernatural Power class was never strong in the early stages. Even fighting the Close Combat class had already left them taking damage, and now that they ran into the Sword Cultivator class, they were just getting beaten up one-sidedly. The Supernatural Power class suffered a crushing defeat. The Close Combat class was thrilled when they heard the news. Even though the Sword Cultivator class got beaten by me every day, they were still physical cultivators in the end, one of our own. Weren't they basically helping the Close Combat class get revenge? I looked at the chat content in the Close Combat class group and my expression darkened. Damn it, Chu Rueji, you muscle-brained idiot. I already told him the Close Combat class would be training in the practice room today. How could he miss such obvious information? He actually went to beat up the Supernatural Power class instead. Was he out of his mind? Come on, let's go find Chu Rueji. My wet clothes had already been dried by flames, and I led in Hehe toward the Supernatural Power class with an aggressive air. But as we walked, I slowed down. I couldn't directly show up and threaten Chu Rueji into attacking the Close Combat class, and I couldn't send a message either. That would make it easy for him to catch me on the handle. If he turned around and said, Jiangbai, You wouldn't want the close combat class to know that you ordered someone to beat them up, would you? Then wouldn't I be dead for sure? I could only say it in private. And he. In a bit. Go find Chu Rueji and tell him I'm looking for him, and that he should come see me. And his eyes widened. Chu Rueji looked fierce and menacing, like a big brown bear. She didn't dare. Don't dare? I raised an eyebrow. I'm scared. What are you scared of? Chu Rueji knows you're my guy. When he sees you, he'll definitely behave. And he still shook her head. She didn't dare. No, wait. You don't even dare to meet Chu Rueji, and it's dark and scary here right now. Aren't you afraid I'll turn into a big bad wolf and eat you? I threatened. And he looked at me, and her eyes couldn't help curving into crescent moons. Jiangbai, I'm not afraid. TCH. That annoying and he. I was already being this fierce, and she still wasn't afraid of me at all. Then I realized it. Chu Rueji was ugly, while I was handsome, so and he was scared of him, but not me. This girl might not be very smart, but her taste was pretty good. Fine, I don't need you. I called Chu Rueji directly. Chu Rueji was just leading the sword cultivator class back when he saw my call. He was in a good mood. The students were thrilled too. After all their hard training, they had finally found a place to use it, and they didn't have to be killed by me in one move every day anymore. Honestly, after training with me every day, they were all numb from the experience and had no idea how strong they actually were. It wasn't until today, after crushing the supernatural power class, and even watching Chu Rueji carry Jiang Huayan around and beat him up, that they finally realized it. So this is how strong I am now. The students sighed in amazement. Chu Rueji answered my call. Tennis court. Come over. What is it? Good news. You'll know when you get here. He thought for a moment. I'm on my way. Chu Rueji spotted me and an he from far away. His expression turned complicated. On the day of the awakening ritual, that shy little smile and he showed on the altar had hit him straight in the heart. Ever since he was little, he'd been a standout figure, the kind who received so many love letters they could be hauled away in a truck. But no girl had ever moved him the way and he did. He had mustered the courage to get to know her, only to be kicked around by me until he started questioning life itself. From that point on, he shoved romance and love hard into the back of his mind and threw himself into training. Now that he saw Hihi again, his heart surged once more. She was laughing happily, her brows and eyes curved as she looked at me, like I was the funniest person of all. Chu Rueji's face turned icy as he strode over. The moment Hihi saw him, she immediately reined in her smile and instantly turned into a little quail, hiding behind me. Chu Rueji felt a pang of misery inside. What is it? His tone was abrasive. I froze so harsh. So I acted instantly, grabbing his collar and slamming him against the railing. He threw a punch at me. 2 minutes later, he was sprawled on the ground again with a swollen face. And he clicked her tongue. If you knew you couldn't beat him, why provoke me? Bro, are you crazy? I asked. He turned his head away in frustration, refusing to look at me. He wanted to cry. I called you over for something serious. I told you to go to the training room and fight the close combat class. Why did you run off to fight the mystic arts class? Didn't you tell me to fight the mystic arts class? Did I even say the words mystic arts? Are you just making things up in your head? His temper flared. I have no grievances with the close combat class, so I'm not going. I punched him in the eye. Did I ask for your opinion? I'm ordering you to go fight the close combat class. Tears streamed down his face. If it were anyone else, he'd dare to say, kill me, and I still won't do it. But in front of me, he knew I really could make his life worse than death, especially with Hihi still there. His humiliation soared tenfold. I'll go. That's better. Oh, and don't say it was me who told you to go fight them, or you'll be in for a really miserable time. I shot out a hand to pull him up. He snorted and ignored it, getting up on his own. I couldn't help it and kicked Chu Rueji again. He left, quietly coming and quietly going, taking only a body full of bruises with him. Am I bad? I asked Hihi fiercely. She replied crisply, not bad. As expected, Hihi had good judgment. A wonderful person like me, forced to be this irritable every day, was all because this dark and harsh world pushed me to it. Come on, let's go watch the show. I knew the close combat class was going to get crushed, and just thinking about it made me want to laugh. Chu Rueji returned to the sword cultivation class training room. The students looked at his bruised and battered face with eyes full of sympathy. Chu Rueji had money, talent, and enough diligence, but his life was really miserable. Every day, he was either waiting to get beaten or already getting beaten. Gather up, he roared. The students crowded around him. Let's go. We're going to beat up the close combat class. The sword cultivation class is going to become the strongest class at Wuxiang University. Boss, calm down. The close combat class has Jiang Bai. Jiang Tao urged. He's not here now. Don't worry. Just hit them. Beat them to death if you have to. But if we beat up the close combat class, Jiang Bai will definitely come for revenge. Chu Ruiji grabbed Jiang Tao by the collar and roared. If we don't beat up the close combat class, that bastard won't beat us up. The sword cultivation students froze. Damn, that made sense. We get beaten whether we fight or not, so we might as well fight and get some frustration out. Let's go, let's go. The close combat class side was in high spirits. The sword cultivation class had flattened the mystic arts class, and they found it very satisfying. The mystic arts class is basically just a dog by the roadside now. So satisfying. Too bad we didn't get to see those bastards get beaten up ourselves. Body cultivators are the most badass. What the hell are those trash spellcasters? Bang! The training room door was kicked open. Chu Ruiji walked in swaggering, hands in his pockets. The sword cultivation students filed in one after another. Tan Qingyu's heart sank. Chu Ruiji, what are you here for? Chu Ruiji tilted his head up and looked down on people with his nostrils, answering with only 2 words, beat people. Tan Qingyu threatened, this is Jiang Bai's class. If you mess around, he won't let you off. Chu Ruiji curled his lips, his face full of mockery. Jiang Bai? Just a little dog thief. You think I'm afraid of him? Attack. Beat them all down. However Jiang Bai dealt with us, you deal with them the same way. The sword cultivation students charged at the close combat class like rabid dogs. A brawl broke out.